Are you ready to dive into the world of data? Hey everyone, welcome to Power BI Full Course. Power BI is one of the most in-demand tools today and it's changing the way businesses make decisions. Whether you want to sharpen your data analysis skills or switch to career where data is key, this course is for you. We'll start with basics and work our way to more advanced techniques in Power BI. By the end, you'll know how to turn raw data into clear insight, build reports, and create visualizations that really stand out. You'll be confident in analyzing data and using Power BI like a pro. Here's what we are covering. First, we'll dive into Introduction to Business Intelligence, where you'll get a solid foundation in Power BI architecture and learn how to handle and model data effectively. Second, we'll explore Power BI Basics interface, covering everything from connecting the data sources to Power Query editor fundamentals and cleaning your data. Next, we'll focus on data connection and source handling, learning how to transfer and clean your data, along with an introduction to DAX for powerful data analysis. Following that, we'll dive deep into DAX fundamentals, understanding key functions like related and SumX, mastering time intelligence calculations, and an intro to data visualization. Then we'll move on to fundamentals of data visualization, where you will learn to create, configure charts, apply advanced techniques like sorting, and drill down and improve your report design. Lastly, we'll cover report navigation and advanced features including slicers, Power BI service, data refreshing, and also mobile layout optimization. If you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, and SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You'll also learn how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA, Babok, V3 aligned and helps you prepare for certifications like CBAP and CCBA. You'll also engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will get support you need to land your next big role. Before we get started, let's test your knowledge with a quick quiz. What is Power BI majorly used for? Is it data entry, data visualization and analysis, data mining, or data storage? Now let's dive into the world of Power BI and take your data skills into the next level.
Okay, so what is business intelligence? So you can see the screen. On the screen, there are some pointers they have given. But apart from that, I would like to give you a small definition, which I understood. Okay, so business intelligence is something where business is having day-to-day data with them. So you can have one virtual machine inside your machine where you can install Windows operating systems if you're using Mac operating systems, because Power BI won't work on Mac. Okay, so let's understand what is business intelligence. Fine. So we will see one example. Okay, so consider in this way, like you are a developer, you are developing something. Okay, doesn't matter now. There was a days where developer terminology was only with these software developers, right? But that is not the case now. There are Python developers, there are SQL developers, there are BI developers, even there are this UI UX developers. So developer is not limited to any specific domain now, and every developer needs one development environment. Okay, so in our case, so we will require a development environment where we will develop the reports or the dashboards. Then there will be the testing environment where you can validate whether it is working properly or not. And then there will be the production environment. So this is usually the scenario in the organization. But here we don't have that infrastructure, because organization have that level of infrastructures. So usually you have to work in these three steps. So first you will develop something on your system, and once you develop that, you will publish that over the test environment. And inside that test environment, these BAs, business analysts or business people, they will go to your report, check the numbers, where those numbers are validating or not. They will consider only single plant or a month, any particular month from the history, and try to check the numbers with their own Excel reports, which they had, right? And if everything is good, then when we receive this like good to go signal from these business people, then we can publish those reports into the production environment. So this is how it works. So this is the production life cycle of any product. Okay, any product what you are developing, whether it is software product or manufacturing, these are three default stages which we need to follow, right? So that's why we will require Power BI desktop version, which is free of cost. It doesn't require any license or anything. Of course, after developing, when you publish it, from there, the licensing part starts. Clear? So let's take one example. I assume that, but what role we play here? So BI developer is developer as well as tester. Okay. Reason is you know what changes have to be done at the backend, right? Means, for example, if I am creating some sales report and the monthly sales numbers are not matching. Okay, when I publish it to the test environment where it is being tested by the business people, but at the same time, I need to sit with them during that testing phase because they are going to ask me the question that what logic you have implemented to calculate that particular sale. More than 80%, the formulas are similar to Excel. Okay, it based on the same logic what we used to use in Excel, but there are some advanced level formulas also which you can build in Power BI. Okay, and these things these business people don't know, right? They don't understand these things. So in order to help them understand those logics, we need to sit with them. So you have to play both the roles. But I will say that it is more of a 70-30 ratio. So 70% you are a developer, 30% you are a tester. And in my personal experience, I've worked as a developer as well as 100% tester because when I was working as a data engineer, I was expected to create these data warehouses in the cloud. At the same time, using those data warehouses, I have to create the Power BI reports also. Once I create those reports, I have to test, means validate those reports on my own. And once it is validated, then business will take care of those reports. That's it. That is how it is. So this is the reality. Means sometimes they will ask you for the Python interview, and means they will ask Python related questions during the interview, and when you actually go there, you means never touch the Python, right? So it depends on your job role, right? But you should be ready for all the phases. It's not limited to any particular area. Okay, fine. Everyone is using LinkedIn nowadays, and it is mandatory. We need to have these updated LinkedIn profiles, fine. And so I don't know, Miss, you are aware or not, but there is this recruiter login and the regular user login on the LinkedIn. What we log in, that is regular user. Recruiter has their own different login, right? So when they log in to LinkedIn, they have a different options available, like how many people are uh, belonging to this data analysis, how many belonging to marketing field. Okay, so they will get these type of suggestions from the LinkedIn uh, based on the profile what we create over there, right? Even if you change something in your profile and change it to data science or data analysis, you start getting suggestions of other people who belongs to the same field, right? So system is validating, but not for our every login. So what happens basically when you create or update your profile? Okay, every time you update anything in your profile, this update trigger, okay, there is an update flag or the update notification is been triggered, right? It does ask you like, do you want to publish it to all of your connections? or do you want to post it on your profile, right? So why all these things are being happening? Because when you update something, the flag of that particular status is changed. So basically, just take one example. So Ritesh profile is there, and he was a data analyst initially. Now he have changed that position to senior BI developer, and also he's working in Hungary, right? So I've made those changes. Now these changes, so the status of that particular line, the designation, the location, it is being changed on that particular date. So these two columns will be updated: change status and the date of change, right? So what is happening is my data is being updated whenever I'm modifying anything. The same thing is happening with all those trillion, more than trillion users who are using this LinkedIn. So huge amount of data is getting generated, correct? Every second. Now, how LinkedIn is sending you all these suggestions? How they came to know that I have just sent a connection request to someone who is related to the person whose suggestions they are giving us, right? So what happens basically, all these data nowadays, the every second the trillion gigabytes of data is getting generated, right? Now what business does, LinkedIn is a business, right? So what business does, business captures this data, analyze this data, okay, and based on that analysis it tries to give you the suggestions. This is a simple process, very simple process. You go to the Amazon app or any other e-marketing app, try to purchase something, don't purchase that product, and then you will start getting suggestions throughout like a month or something, right? Everywhere you go to some website, you go to any other app, it will pop up those ads to you, right? So this is simple business, okay? Grab the data, analyze the data, and suggest something out of it. Fine. So this suggestion part is nothing but the intelligence part. Okay, these suggestions, if these suggestions are random, it is of no use, right? If I'm looking for a Rolex watch and it is suggesting me some local brand watch, will I buy that watch? Of course not. Even I will ignore that particular purchasing app, e-commerce app, or that website in future because it is giving me a bad suggestions, right? So these suggestions needs to be intelligent, correct? So this process of giving intelligent suggestions, smart suggestions, is nothing but the business intelligence. Okay, I give you a very raw definition just to understand. This is not a bookish definition, and no one is going to ask you the bookish definition. You need to understand what is business intelligence and why it is so important. Okay, and I hope this example help you understand that. So whenever any data is getting generated, that data needs to be analyzed in a way that it should give you a intelligent suggestions, or you can say the good suggestions, right? More precisely, it should give you the correct suggestions, right? So these suggestions might be related to the finance, related to the stock market, related to some e-market website, e-commerce website, or related to some profile suggestions, right? But this is the simple rule which is followed at the back end to give these suggestions, right? And this is the process of business intelligence. Even most of you are already working in the industry, right? And you must have came across these Excel reports, and you have created some visuals and charts in those reports. Through those visuals and charts or the PowerPoint presentations, what was your intention? You want to convey some message out of it, right? You want to suggest something. This happened last week or this happened last month, correct? And while preparing those presentations, you try to like as correct as possible, correct? You validated those number 100 times to make sure that the numbers which you are conveying, those should be right, those should be correct. Okay, it should not have any flaws in that. During your presentation, you will get loads of questions about it, correct? And that is what we are doing so far. Okay, this is not something which is discovered now. This is what we are using so far. So business intelligence is what we are doing throughout our life. This is the process. This is the process. Okay. So now we will see why Power BI is called as a business intelligence tool. So in the market, there are lots of intelligence tool. Okay, business intelligence tool. Power BI is one of those tools, and why it is so famous. Okay, or why industry like Power BI most compared to other business intelligence tool. The primary reason is it's free. Okay, so company does not have to bear a maximum cost. Of course, there is a cost. It's not totally free, but at least you can start using it at free of cost. And then you have to bear a very minimum amount of cost every month based on the licensing what you are using. That is the default reason. But apart from that, Power BI has a very biggest advantage on all of other BI tools. So you might have heard about Tableau, ClickSense, ClickView. These are other BI tools. Um, Tableau is also a very famous BI tool, but it has only 7 days of trial period, whereas Power BI has, I guess, 1 month or 3 months of trial period. Do you think we perform this ETL process on this particular preparing rice thing? So I will give you a very basic example. So you extract that rice from its storage, right? Then you try to clean it, try to look for some unwanted things inside that rice and try to clean it. Once you clean it, then you load that rice into the bowl. It is supposed to be prepared, right? Rice you cannot directly eat unless you cook it. So in order to cook it, you have to load it into the bowl. Or those who are using cookers, you can load it into cookers, right? And this is the simple process. Extracting data from its source, clean that data, okay, extract, transform. When I'm saying transform, that means I'm transforming it original state. Original state was raw, then I'm transforming that data by cleaning it, removing unwanted things, doing some aggregations, combining some columns together, right? And for example, date was in text format. I'm converting it into the text date format, right? So these transformations is nothing but the transform process. Once I'm done with that, I will load that data into the BI tools. Okay. So where I can create different visuals in order to tell my story. Fine. In order to understand or analyze that data, I need to load it. Correct. So this is the ETL process. So why I gave you this uh, rice example? The reason is we are doing it on daily basis. So don't think about any terminologies which you came across throughout this course that you don't know about it. The only thing is that you might not have heard about it, or you might have haven't aware that this is the keyword which is being used for this particular process. Okay, but you are already doing it. Clear? So the ETL process is nothing but the data transformation process. After transforming that data, we can use that clean data for further data analysis. So Power BI has a very powerful tool called as a Power Query Editor. Okay. This Power Query editor is one of the best ETL tool in the industry. And that is the reason industry wants to stick with Power BI more than the other BI tools. So why Power BI? Because of course it is user friendly. You can create multiple different levels of visuals easily, and it is easy to understand, simple to learn, and most importantly, it has very new features updated every month, and it supports natural query language. So when I'm saying natural query language, so Python and R can be implemented inside Power BI. That is not the scope of our course, but means that those options are there. Now let's see what are the Power BI architecture and components we have. So these are the four different versions of Power BI. Basically, Power BI offering their services through Power BI web services, which is nothing but this first option. Then Power BI desktop, which I told you that this is the development environment. Then Power BI mobile. So when you publish any Power BI report over the services, that can be consumed through mobile or tablets also, and you can create those mobile specific view as well. And Power BI embedded. So basically, if you create some reports and publish it to the services, you can use those reports, live reports, on different websites or SharePoint sites. And that process is called as embedding Power BI report on the web pages. Clear? Even now, with latest update, you can use Power BI reports. Sorry, not use. You can access Power BI reports from PowerPoint presentation, the live report. So what I observed is whatever reports we have created so far, these business people used to take this screenshot of those visuals and put it into their PowerPoint presentation during presenting it to the senior leaderships. Now they don't have to do it. They can straight away embed those Power BI reports inside their presentation, and they can show it live during the presentations. So Nupur, the first one is the services, the web services. And there actually you have to pay some license fee. The desktop is totally free of cost. You don't have to pay anything. And then these rest two are nothing but the accessing platforms. So this is Power BI desktop architecture. So Power BI supports huge number of data sources. Now, first of all, you need to make yourself familiar with these terminologies. Okay. As you might have already know about how to cook the rice, but you never knew that you're using ETL process for that, right? Because you never heard about it. But now, if you make yourself familiar with all these terminologies, you can relate it with your day-to-day life. Okay. So this area is nothing but cloud. Okay, not only cloud. You can use the desktop files, Excel files, text files, or CSV files which are on your desktop. Also, it supports SQL database servers. So what I observed is that what is mostly used means from where we mostly access the data. So in the organization, it will be a file server where you will keep your all the files on one shared drive or OneDrive, and from there you can access it into Power BI, or you can access the data from cloud. It might be AWS, Azure Cloud, or any other cloud services. There are very rare cases where we need to use Excels to feed data to Power BI. In order to understand Power BI better, we need to do the practicals on the Excel, because then only you can play it around. See, this is your training, right? This is not your actual job. But in your actual job, there are rules defined, and based on those rules, we have limited access to the data, correct? And that is the reason the data is either on the cloud or on the shared drive or some other places. Okay. And there is a reason for that also. Why we try to avoid using Excel? Because when we publish any report, Power BI, prepare any Power BI report and publish it to the services, the reason we are publishing it to the service is primary reason is that I want to share it with larger crowd. That is my primary reason. Second reason is that I don't want to sit and update those report every day. Okay, it should be automated. If I want to update these reports on daily basis, why would I publish it on the service? I will just share my Power BI file on in the email with all those people every day. Correct? So there is a reason we publish it on the services. Okay. So ideally, the reason we are trying to push people not using Excel and more use Power BI is that in Excel we have to update everything manually. Correct? We do have macros or some power queries over there, but it has its own limitations. It is not that efficient. Excel is not able to handle large amount of data. Correct? It has a limitation of, I guess, 150K lines, right? So that's why we are using Power BI. Power BI will let you manage huge amount of data. Every step what you are performing, that is being recorded inside the Power BI. So you don't have to repeat those steps every day. Correct? So basically it is getting automated. You just have to give the file, updated file, and it will update the data when you refresh the report. Okay. So try to understand what is Power BI. Okay. We are making ourselves familiar with the Power BI. We are going to see all these things during the practical, but right now, just make yourself familiar with the Power BI. Okay, so Power BI is the purpose of Power BI is to automate these things, what you manually do. Okay, and that's why we want to keep all that data at some central location, because if the data is on my system and if I publish my report over the Power BI services, so when I'm saying I've published a report, okay, so it is going on the cloud. So let's look at this diagram. So this is the location, okay. Don't think that it is a cloud or something, but this is the area from where I will access my data. That data will be accessed into my Power BI desktop. So that data will be added into my Power BI desktop version where I will create a report which is on my desktop or on my laptop. That report I will publish on the Power BI services. Now, what is the base platform on which the Power BI services is being provided? So Power BI services are provided on Azure Cloud. Azure Cloud is Microsoft, Power BI services of Microsoft. So basically, when you are publishing your report, you are publishing your report into Azure Cloud. So when I'm publishing something on the cloud, okay, will I be able to trace it back to my laptop? If you upload something on your Google Drive, okay, if you upload some file on the Google Drive, will you be able to trace it back from which folder of your laptop you have uploaded that file? Of course, if you know about it. But if some other person is coming, trying to trace it back from which location it was uploaded, will it be able to identify it? Of course not, because that is on my offline system, right? So if something which is on my local system, and if I try to refresh my report on the services, I want to update the numbers, right? I have created report based on my yesterday's data. Today I got the new data, and that data is on my desktop, right? I try to refresh this. Will it be able to connect with this file to refresh the data? So would it be much more easier for this cloud to connect with another cloud which is already online and refresh the data? See, today I am sitting in Pune. Tomorrow I'm sitting in some other country. So my location is not fixed, but the cloud location is fixed, right? So that's why organizations prefer to keep data at a centralized location, either on the cloud or on the shared drives or OneDrive. OneDrive is very commonly used, but still there is one catch with OneDrive. Uh, for every user, it has its own credentials. So if that particular employee left, then no one can access it, right? So that's the limitation. So it is better you keep it on some cloud platform. Okay, that's why company keep those data on the cloud, and that data you just have to update that file. Just take SharePoint example. So you have this common SharePoint of your company, and you can upload your Excel file over there every day. Just replace your previous file with this new file and just refresh your report. It can easily access SharePoint than your OneDrive or your local drive. Correct? That is the reason we go with the online data or centralized location data. Power BI gateways. This is very important part. Okay. Power BI gateways are the bridge between Power BI report on the cloud, or just use word this Power BI services, Power BI report in the services, and the data on the cloud. This is the secured tunnel between your Power BI report and your company data. So every organization have to create or purchase these gateways from these cloud service provider. And using those gateways, we can connect it with the cloud so that your data will be secure. So these are connection gateways basically. So Power BI gateways are the secured tunnel between or secure bridge between your Power BI report, which are published on the services, and your cloud data. Your cloud data means company's cloud data. Okay. So these gateways, company have to purchase or pay for these gateways to these cloud service providers. You don't have to worry about that. Company already take care of all these things. Okay. Now, what if you are not working for any company? You are an individual contributor, you have your own business, and you're using Power BI, means you're working as a consultant, freelancer, and you are using your own systems or your own Power BI services. You don't have this cloud or anything, right? Because you are running your own business. You're not working for any organization, correct? So in that case, what option do you have? So Power BI means Microsoft have given another option, that is personal gateway. Okay. So if your system is fixed and it is online 24/7, then you can install that personal gateway on your local system so that your data will reside on that system and that system will act as a server basically. And then you can refresh your reports. Okay. So only this part I am talking about, this part. Clear? So there is a concept of personal gateway which you can download and install if you don't have cloud. The only case is that that system needs to be online. And then this last part is nothing but the access part. So how you can access all these reports. No one is going to ask you direct questions on the Power BI desktop architecture. Okay. But of course, they will ask you about gateways. Means, do you know what is personal gateways? In which scenario we have to use personal gateway? Because most people get confused with personal gateway and Power BI gateway. So Power BI desktop component. So now what will happen? This is the architecture, right? But your 80% job you do, 70 to 80% job you do here. This is the area where you have to spend your time. Okay, this is your 20% part. Okay, this whole thing is the 20% part. 20 to 30% you can consider. It depends on your own, but here we spend our most of the time, and this is what we are going to see now. Okay, so next is Power BI desktop components. As I mentioned earlier, Power BI has Power Query Editor. These are the basic components of Power BI desktop. Okay, mostly used components. Here you will spend your maximum time on Power Query. So Power BI is not all about creating visuals. Just keep that in mind, because this is the default understanding of everyone. What is Power BI? It is a visualization tool. Okay, it is not. This is data analysis tool. Visualization is the end product, what we will generate during this process using Power BI. Okay, Power BI desktop uses Power Query to perform data transformation, store results, and all that. That we have already seen. So ETL process is being performed using Power Query Editor. What we do in Power Query Editor, so there is option to merge and append queries. Okay, now when I'm using this queries word, so queries is nothing but my data. So everything will be treated as a query. For example, there is an employee database. Okay, and when I import that data inside Power BI, Power BI will treat that table as a query. So if you heard about a query, that means it is a data, a table. And Power BI query editor, it allows you to merge or append multiple queries together, or it also allows you to transform those queries. Now, column to rows, rows to column. So if my data is in rows, okay, I can transfer that data into the columns. So that process is called as transpose of data. We can publish a report to the services, right? And this question, is it possible to publish dashboard using Power BI desktop? Actually, what they want to ask is, can we publish it to the larger audience or more than one person? Okay. So that is only possible using Power BI services, not the desktop. Yeah. See, it's not your fault. It's just the understanding the question. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Which type of device can be used to access dashboard designed using web layout? So that's nice. So far we have understood the concept of business intelligence, then architecture of Power BI, different what Power BI offers, and then benefits of this application. Now we will see how to install it. Okay, so just go to this link, and here you can choose the language. By default it is English, and then click on download. So you will get these two options. Okay, the first one is 32-bit and the second one is 64-bit. So based on your operating system, if it is 32-bit, then download the first version. If it is 64-bit, then download the second. So just click here, select it, and click on download. So just go to my computer, and inside my computer you can see this system properties here on top. When you click over there, here in system type, it will let you know whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit. I guess my download is completed. Guys, let me know once you are done with your download. Once download, just go to this file, right click, run as administrator. If you are using your own system, so you don't have to do it. So it will just give some warning or something. Just click on yes. Now, why it is giving me error, that I already have one Power BI file open here. Now I will close this so that this error won't come. I will click on retry. Okay, so this window will appear. I hope my screen is visible, right? And That will open another window again. So Power BI means Microsoft release new updates every month for Power BI. Okay. Okay. Just click on next, accept these license agreement, click on next. By default, it is system drive, then next. And I usually don't want desktop icon, but if you want, you can check this box and click on install. So basically it is installing the latest version. I already have it installed on my system, but still it is updating it. It's just like, yeah, you can subscribe to this channel also, but these are the newsletters. It is regarding some events or something, but there are different channels where they share these best practices, new updates, lots of other things. And what happens is that why I'm asking you to subscribe to those channels. So there are other users also who are in the same field. They are also subscribed to that channel. When you subscribe to those channels, you will start getting suggestions to connect with those people, or those people will get suggestions to connect with you. And that way you can increase your network of the people who are belonging to the same field. I think the installation is completed. I can click here and launch the Power BI desktop. Okay, before going to that, let's walk through this PowerPoint presentation just to familiarize with the concepts or terminologies. Okay, so the fundamental concepts or the terminologies used in Power BI. First is data set. Okay, so whenever we upload any data into the Power BI create its own copy. So as you can see here, there are some these reports and they have these data sets, right? Semantic model data sets. So Power BI creates its own copy of data, and that is called as a data set. Same data, it is same data, but only with the changes what you did after importing that data inside Power BI. And so you can say the backend data of the visuals is called as a data set. Then custom visuals. So custom visuals, again, it is a kind of topic of debate, because if you go to Power BI, on the rightmost side, you can see this visualization pan here. Under that, there are lots of visuals, correct? But along with these visuals, there are some visuals which are not provided by Microsoft. So there is this marketplace. Okay, of course it is given by Microsoft. Okay, this is gauge chart, right? So but I don't want I don't like this look and feel of this chart which is provided by Microsoft, so I can create my own visuals also. That is not in the scope of this course, but there are some developers who can use visual not yeah visual basic coding to create these visuals. Okay, so using Visual Basic coding, we can create these visuals, post it on the Microsoft Marketplace, and from there, these Power BI users can import those visuals. Okay, so these type of visuals are called as custom visuals. So this is my gauge chart. Okay, we don't have data yet, but it has some meter and which will increase based on the numbers, right? But I don't like this look and feel. I want to customize this visual. Okay, or I want to create my own visual type. Okay, so in order to create that visual type, you need to have a knowledge of a coding language using which you can create these visuals. And once you create it, you can publish those visuals on the marketplace. So here on these three dots, when you click here, get more visuals, it will open this marketplace. Okay, this is the marketplace. Okay, and all of these are custom visuals. All of these. Some of these, see, this is the complete circle gauge chart. dial gauge, and this is half circle gauge. So someone didn't like this half circle, so they created this full gauge. And these are companies also. There are some companies who are creating these visuals, and they ask you to pay for it. There are free visuals also. You can go here and check for the free one. I guess they have removed the free filter, but there are some free visuals also. For example, where is that? Yeah, this one. Scroll up. It's free of cost. You can use it. And most of these visuals are not free. You have to pay their license cost. Is report view. So what do you see on your screen at the moment? That entire thing is a report view. Okay. As you can see on the left side, there are 1, 2, 3, and this is fourth option, which came like 2 months back, I guess. Yeah, 2 months back. Okay. So this is by default, this entire thing is nothing but my report view. Okay. Then this is my table view. So whatever data I will import, that I can see here in the form of table. All the columns I can see here. Just click on blank report. We have to create it from scratch. And the last one is the model view. See, it's in their name only. So visual layer filter, the scope of visual layer filter is the single visual. Okay, so each visuals are going to have their own set of filters. Filter which is applied on this visual will not affect this visual. Okay, so visual level filters have a scope limited to visuals only. Clear? Then there is second filter, page level filter. So this filter, the scope of this filter is this single entire page. So if there are 10 visuals, that filter will be affected on all those 10 visuals. Clear? Irrespective what filters you have applied at individual visual side, but this will be the superior filter to the visual level filter. But the scope of this filter, page level filter, is only for a single page. Correct? When you go to page 2 or page 1, it will not have any impact over there. Clear? And then there comes a filter which is report level filter or filter on all pages. So this report level filter is applicable on all 3 pages. So in report view, we have filter pane. So this is filter pane, then visualization pane, and then data view. Okay. Apart from that, you can see this top ribbon over there. So there are lots of options are there, right? We don't use all of those. Okay, means we don't have to use it based on the cases, of course. So under the home tab, there is option to import the data. So as you can see, there are so many options from where you can import the data. Excel file, Power BI data set. This semantic model is nothing but Power BI data set. This data flows, Dataverse. Dataverse is nothing but Power BI automate data. Okay, so Dataverse is only with Power BI automate. Sorry, not automate, Power BI apps. And this data flow, Power BI has its own data flows. So this is altogether different concept. But just for your information, these are Power BI data flows. It is similar to Power Query Editor, what you have inside Power BI Desktop. It's just copy paste, but it's online version of Power Query Editor. Then you can import data from SQL Server, text file, CSV file, or websites. Okay, we are going to see how to import data from CSV, web, Excel, that those practicals we are going to perform. Okay. And apart from that, if you go to more, you can see these all huge list of data sources. You can also see this SharePoint online list. Even there will be a SharePoint folder option. See, so inside folder you can keep your Excel file and import that folder. That's it. Okay. So in order to fetch the data, you can use this option. They have just given this shortcut for Excel. You can use that. And this transform data option will let you, when you click on this arrow here, it will give you two options. One is transform data, which will open the Power Query editor. Second one is data source setting. So when you open that, you can see what are the data sources we are having. So like I have this cloud connection, but of course it is my organization's cloud, so I cannot show you that. Then this is web data. This is Google Drive data, or what you can say, Google Sheets. Okay. Then SharePoint, right? So you can use all these things here. You can manage these connections basically. I don't want it, so I can remove it from here, or I can edit the credentials from here, user ID, password. Okay. So like that. And then new visual. So when you click here, it will add new visual by default, but I never used it in 8 years. Okay. I use this window to get the visuals. Also from app source. So it's the same option what we click when we click on these three dots. What this is opening, this will open the same. Okay, the same window. This new setting they have added, sensitivity. So the scope, whether it is public, report, internal, confidential, or restricted. Okay, so that you can mark here. You might have seen in the Outlook also, for every email, it is having these settings. Then insert option, again, the same things are copied here. New visuals, more visuals and all. Then this key influencer, decomposition tree, and narrative. This is never used. Okay, means we don't use it. And see here, Power App and Power Automate options we have. If you want to insert a text box, that you can get it here. Then buttons. So these are default buttons they have given here: left, right arrows, back button. But apart from that, if you want to add any custom button, you can choose this blank option here. You can go to these shapes to add different shapes. All these are cosmetic part. It has nothing to do with data analysis, but this is just cosmetic things. And for company logo or any image or picture you want to import here, so you can use this image option. Okay. Then modeling section, we will go it later because we are not at that stage yet. Then this is themes. So there are various themes available. And what I observed is most of the people like to go with this black or dark theme, but I will suggest never do that. Okay, it should be always decent colors. Okay, so keep it light, not dark. And this is the page view. So if you want to keep it fit this screen to the width level, you can keep it width or the page level or actual size. You won't be able to see any difference yet because we haven't created any visuals. So when we create these visuals, I will show you this setting again. Okay. And as you can see, there is this mobile layout. So when you click here, you can see it changed the window. And now you can just drag these visuals here and arrange it properly for better visualization. And when you open the same page, page 3, okay, I'm in the mobile layout of page 3. From the mobile, then I will be able to see this layout. If I have not created any mobile layout, then it will just look like this. Okay, so it is not like to access it through the mobile, you should have a mobile layout. You can access as a normal screen but it is very small, so you need to zoom in and all that. But if you want, you can create a dedicated mobile layout also. It's up to you. It's up to your organization. Okay, so this is the filter pane here, which you can hide also using this. See, then selection pane, bookmark. These are different concepts that we will see later. You can see that under home tab, I have this new table option. Okay, so I don't have any file or any source from where I want to fetch the data. I want to create my own table. So in that case, you can use this option, okay, and write a DAX query to create your own table. However, if you are in Power Query Editor, you can even type the content of the table. That we will see how to do it. And then the last one is the model view. So here, when I have more than one tables and I want to manage how these tables will interact with each other. For example, there is employee data, which is shared by HR, okay, which has employee name, employee designation, and employee salary, and employee ID, of course. And there is another data which is not the salary, employee ID, employee name, and designation. And there is another data which is shared by finance, where it has employee ID, employee name, and their salary, right? Now, these are two different files, correct? I cannot miss in Excel. I can just apply VLOOKUP and copy paste it, but that is not the efficient way to do it. Every day, are you going to sit and do it? No, right? So here inside Power BI, I can connect both of these data based on the employee ID, and then I can fetch those salaries into my main table, right? So this is one of the example. But data modeling itself is a big topic, and there are lots of terminologies associated with that, right? So for me, Power BI, as I mentioned, it's not a data visualization tool. Okay. So when it comes to the Power BI, first thing you have to do is to spend time with the data. So if you receive data in Excel, if the data is on cloud, so just fetch that data inside the Power BI, open the Power BI query editor, and play around that data. Try to understand that data. Okay, in terms of the data cleaning, then the type of parameters which are there inside that data, like say if it is a sales data, so is it region wise, is it product wise, then do we have a profit over there, okay, like that, so that we can decide what type of analysis we have to extract out of it, correct? So once we analyze this data, spend time with the data, then comes the second part, that is data modeling. Okay. So if you have a single table, there is no issue. But in real life, whatever data we receive, there are no single tables. Okay. So every data, every data is divided into two types. Okay. First is your categorical data, and second is your quantitative data. Always remember this. Okay. All the numeric columns inside your data will come under quantitative part, whereas all the text column, yeah, the first is categorical data, okay, and second one is quantitative data. So quantitative data will help you analyze the data in terms of impact. Okay, you can quantify that impact using numeric columns. How much was my sale? How much was my profit? At the same time, all the text data, all the text column will come under the category of categorical data. based on which you can create categories, right? For example, I have a region column. So I can create categories of the region. I can show my sales with respect to categories, right? Region category, male, female category, or what you can say, the product categories, right? So all that data, text data, will come under quantitative part, not the qualitative part. There is one more type, which is optional. Not every time it is there. Okay, that is, so whenever you see any data, you should be able to categorize that data into these three categories. That is the process. Okay, that process you should follow while developing any Power BI report or dashboard. It's not about creating visuals. Okay, it's about understanding data. Date, data type will come. Yes. All date means date time. Okay, even months, whatever related to the calendar part, that will be your time series data. So basically you can do the time series analysis using these columns, where you can show the monthly impact, quarterly impact, or the annual impact based on these columns. So these are very superficial type. Inside these, again, we are going to see in detail what are the data types are there. But this first step, when you get the data inside the Power BI, you need to get and identify these columns. That is the first step. And Power BI help you in this process. So Power BI has built-in data intelligence, which automatically identify the category of the data and change the data type of those columns. But I will suggest, don't completely blindly rely on that, because there are some data where user can do some mistakes while inputting that data, right? And Power BI won't be able to identify it, and it will not change the type of that data, correct? So in such cases, you have to manually do it. So that's why I personally prefer to manually look around all the columns and check their data types and then finalize it. Okay. Power BI will do that, but you also do it. Okay. So moving average is what we see. Usually what we do in moving averages, we see the data for, say, for example, I want to plot a moving average for last 3 months. So based on my last 3 months data, I will calculate the average, and then that trend line will show that what will happen. So basically, it is a part of a predictive analysis, right? When we go to that analysis part, there we can discuss about those types of analysis. So these type of analysis comes under time series analysis. This is crucial actually. Mostly financial analysis are based on time series analysis. Okay. Then the performance analysis are based on these two things, these two columns, where I have a team of developer and or just take an example of this customer service. So whether everyone is able to fulfill their calls within given time span or not, that I can analyze. So numeric data is nothing but their times threshold, 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, they should finish the call. How much time they are taking, that I can consider here, and I can map it based on each employee. Past means whether you want to say the historical data analysis, that's a part of descriptive analysis, right? It has nothing to do with any of these type. You will use all these three things over there, especially this and this mostly. So descriptive analysis is nothing but your past data. So that we call it as a historical analysis. So what have happened, that I want to see, right? Why happened and all that, that is different type of analysis. But descriptive is nothing but historical analysis. So based on my historical data, I will conclude that this is what happened. Why happened, what will happen, that is different. After Power Query, the data modeling is very important. So inside data modeling, you need to identify those columns based on which you can connect these multiple tables. So like in the example which I gave, there is a HR data, employee HR data, and then finance employee data, right? Sorry, HR employee data and finance employee data. And the employee ID is the common column in both of the tables, which I can use to connect these two tables together, correct? But in real life, it is not that simple. You won't get the single column to connect it. But likewise, you have to identify single or multiple columns which can combinedly create a key. Okay, the column key. For example, I will give you one example here quickly. So, cost ID, product ID, date. Now, customer ID is A001. Sorry, A002. And product ID is P001, P002, and this is the date. What is date today? 25. So I would say 20 May, 21 May, 20 May, and 25. 01, 1003. Okay, so one customer can purchase multiple products, right? So it is not the case that every time it will be like this. So real time the data can be like this. And then here comes my second customer, and this is my third customer. So in this scenario, I have another data. Now this is my customer purchase data, and there is another data where I have a customer rating data. So there is a customer ID and customer rating column. Just create that also. Let's take this. Okay, 4.5, 4.1, like this. Okay. Now, if I want to connect this with this type of data, there are multiple entries here, right? And I want to map these particular things in here. So using VLOOKUP, it is pretty easy, right? I can just apply VLOOKUP and do it. But VLOOKUP is not possible, it is possible in Power BI, but it is not that easy. We cannot write formulas inside the data, right? So that is one biggest limitation of Power BI, is that when you import data here, you cannot edit it. However, in Excel, we can edit that data. And I saw that lots of business people compare this with Excel, and they want us to do the same operations what we do in Excel. So we need to be attentive in that cases, because as Power BI is having lots of advantages over Excel, it does have some of the limitations. It's not limitations actually. These things are need not to be done. So being a developer or being a data analyst, our job is to analyze whatever we have. Okay, we are not allowed to change the base data, but that is not the case in Excel. We can do that, right? But here we can't do that, and ideally we should not do that. If there is some bad data, either we can remove it or we can highlight it, but we cannot correct it, or we should not correct it. That should be corrected by the business. No, Shrikant, we can. There comes this DAX. Okay, we can write lots of formulas. We can create lots of calculated columns. See, you have 10 files. Okay, So when working on Power BI, you need to import all those 10 files together inside Power BI. And once you have all data here, you can do anything, but you cannot edit the main data. Okay, great. So do you guys have any questions so far? Understood the this Power BI structure? Okay, great. So this report view, DAX we will see practically, data view, that is table view, then visualization pan, drill, I will show you practically, relationship view, that is model view, dashboards, we don't have in Power BI, those are in Power BI services, interactions, columns, parameter, fields, and measures. These things we need to see practically. Basically, these are the types what we can create in Power BI. Okay. Then comes the next part, that is Power BI interface. I guess we have seen that. So when you open the Power BI, this is the default window. You can use it or you can close it. You can import data either from here or you can import data from Get. This is the navigator, data navigator actually. It's the first screen of Power Query Editor. So when we import the data, this is the default window which opens and which allows you to select the type of table which you want to import. As you can see on this left side here, all the tables which are available inside that Excel file, those are displayed here, right? I don't need these two tables, people and returns. I just simply select on this, and on the right hand side, it will show you the preview of that data. It is a preview, it is not entire data. Okay. So it can show you the columns and the data inside those columns and everything. And you just have to select that table by checking this small check box. And once you're done with that, again you have two options. One is load, second one is transform data. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, if your data is clean, you can simply load it and start creating visuals, but that is not the process which you should follow. You should first clean your data. Of course this data is already clean, but still we will go inside the Power Query Editor and we will see how the data cleaning is done in the Power Query Editor. Okay, so in order to load this data in the ETL tool, we need to click on transform data. So everyone click on the transform data. It will open this Power Query window which is on the screen. So this Power Query Editor itself is a very big topic. Okay, as its first lecture today, I just want you to have a glance at this Power Query Editor. So it adds lots of tabs over here, which you can use the transpose, then unpivoting table, pivoting table, adding new columns, okay, using formulas. Then you can view or unhide some settings here like this. Okay, that all those things we will discuss in detail. That is different part. But this is this window which is on the screen. This window is Power Query Editor. So on the left hand side, as you can see under the queries, as I mentioned earlier, whatever table or data you will import, that will be treated as a query. So all the tables will be listed here under query section. This is a preview section. Okay, here you can change or modify the type of data, as well as you can merge more than one columns together, or you can add new columns inside your data. And on the right side here, this is your every step when you import the data, like this is my source. See, we got these three options. Then I have selected the data option here. So inside navigation, as when I click on navigation, you can see I have selected orders, and then Power BI automatically promoted headers. Okay. If I remove that, change type also. See, I told you that it has this data intelligence. So it automatically identify the data type. As you can see, when I am on the promoted headers, there is no defined data type for any column. It's either text or number, right? It is not defined yet. But when we go to this step, it is automatically changed. See, the first is number, second is text, this is date time. Okay, so this is automatically changed. And if I remove these steps from here, so see the data will look like this. There are no headers here. Got it? So this is the Power Query Editor. Don't worry about it. We will see everything in detail. But I just want you to have a glance at Power Query Editor. This is a really good thing. Here we can do lots of things with the data. Okay, just close this window. Okay, not now. And discard the changes, because we don't want to apply those changes, right? Means what I did over there, I removed those two steps. I don't want to apply those changes. So I will click on discard here. Excel, select your data, click on open. It will ask me to select the table, right? I will select this order table and click on load. Okay. Now, when you load the data, now you can see under the data pane here, there is this table appearing, right? This is the table what we have selected, correct? If you click on this arrow, it will expand that table and show you the names of columns. All these are names of columns, right? But in Power BI, these columns are called as fields. Okay. So all these fields which are present inside these tables are displayed here. Correct? Is the same screen visible to everyone? Yeah. So inside data pane, we can see our data tables. Okay, just give me a minute. I forgot to enable one setting. Yeah. Okay. So once you do that, as you can see, there is this summation symbol here. Can you see summation symbol? So all those fields which have summation symbol are my numeric columns. Okay. These are my numeric fields. Okay. So in a report view, you cannot see the data inside your table, right? You can just see the fields, the data type of those fields. And as I said, Power BI has its own data intelligence, but don't rely on that, because as you can see, the postal code. Are we going to do any numeric operations on postal code? Of course not, right? And postal code is supposed to be a text column, not the numeric column. So there are such type of lots of other columns which we manually have to change. So we need to change it to text when we do the ETL process. Okay, but for now it is fine. We can change that later. But this is the example which I was talking about. So looking at these fields and these symbols, you can easily identify what is the data type. Rest all columns are my text column. All of these, nothing but categorical columns, right? These columns with summation symbol are my numeric columns, and with this square small calendar symbol are my date columns. Let's go to this table view option. Previously it was completely blank, right? There was nothing because we didn't have any data. But now we have data, and you can see what is the content of each and every field. So this single column is nothing but field, right? Field inside my data. And each field is having items. Okay. So each of these rows are termed as items. This is field and this is item. So this is, you can just review your data. You cannot modify anything here. See, you cannot change anything here. Of course, you can do sorting and all that stuff. But it is just a read only view. Whatever changes you are doing here, it has no effect on your data. For example, if I just filter it here with West region, okay, it has nothing to do with my data. This is your view section. You can view the content of your table. Whatever changes you are doing here with these filters and everything, those are not affecting your data. Okay. It doesn't matter what I'm selecting. If I select only this single row ID here, that doesn't mean my table is going to have only single row. When I go to the report section, my entire data will be there. Row ID. See, if I take the row ID here, see, I can see all of my row IDs. This is not practical, okay? So don't worry about it. I just want to show that though I apply some filters over here, it is not affecting to my main data. Understood? However, if you apply such filters in Power Query Editor, it will apply on your entire data. Okay. Now let's go to this model view. So in data view, see now this table is appearing here. Again, it is same. All the fields are listed here, right? And this is just one table because right now we have only one table, correct? Now let's go back, or just don't go back. Go to this get data. Now click on this get data. Again, import the same file. Okay. Let's import the same file because this same file is having three sheets or three tables, right? See, it has three tables. So I already have orders table here, right? So I don't need that. So I will import people. Just select both of these two tables. Click on load. Simply, right? Once you are done with this step, see now you have more than one tables here, correct? And this is the scenario where we will require data modeling. I need to connect. This is my master table, right? Right. Let's review this newly imported table. Go to this table view. Minimize this first table. Go to people's table, which seems completely empty to me. So there are lots of blank records over here. And also, if you look at the headers, headers are just column 1, column 2, right? So Power BI is not able to do this, what do you call it? Because the region was supposed to be the header for this column, and here person is supposed to be header for this column, right? So Power BI didn't able to identify that, and it didn't do it. So that's why we need this Power Query Editor. So that's okay. We are just looking at the examples, right? Let me just sort it. So this is how it is looking. Then this second table, same case. Let's sort it, and this is how it is looking. So tomorrow, what we are going to do is we are going to correct this mistake, and then those corrected tables we will try to connect here, because this is altogether different topic where we need to spend some more time on data modeling. But I will show you a small practical so that you will get a glimpse that what we are going to see. Here you can just review, right, how many data tables you have or how many fields you have inside those tables. Then under table view, you can see the content of those fields, but if you want to select more than one columns at the same time, you cannot do that. See, there is this hide option, delete option, but I cannot select more than one columns, right, at the same time. If I go to this model view, here also my tables are listed, but there is one great thing which this model view allows, that you can select multiple columns together, apply the same setting on all of the columns at the same time. I can like select all of my text columns, sorry, uh, all of the text columns. Okay, select all your text columns, and inside this, see here, display folder, I will see categorical columns. Now the folder is created and all my columns are automatically moved inside this folder. Similarly, I will select my numeric columns and put those inside numeric columns, and then date column inside date columns. Whatever name you can give, whatever name you want, but I like to give name in this format. And if you arrange your data in this structure, so this is very small example, right? You have very few columns. So when we deal with the cloud data, there are more than 250 columns, 100 columns, and it becomes almost impossible to find what you're looking for, right? So it is good practice to categorize everything at the initial stage itself, right? So in future, if I want to write some formula, if I want to modify some conditions, okay, calculated columns I want to add, I can easily refer these table folders which I have created, and I can find my columns inside those. Now, some of you might say that there is this search option. We can search by the name of the column also. But what if the person who is working on this, he don't know about the name of the column? See, I know that there is a order date and ship date. What if there is a PGI date? What if there is a goods receipt date? What are there in promise date, request date? Multiple date columns are there. I don't know which date to find, but I can go to this date column, date folder, and here I can see all of my date columns. So this model view will give you more flexibility. You can apply the different condition settings on these columns, multiple columns at the same time. Okay, even now this categorical column is left here. I can just drag it into the categorical folder and it's done. So now if you go to the table view, it will look like this. If you go to the report view, it will again look like this. Okay, so let's have one more. I just forgot to show you something. So when you import any data, okay, these tables, and inside this model view, if you click on this table, at the bottom there is this advanced option, and here when you expand it, you can see this storage mode setting is there, which is grayed out actually because this data is not cloud based data, so that's why. But let me show you, where is it? Yeah, sorry. So just select your table, click on your table and click on this advanced tab here, and you can see the storage mode. Okay. So inside Power BI, let me click on edit. I don't get any option here, but that's okay. So inside Power BI, when we import any tables, so there are two type of storage mode. Okay, one is import mode. So in import mode, entire data from your source table or source file will be imported inside Power BI to create a data set. So combination of all these three tables will be a data set of this report. Okay. So here entire data will be downloaded into the Power BI. There is another storage mode which is mainly used in case of cloud data. Okay, that is called as a direct query mode. So in direct query, the Power BI will be connected with the live connection to the file or to the source. So in that case, it won't download the data. Every time, whatever you are doing, the data will be real-time data which is connected to the Power BI. Now again, in both of these cases, there are advantages and disadvantages. Direct query, it has more flexibility that it will give you unlimited number of refresh and everything. Yes, yes, Google Sheet and then web version, that is what we are going to see about. Those are part of practicals. We have just imported the Excel. We also have to see how we can import the CSV file, how we can import Google Sheets, the website tables. Okay, those practicals we are going to see. Okay. I want you to understand how this import and direct query approach works. Let me just grab the Excel. Yeah. Import mode and direct query. So whenever we import any data or get data inside the Power BI, so it will give you two options. Especially in case of cloud data, it will give you two options. Okay. So let's go to the Power BI. Is everyone have this file? Let's go to the Power BI and go to this get data. Okay. Inside get data, click on web. Do you see this web option here? Just click on that. This is the desktop version. This is report view, right? So inside report view, we have data pane where we all the tables which are available inside this report, those tables will be listed over there, correct? Then there is this visualization pane. Inside visualization span, you can have multiple built-in visuals, of course, but it is not limited to that. You can add custom visuals from these three dots and get more visuals, or you can go to this insert option and from here also you can get more visuals, right? Then this is filter pane where all these three types of filters will be available over there. Then this is our table view, correct? This table view let us see the content of the data, as well as you can create some new tables, new columns, and these measures are nothing but DAX queries, what we are going to see later. Okay. Then third is model view. Here also all of the tables from the report will be listed. However, you can create a relationship between all these tables together. Now, there are some concepts which we are going to understand when we are going to see modeling, data modeling in detail. So, along with that, you can apply some settings on multiple columns or fields together at the same time, right? Like we have created these folders, or if I want to hide some folders or change the data type of those columns, I can do that from here. I can select multiple columns together and just change their data types at the same time instead of doing it one by one. Okay, so that flexibility we have here. So this is what we have seen related to Power BI desktop version. But apart from Power BI desktop, there is services where you can publish these created reports and share it with the more people, right? So you can share it publicly or share it with some limited credentials with your organization. There are two sources where we can access these reports. First is mobile view, and second one is regular standard desktop view. So that you can see here also. So this is our desktop view, desktop layout view at the bottom, right? Here, okay, this is desktop view, and just beside to that we have this mobile view, right? So when we click on the mobile view, the page will get transformed into this mobile shape, and you can adjust the visuals according to that. Before going to this Power BI desktop report creation, I wanted to discuss the concept of analytics, type of analytics. So before starting with actual data analysis, let's discuss about these types of analytics, try to understand what these types are exactly, why there are four types. I will give you one-liner definition, okay, for each type of analytics. So descriptive analytics deals with historical data, okay? What happened so far? Historical data. Till date, what happened? Then there comes, based on that historical data, based on the descriptive analytics, you can either go for predictive analytics. So predictive is just a probability, okay, where you can share the assumptions and possibilities. Sorry, you can share some possibilities based on the assumptions that it might happen, like sale might increase or sale might decrease, and all that part. So that is just a possibility. Okay, you are not telling the future. You are just predicting the probability. Okay, so it is a probable outcome. Always remember this word. It's a probable outcome. Clear? Predictive analytics. Now, what about diagnostic and prescriptive analytics? So let me clear one thing here. None of these are interdependent. Okay, there is no flow to these, like after descriptive we should go for predictive, and after that descriptive, and then after that diagnostic. Okay, it's not like it's all case to case basis. You can go from descriptive to diagnostic also. Okay, it depends on the cases. However, prescriptive is something where we will try to prescribe the steps to be followed to achieve the outcome which we are predicting. Okay, or to avoid the outcome which happened in the descriptive. I will give you the examples, but try to understand these technological terminologies first. Okay. So in prescriptive, you will try to identify the root causes, basically. You will try to prescribe or mention or highlight what are the driving factors which are driving these particular outcomes. Okay. In diagnostic, you will try to identify those root causes. Clear? Now let's take one simple example in order to understand all these four types together. Okay, how many of you went to the doctor? So how many of you went to the doctor? I am sure that like there is no one that who will say that they never went to the doctor, right? So every one of us go to the doctor, right? And just remember what doctor do every time. Okay, So when we go to the doctor, first thing doctor asks us is what you ate yesterday or what was your routine. Like before coming to me, what happened? Correct. So doctor is doing? Doctor is collecting historical data. He is collecting history, right? So if you go to the doctor saying that I have a stomach pain, and then doctor will ask you what you ate yesterday or in last few days, right? What was your routine, what you ate, and all that history he will collect. Based on that history, he will check it with whatever domain knowledge he has, correct? So domain knowledge, what is the domain knowledge of doctor? Human biology, correct? Similarly, we work with some special areas, finance, supply chain. These are the domains. For doctor, the domain is human biology. So whatever doctor have learned so far, or the knowledge he have gathered throughout his experience, so based on the history what we are providing to the doctor, doctor will conclude with some means based on that historical data, he will conclude some result, right? So for example, if I ate too much of junk food in last 2 3 days, and I tell this to doctor that I went to the party, I had lots of these things, and uh, from since then I started this stomach pain, right? So doctor will identify the issue, right? But before identifying the issue, what doctor is doing? Doctor is doing descriptive analysis by collecting historical data, right? Once you provide history to the doctor, doctor suggests you something, right? Doctor start prescribing something. But before prescribing that, doctor do some test. Now, what test doctor has to do, that he will decide based on the descriptive analysis. Now, after that, doctor will prescribe you some medicines, correct? After doing these tests and everything, doctor will prescribe you some medicines. But every time, doctor just don't prescribe the medicines. Doctor also suggests some routines, some exercises, some other things. This doctor is doing now prescriptive analysis, where doctor is suggesting you should avoid eating these junk foods. You should do some these type of exercises for next few days, right? Have these medicines in twice a day or like that in order to overcome this problem. Now, before giving us the prescription, while doing all these tests, doctor also diagnose the problem, correct? What is the problem, right? Doctor have diagnosed that problem. So for to diagnose that problem, he also had to do the diagnostic analysis. Now, how he is doing diagnostic analysis? He already knows some definitions or some okay, all the protocols are already there, and he is just validating the results with those protocols. If it is okay, then this is not the problem. If it is crossing that level, then this is the problem, correct? And this is what we do in diagnostic analysis. We try to diagnose what is the exact problem. I try to make it very simple so that you can relate it with those examples. And then at the end, doctor also gives us some warnings or suggestions saying that if you don't stop this type of routine, it might cause you this type of issues. So what type of analysis is that? Yes, it is interdependent, Indralata, but I'm not saying that there is a sequence. Okay, a descriptive, then prescriptive, then diagnostic, and then predictive. Okay, there is no sequence. These are dependent actually, but there is no sequence defined for it. Every time you don't have to do all four type of analysis. Just take simple example. You have a headache, right? And you didn't had a good sleep last day, and you had a headache. So for this, you yourself will do some analysis that yesterday I didn't had a sleep, and I know what is the medicine for that, and I will directly get that medicine, right? So here I am not sitting and doing other type of analysis. I am just identifying the root cause, right? I am just prescribing myself with some medicines and taking those medicines. It's that simple. Now, why I'm giving you these day-to-day life examples? Because we all do these things on daily basis. And now what we are going to do is we are going to apply all of those experiences, what we have gathered so far in these data, right? It's pretty simple. We are already doing all this thing. Just take simple example. You are going to the office on daily basis, right? Some people go by motorbikes or public transport. But during the rainy season, okay, don't go for the rainy season. It's a regular summer season, and your office travel time is of say 30 minutes. So one day when you're going to the office, you saw that there is some work is going on somewhere. These government people have started some work on the road, but that day you went. It took you 35 minutes to reach to the office, but that was fine because that was start of the work and it wasn't causing that much issue. And next day is that day itself. At the end of the day, you got a news that there will be some work going on, and because of that some public transports are going to get rerouted to your destination. So you gathered some information, correct? And you also saw that some work is going on already there. So next day what you will do, you will decide that either you need to leave early or take another route. Now, in order to do this, you are also doing some analysis, right? If I go by this route, it will take me this much of time. If I go by that route, it will get me on time over there. So this descriptive, prescriptive, predictive, and everything, we are doing this on daily basis. Every time while creating Power BI reports, we don't have to do predictive analysis. Okay, every time we don't have to do means prescriptive. I saw it very rare. Means it's very rare cases where we go with the prescriptive, because for prescriptive these business people mostly use these PowerPoint presentations or to show it in the meetings to explain things theoretically. But we should understand the concepts. That is all around. So I hope everyone is clear with these type of analysis. So everyone understood the type of analytics. Online statement means, okay, one line, yeah. So descriptive analysis deals with historical data. Okay. Second, prescriptive analysis, it prescribes the steps to be followed in order to achieve or avoid the predicted outcomes. Predictive analysis is the probable result based on the descriptive analysis. If you see one thing common in all these type of analytics is descriptive analytics. Without descriptive analytics, we cannot do other type of analytics. So descriptive is important and we have to do that. And more than 60 to 70, not even 70, more than 80% analytics are based on the descriptive analytics. Okay. So after that, we also saw yesterday that while importing data inside Power BI, there are two approaches. One is import mode and second one is direct query mode, right? So import is nothing but copy pasting all data inside the Power BI. It's that simple. Okay. Direct query is connecting your Power BI report with live connection to the cloud data. Direct query is only possible with the cloud data. Okay, it is not possible with SharePoint or any drive or any shared folder or anything. So direct query works only in case of cloud data. Fine. However, there are some advantages and disadvantages of that. Let me just show it to you quickly. They have given some advantages and disadvantages. So I will tell you that if we go with the import mode, the size of the report will increase. But here you will get the limited set of refresh. Okay, you can refresh your report only 8 times per user. Fine. Then whatever changes are happening inside cloud data, those will not reflect in your report in real time. Unless and until you refresh your report, those changes will not reflect. Okay. And this creating data model, creating calculated columns, writing additional DAX queries, all these things are allowed when we import data in import mode. Now, if we go with the direct query mode, it will be bit faster in case of small data size. The data will reflect in real time. So whatever changes are happening in the cloud data, those will reflect in your report in real time. However, there is a limitation. That is, this means unless and until you have access to that cloud data, you won't be able to get it in Power BI report. Okay, so you need to have that authorization to access the cloud data. Okay, let's say you have access. Now, on Power BI side, you won't be able to modify that data set. Okay, like creating DAX queries or writing columns, you have to use it as it is. You cannot modify it. So that is the limitation. Does anyone have any questions? What is the limitation of direct query? One more time. Okay. So the limitation is that you will have a read-only access to the data set, the cloud data. You cannot create columns or DAX queries in that. So let's have some practical now. So do you guys want to start from scratch and table data? So that same table structure, what you're using from this demo data, that same table structure should be on the SQL. See, Power BI is very case sensitive. Here, of course, it caps and means uppercase and smaller case keywords. Power BI consider those as an individual entity. At the same time, the table structure. Okay, now when I'm saying table structure, so for this particular table, this is the structure, right? Or this table, it has two columns. This is the structure of this table, correct? So we call it as a table schema. So this table schema is very case sensitive for Power BI. If you modify this schema with reference to even column name, if you change this column name and try to refresh it, it will give you an error. Okay, so everything needs to be in proper manner. So when you are planning to go for Power BI report, you need to make sure that the data which you are receiving, that should be in standard format. Okay, finalized format. So if this table is having say 10 columns and all the headers of those columns are already defined, next day when that data is received, those names should be with the same header. If small changes are happening to that, it will give you an error. Okay, we will see all those things practically. So first, I will delete all of these tables from my report. Okay, and I will import this again. Do you guys want to do that? What we have did yesterday? Okay, okay. So I'm going in the model view where I can grab all of my table together at the same time. Okay, so select your tables using this control key, right click and click on delete from model. Okay, this will delete all the tables in one go. See, everything is gone. This is fresh and clean report. Okay. Okay. So everyone is with me till this step. Okay. Let's import the first Excel file, this order table. Okay. We will first explore what is this order table. So what I mentioned yesterday, first we need to spend some time with data, right? So let's do that. I will click on this Excel book, or you can go into this get data and click on Excel. Either way is fine. this superstore link. Just open it. Select your orders table. Check this box. Now this time don't click on load. Okay, we need to see the Power Query, right? So click on transform data. Yeah, sure. I'm just waiting here. So once you all are at this stage, just let me know. I will proceed further. So let's click on transform data. So what we did, we imported data and then we just deleted it, or we didn't save it, right? Now, so when you're starting from scratch, means you're creating a new report from scratch, you should go into this transform data, which is under home tab. Can everybody see this option here? Yeah. So just click on transform data. It will again open the Power Query editor, which is completely blank, right? Okay. Once you are inside the Power Query editor, go to this new source. Got it? New source. Here, you can see you can create blank queries also. So you won't require that now, but in future, when you will get ample amount of experience on the Power BI, you will start using this option also. Okay. So basically how this works is, just click on this new source. You can see this Excel book, right? Click over there, import the same Excel file, what we are importing initially. Now you can see here, we don't have any load option or transform option, right? Because we are already inside the Power Query editor. That's why we don't get this option here. So just click on OK. And now the data is loaded, correct? So at the time when you clicked on OK button, you might have observed that these steps are automatically appeared here, right? Initially everything was blank, right? But now these steps automatically appeared. So what are these steps? These are this built-in Power BI intelligence. Power BI decided to change the type, then promote the headers and all that stuff. But let's delete all these steps and do all that manually. Okay. Or instead of deleting, you can directly go click on this source. Before doing that, just everybody, are you at the same stage or do you want me to wait? So just click on source. Let's explore these steps. What exactly happening at the back end? Okay. Just click on the source. And then just beside to that, there is this small wheel icon is there. That is nothing but the setting icon. So click there. It will open this window and see what it is showing you. This is the path from where I have imported this file. So Jaswinder, if you want to change this path in future, you can either, means if you change the folder, okay, now this file is in this folder, tomorrow I want to change that folder, let's do that. Okay, let me just copy this file and put it on the desktop. Okay, where is my desktop? Just give me. So I will put it here on the desktop. Okay, and I want to point this Power BI report to this desktop file. Okay, so click on browse, go to the desktop version, desktop and desktop version file, select this and click on open. So here you can change the location of your file. So basically you can change the source location. So now what you are doing, you are changing the source. So in that scenario, you might have to change here also, correct? Otherwise it won't pick up this latest folder. Every time it will pick up the file from the same source. Let me show you what happens. Okay, I'm just canceling this. Uh, so my file is still on my shared drive here, and I'm opening that file. Okay, and as you can see, the entire data is there. Okay, I'm deleting it. Save, close. Fine. Now you can see it is still showing the same data, but when I click on refresh button, it is giving me only first 4 records because I have deleted rest of the data, right? Now my latest file, I'm not keeping on my shared drive anymore. It is on the desktop. So I want to change this. So let's go into source, from browse, select your this latest file. That was the sample file which I was working. I want to change it to the main file now. You can change it from here. Just click on OK and it will load it. See, entire data is back. Okay. Now, second, navigation. Now, what is this navigation? When I initially imported my data, I got the options, right? List of options to choose, right? There was the 3 tables listed and I am supposed to select one of those tables, correct? So here inside navigation, basically, so let me just delete these steps. Okay, I will show you step by step. So this is what happens at the backend. When you import the data, it will show you the structure of Excel workbook. Inside Excel workbook, there are 3 tables. Out of these 3, I just want to import this table, right? The first one. So here you can hover on this table option. When you click here, see, all these steps are automatically appear. So that selection step, clicking on that table, is nothing but navigation step. So here basically you are selecting which table you want to select out of these 3. Yeah. Now just look at here. All the column headers are in my first row, and my column headers are some random column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that, right? So I want these headers at this place. Ideally, that is what we need to do, right? So in Excel, what we do, we just delete that first row. It's that simple. But here we cannot do that. So here you can see under your home tab. So let me just remove this. So after importing this data, navigating to the correct table, then promoting the headers, now we got everything in place, right? Everything is in place. Now, before moving ahead, I want you to look at this screen and try to understand these tools which are available inside Power Query Editor. So first, I will show you what should I use? I can use this. Okay. Yeah. So the first is Home tab. Okay. Inside the Home tab, you can import the data, right? Then you can manually enter data also. Okay. So how you can do that? Just click on this enter data option. This one. Okay. You can click on that. It will open a window where you can manually create. So for example, I want to say name, Hitesh. Then I want to add one more column, or designation, or city, say Budapest. And likewise, you can create a different table. Okay. So when we use these options, so let me give you one example for that. So assume here Adam, Mike, Stephen, Brian, and this is London. I say UK, that will be easy. Mike is in Poland. You can also try this, okay? Create one sample table for you. Then US, and he's from China. Okay, give the name, manager, location. Okay, click on OK, and see the new table is created. Now this table is static. It is not going to change. Double click on that, like this. Just double click on it. Okay. Now, so when we are going to use this option, enter data, when you want to have some static data, which is not going to change on daily, weekly, or monthly basis. So such data, you don't have to import from some file. Of course, you will receive that data in terms of file, but you can copy it, paste it inside the Power BI, and Power BI will take care of that data. So every time it will remain inside the Power BI. For example, yesterday we saw this example. There is this employee details received from HR, and there is this employee finance details which we have received from finance team. Correct? But what is common in both of these data? The designation, right? Every company have their own set of designations, right? So they cannot create new designations every time. For example, this associate analyst, then senior analyst, lead analyst, like that. They have these built-in designation list. Okay. Though they give you some on paper different designations, but inside their system, they have their own designation defined. Okay. So such type of data, which is going to remain as it is, such type of data we can enter inside the Power BI. Let's come back to our main table. Fine. So after this, there is another option. Yeah. This data source setting. So you don't have to go to this source every time. You can even change your source from here, data source setting. Select this, change source, same window will open, browse and select your file. Same what we did in that source, we have changed the location of the file. Same you can do from data source setting also. But I prefer to do it through this option. In this case, we have only one table, so that is okay. But if there are, say, 10, 15 tables inside your report, then if you go here, you will get this huge list. And that becomes a little bit difficult to manage. So that's why I prefer to do it from the source option only. Okay. But if you are comfortable with data source setting, you can do it from there. The next option is parameters. Very, very useful thing. Okay. So what does this parameter do? So inside this parameter, manage means whatever you have created, you can manage through manage option. But let's see what type of parameter we can create here. This is very important, okay? If you don't understand, just let me know. When I click on parameter, this window will open, okay? And say this is, I will give, let me first see the data. I will create a parameter. We will create a normal number parameter, okay? First, call it as a data limit, okay? Inside type, this is very important, okay? If you forget this step, your parameter will not work. Though it will work on the desktop version, but if you publish that file over the Power BI services, it will fail. So you need to define the type of parameter. So what I said, I'm going to create normal numeric parameter. So for that, you have to select decimal number, type of data. So it's decimal number. Any value is fine. And current, I want to keep it 0. Are you able to create this data limit parameter? Click on manage parameter with you, but unclear how the parameter change the data. No, that we are going to see, Mary. We haven't seen that yet. Just don't worry about it. You will get to know that. Okay, so first understand how to create the parameter. So I will show you how to do it, then you do it, and once you are done with that, let me know. Okay. So click on new parameter, give the proper name. So I like to give name like limit, data limit, because I want to limit the data of my table. In this case, it is Excel file, so that is fine. But in cloud, we maximum size of data which we faced is 150 billion records. Okay, that is impossible to load inside Power BI, right? So we need to apply some data limit over there. So let's create this data limit. Now this is my number parameter, right? So I will define the type decimal. Okay. And I will initialize this parameter with 0. You can do with anything. It's up to you. You can even put 100. It doesn't matter. It's just something you have to assign some number. That's it. I click on OK. And your parameter is created. I can change it to 0. That's it. Fine. So let me know once you create your parameter. Now, I don't want all of the data to load here because see, Jaswinder have already mentioned some things, right? He will work on the demo data, and after that he want to switch it to SQL data or cloud data. Same thing we do. Every time we don't have to work with the entire data. Okay. So in case of Excel, that is fine. You can work with the complete data. It's not that big. But on cloud side, when you're actually working on the cloud, that is impossible to work with complete data because it takes lots of time to load that data. And you cannot wait for that long. It's more than hours. Okay. So I'm not going to sit and load entire 150 billion of records. Instead of that, what I will do, I will at first, I will load this table. Okay. By default, it is loaded here. Then I will click on any of these tables here, sorry, columns. Go to this option, click and select keep top rows. Okay. You can go with the bottom rows also. So I will tell you the use case of these two options after this. But first, just select keep top rows. Now, here either you can mention the number, correct? I want to keep only 5 rows. Click OK. It's done. But this tab is already recorded here. Now let me tell you why. So I don't want to deal with, say I have 100 rows. I don't want to deal with 100 rows. Okay. I just have to create simple calculation, right? So I will load my data. keep only first 5 rows, and load it into Power BI report view. There, I will create some calculations and done. After that, I want to remove that limit. But if you just mention some static number here, like this, you won't be able to remove that limit because it is not accessible in the report view. Okay. So instead of doing this, you can click on this drop down and select the parameter. And it will automatically set it to whatever parameter you have created. Okay. Now, as you can see, my parameter is already having 0 rows. Okay. So when I click OK, everything will become 0, empty. Now, I want to load something, I can just change here, go here, it will load it. If I want it like 50, let's go back. These are 50, 50 is too much. Let me just show you 10. See, 10 rows. Now, where it is required. This is simple one table, okay? And you want to change the number of rows. When you load this data, okay, I'm just showing it, okay, don't do this practically yet. But just to understand the concept of parameter, I'm showing this practically, okay? So I'm done with all the settings and everything, and I want to load this data. Just click close and apply. And now my data will quickly load. It won't take a second. Okay. As you can see, it will load only 10 rows here. See, 10 rows are loaded. Now, if you go here inside this orders, there will be only 10 rows. But now I want to change it. I want full data. Okay. And I cannot go back to Power Query Editor and remove it. Because if I do that in Power Query Editor, it will reload everything. Correct? But inside the report view, when you click on this transform data now, you can see edit parameter option here, which was not enabled previously, but now it is there. And you can just change it to say 100 or something, 1000, whatever you want. Click on OK, apply, and it will load your data. See? Got it? Understood the use case of parameter? Perfect. I'm just removing that step, okay? You don't do it. Just don't apply this limit because we need entire data. You can keep the parameter. We will use it later. Okay. Now, after promoting headers here, see, after this step, let's look at these corners of each column. See this. So this is ABC 1 2 3, ABC 1 2 3, something like that. So why it is like that? Because Power BI haven't defined the type of data inside those columns. Correct? Ideally, Power BI can do that, but as I mentioned, we should not rely on that. Okay, so I'm just removing all these drawing things. So let's see how we can define the type of column. Before that, we need to understand what types we have. Correct? So just click over there. Okay, inside this corner. Okay, on that ABC 1 2 3, you can click over there, and you can see all the listed types of data on the screen. So decimal, everyone knows that. So the 1.2, 1.3, something that with decimal numbers, those comes under decimal category. The fixed decimal numbers. Okay, this is in case of numeric, currency data. So in my data, if I go towards right, I can see my sales number, right? Then quantity is its normal number. Then profit is there. It is a currency data, right? So let's define the data type of each and every column one by one. First is row ID. By default, row ID either can be a number or a text. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to perform any mathematical operation on that. Now, why it is important to choose the type of data? Okay. So, numeric data. So, let me give you the hierarchy. Do we have Excel? Yes, we have Excel. So, Power BI is all about memory. Okay. So the performance of Power BI report, it depends on the how much memory it is consuming. Okay, the data, how much memory it is consuming. So we saw that there are these majorly three type of data. I hope you are aware that what is Boolean. It is 0, 1 or yes, no type of data. Okay, I will put here 0, 1 or yes, sorry, not yes, true or false. Okay, this type of data comes under Boolean. Text is nothing but ABCD, normal text. Numeric is 1, 2, 3, 4. Inside numeric, again, there are two types, whole numbers and decimal numbers. Whole number is these 1, 2, 3 something. Okay. And decimal number is 1, 0.1 or 5.2, 5.6, something like that. These are decimal numbers. And then date is regular or date column, right? So inside this data, the type of data will define how much memory it is going to consume. So this is the hierarchy, okay? Date consumes more amount of memory inside Power BI. Then comes your numeric data. Then comes your text data. And then comes your Boolean. Okay? That's why while doing or defining these data types, we need to be cautious that we should not just make it numeric or make it a date column. Okay, if you're not going to use it, just make it text. So this row ID, are we going to use this row ID for any mathematical calculations? Logically, we don't need it, right? In fact, we don't even need it, but we can keep it. Okay, as I mentioned, unless and until we get any confirmation from the business, we are not allowed to tamper with the data. Okay, so just don't randomly delete everything and all that stuff. So I will make it text. Fine. Then second is order ID. Order ID seems to be some unique ID, right? For each order. And I will prefer to keep it as text, right? It's a unique identifier. So just make it text. Is everyone doing this along with me? Next is order date, right? So this is a date column, which we might require during our time series analysis, right? So just select here, go to date time. There are two options, date time and date. So if you select date time and see that everywhere time is same, then of course this column does not include time, right? So there is no point creating date time. So just make it date. That is enough, right? Then rest, you can see ship mode, customer ID, customer name, segment, country, city. So how I'm doing this, select one column, shift and right arrow. You can choose multiple columns. Okay. So you understood how to do it column by column. So now let's do it in club. Okay. So let's select one column, then shift key and right arrow, shift, right arrow, and you can choose those columns which seems like text. Even postal code should be also text, right? Just go towards right till the time you come across some numeric columns. Okay, so this seems sales. So let's stop at product name, right? On top here, there is this transform option. Okay, so just go into that transform tab. Yeah. So once you are inside the transform, there is this detect data type option. Okay, don't click on that. This is what Power BI do. It automatically detects the data type. We don't want Power BI to detect it. Just click on this data type. See, you can see here data type. Click there. Go to text. Just click on that and see the data type of all of these columns is automatically changed. So instead of doing one by one, you have changed the data type of all of these columns in one go. That is saving a lot of time for you. Now the question might arise that in this case, all these text columns are in sequence, right? What if these columns are not in sequence? Correct? How we can do that? So here comes your answer for that. So here we can see that profit and sales, these are currency columns. And we are going to consider dollar as a default currency, okay? For practical purpose. So these are my currency column. Discount is my percentage column, right? This is discount is always in the percentage, right? Are you guys able to understand this? Means, is everyone with me till this point? Yeah. Okay. So here I can see that these two columns are not beside each other. And how I can select those columns? So first select this column, sales, press Control key and select profit column. Okay. So this way you can select columns which are not in the sequence. Okay. Random columns are there and you want to define the data type. You can do it in means you by selecting them one by one, just select them. And then again from data type, I will either go here, fix decimal numbers or decimal numbers. I'm okay with any of these options. Okay. You can go with fixed decimal also. So what does this fixed decimal do? Fixed decimal will add only 2 decimal places. And if we go with the decimal number, so it can add multiple decimal places. Okay. See, here you can see these changes. I'm changing this fixed decimal back to decimal, replace current state, and see any number of decimal places. There will be no limit for those decimal places. So it will add those decimal places randomly. And I don't want that. I want my data to be in proper shape. So that's why I will choose the right set of data type, that is fixed decimal places. See, now everywhere you can see only 2 decimal places. Okay, so that Microsoft might add that in future because that is their very important tool and very old tool actually. Control Z, Control Y, right? Undo. It is famous thing for Microsoft. All of the Microsoft products, I guess, it works in Excel, PowerPoint, even Outlook, this Word documents, and everywhere. Where to pick currency? This fixed decimal is nothing but currency, Roger. So here inside this data type, this fixed decimal number, that is the currency. See, if you click here, it can show you that this is the currency format. Okay. Okay, so the quantity will be my whole number. I cannot say that I have 1.2 quantity or 1.5 quantity. It will be either 1 or 2, right? So I will make it as a whole number. Shrikant, we can see this is just a presentation only for the displaying purpose. When you're selecting this dollar here, it doesn't mean that these numbers are getting converted into dollar. Okay, it's just a symbolic presentation of the data. It's similar to Excel. In Excel also we can choose these different currencies. Even also we can choose Indian rupees or dollar or euros, but the same number will be formatted to present as that respective currency, but the value will remain same. Correct? It is not getting changed. So it's just a presentation. Then discount will be percentage. Yeah. So let's select that. Okay. So we have seen how we can use this home tab, right? Now, next step. Once you are done with this data formatting and everything, let me choose this marker. So this is the option where you can refresh your table, right? Either you can refresh this individual table or you can click on refresh all. So all the tables which are available here, those will get refreshed. Basically, it will fetch the data. That's it. It won't do anything else. Okay. Then next is this option. Okay. So let's see what this choose column option will be. So assume that there are multiple columns in your data. So are you going to scroll? If any change is done, we need to use refresh data. Or done in the data, backend data you're saying, right? If the data is connected in the form of direct query, the changes will automatically reflect. You don't have to refresh that data. Okay. But now we have connected data with import mode, right? So in import mode, Power BI creates its own copy of the data. So whatever changes we are doing here, this is on the copy which Power BI have. It has no effect on the Excel. Whatever changes we are doing in Excel, those are remaining with Excel. Those will not reflect here unless we refresh. Okay, clear? Now, assume you have lots of columns and you want to find some column in your data. So you cannot just scroll and look for the names, right? This is not the efficient way to do. So inside this choose column option, when you click on this drop down, you can see go to column, right? Just click on that. It will open one window where all of your columns will be listed. You just have to search for your column, say region. So it will give you those columns, select it, click on OK, and it will directly take you to those respective columns. So basically, if you want to jump on any specific column, you don't have to traverse and look for those columns. Okay. Simply go to this option, search for the column name, and just click OK. Understood? Okay. Now, so inside that itself, there is another option, choose columns. And this is also one of the best practice. Like I mentioned that you should have this data limit parameter. Similarly, you should perform these steps. So what does this choose column do? So you can see here, our columns are not sorted in any specific order, right? They are random. It's not in any order. I want this column to be sorted in alphabetical order. So I can just choose name here, sort by name. See, everything is sorted alphabetically. When I click OK, all the sorting will change. You can sort the columns. See, that was not possible in Excel, right? Got it? At the same time, that step is added over here. Okay, but the name is different. Removed other columns, because that particular step is only, means it is named as a removing columns. So that way it will show you as a removing columns, but we haven't removed anything, right? So let's remove some columns. Go to this choose column. I don't need row ID. Then order ID is fine. Ship date is fine. Shipping mode is fine. I don't need postal code. I don't need subcategories. And I don't want to keep shipping mode also. So basically you are deleting those columns, right? So if you use this step, in future it will be easier for you to restore those columns back. Let me show you how. So I don't want these columns which I have unchecked from this list. Okay. And then just click on OK. And as you can see, now we don't have row ID here. Even there is no postal code column. Okay. How you can check that? Go to column list and see there is no postal code, row ID. All of those columns are gone. There is another way to remove column. Right click and remove. And I never suggest this option to anyone. Okay, don't use this option. Instead of that, use this option. Why? Because in future, okay, I've removed the columns. That is fine. Now let's add something. Okay, I will show you that. Okay, just remove these columns, all of the columns. I just want to show the where is product name, region, this customer ID, order ID, ship date. Only three. I am going to keep only three columns. Ship date, region, product name. Click on OK. Only three columns I have now, right? And now Indralata wants to restore those columns. Correct. Now, not now, not now. I will add some column. I will right click on my date column. Okay, I want year column here. I want to extract year from this date. Right click on that date column. Go to transform. Okay, go to transform and click on year. And I want year. I don't want date. Start of year or end of year, it will give you a date. I don't want date. I want just simply year. But if you do this step, like right click on that column and then transform, it will transform the same column. Okay, it will transform the same column. Let's see. I am clicking on year and see all these dates are now transformed into year. Right? But what I wanted initially, I wanted that ship date column. Along with that, I wanted year column, a new column. So this is something which I did by mistake. I don't want this. Correct? So in this case, in the what we have to do is either we can delete this step. Okay? It will give you your date back. Then right click, duplicate your column. Okay? Duplicate your column. Or add column from example. We will see both of these options. Okay? First, see add column from example. It is it is like flash fill. You must know about it. So those who work in Excel, right? Add column from example. Okay, here just double click over there. Okay, double click in that cell and write your year. What is year? 2016. Fine. Enter. See, all the years are automatically extracted. So we are giving one example to Power BI that I want to extract year, and then it will automatically extract year from all the dates. Just click on OK and see, year column is added. So right click, duplicate column. Okay, sorry, I want to show you this, right? Add column from example. So just click on add column from example. In this particular cell, just double click over there, equal to, or just don't write equal to, it's 2016, right? That is the year I want to extract. Simply press enter and it will automatically extract the years. Click on OK and done. So in choose column also, you won't be able to see anything. Only those columns which we have selected, right? Because that is what we have, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fine. We have removed those columns, right? Other columns we are already removed. Yeah, so how we can see the rest of the columns? Now again, right click on this shift date. Click on duplicate column. It will just create a copy of that column and rename it as ship. Okay. Is everyone having ship month column? Go to transform, click on month, and either you can have a name of a month or simply month. Now, if you click on month, it will give you the month number. Okay. Or if you click on this name of month, it will give you proper full name of each month. So I simply click on month. I want month number. So that's okay. So here you can see all the month numbers are extracted from this take. Got it? So initially we did one practical where I just right click here, went to transform, selected year and converted that column itself into year. That I didn't want it. I want another column. So how we should do it? Right click, create duplicate column and then transform that column into whatever type you want. If I click here, it will show me what was the previous date and everything. And I want those columns back. So how we can do that? We know that we have removed those columns here. Correct? So just don't delete this step. Go to that step, click on this setting. It will open this window and select those columns which you want. In this case, I will select all of the columns. Okay. If I want any specific columns and I don't want to include rest of the columns, I can do that also. So you just have to select whatever columns you want. Let me just show you again. Click on this and just select the columns which you require and come to the last step. See, now you have all of your columns along with the new columns which you have created. So let me just add all of the columns. I want all columns for practical. Click OK. Come to the last step and see everything is there. Like this. Where is it? Year column I have, right? And I want to keep only. So Shrikant, we have used shift date, right, to create those columns. When I inserted years, these years, I have created it. Add column with example, right? This option, I have used this option, right? Add column from example. So that time I have selected my shift date column. Correct. We had only shift date column. So what we did, we give the example of shift date. So it is referring only to shift date. See here in inserted year column, you can see in this formula bar, which is here. See, this is formula bar. Here also it is already mentioned that the year column is referring to shift date because we created with reference to shift date. So each and every step what you are doing here, that will get recorded, that will be stored in Power BI. Similarly, this month column, which we have duplicated here, that is also duplicated from ship date. And then we renamed that column from ship date copy to ship month and extracted a month out of it. So this is a basic data transformation, what we did. Okay, this is only few steps we did because data was pretty much clean. So there was no much of the data transformation we had to do. Okay, so Manoj, you can go back to this remove other column step. Okay, just click on this setting button. It will open this window. And whatever columns you have selected, that will you can see as unchecked columns over there. For example, let me just remove some columns for your reference. Ship date. Okay, ship date. Okay, if I assume that I have removed those columns. And now when I go back to setting, I can see that these columns are unchecked. So Anu, you want to see how we can restore the columns, right? So let me first remove some columns. Okay, I will randomly remove some columns. Sorting is the same process. In that removing process itself, you can sort the column also. There is this option on the top. You can use that to sort the columns. This one, right? So this is the order ID, right? So order ID is made up of this country code or state code, California, US, something like that. Then year and order number. Okay, I'm just assuming it is made up like that. Okay, looking at the data, and I just want to split this order ID between the country code, okay, or the state code and the number. We don't need to do that for the further practicals, but just to show how we can split the column, I want to show you this. So just select that column, right click, and there you can see the split option. Okay, split column option. So when you go to this split column, it will give you lots of options. Do you want to split by delimiter, number of characters, by position? Okay. So looking at this data, I can see all these codes are made up of only 2 characters, right? So I can go with number of characters also, just 2 number of characters, and once as far left as possible, once as far right as possible, or repeatedly. Okay. So I don't want repeatedly. I only want the leftmost 2 characters, right? So I can choose the first option. Now order ID 1 is made up of all state code and sorry, country code, and order ID 2 is made up of rest of the numbers. We used number of characters option to split the column. So this is again case to case basis. You don't have to split it every time. But if you come across a scenario where you have to split the column, then this is how you can do it. So either go with the number of characters if there is a synchronicity throughout your data. Okay. If there is no option, okay, if there is no option, means this number of characters are not fixed. Somewhere it is 2, somewhere it is 5, 4, something like that. So we can go with another option, split column delimiter. So I can see that this hyphen, okay, this particular character is a delimiter inside this data. It is dividing that data, right? So I want to split my data at the occurrence of this delimiter, leftmost delimiter. I don't want to split at every level. Okay. So if I choose leftmost, then again I will get the same thing what I have received previously. But you can see the delimiter from this column is also gone. And this seems little bit clean data, right? So this is based on the delimiter. If I perform the same step at each occurrence of the delimiter. So it will create 3 columns, 1, 2, and 3. So here I got order year, this is the country, and this is the order ID or order number. Got it? If you want to try this practical, you can try it. But just remember to delete that step. We don't need it. Okay, how to do it? Just select order ID, right click, go to split column, select by delimiters, try to split it at the leftmost side first. Okay, this is the first practical. Then again perform the same step with each occurrence to see what happens. Basically, you have to perform 2 practicals. If we we will discuss about that in more detail. So there are 2 levels of data modeling, which you can do inside Power Query Editor, and the other, which we saw yesterday, we can do at the report side also. Okay, so that we will see in detail next lecture. Okay, at the moment, just look at the data. Don't think about that there is something else. This is individual standalone table. This is how you have received the data. And you saw that there is this anomaly that there are lots of null values. Okay, in between 2 values. So first thing what you have to do is you need to reach out to business analysts or the business people, understanding that what you are thinking, that is correct or not. Okay, so what you have analyzed, that the top value should fill up those null values. Correct? That is what your understanding is. But you need to make it sure with the business first. Okay, so always keep that in mind. This is just a suggestion. And throughout all the practicals what we are doing, I want you guys to understand the approach also. While actually working in the field, we need to follow all of these protocols. Fine? We cannot say that I assumed it and I did it and then business will not enter in such things. Okay? Okay. So let's go with, assume that business have given us the confirmation that this is what we have to do. Okay? Now, how we can fill those values here? In Excel, it is fine. I can just select it and select all that along. Means I can go into Excel. I can select this and just, or I can drag these values here, right? In Excel, it is possible. Correct? Also, what if the data is very huge? Okay, you are not able to, this is very small data, right? What if this is very huge data? This is global level data. At the moment, it seems it is US, I guess. Yeah, it's only US. But what if it is global data? So in that case, you won't even able to do that in Excel also. Correct? How we can do that? So there is this option to fill the subsequent cells inside the column. Okay, how you can do that? Select any particular column or the columns where you want to apply the same option. I can choose both the columns at the same time, but I want to show you one by one. Okay, so let's select the column, right click, and here you can see this fill option. Simple option, fill up or fill down. That's it. So here what we have decided, whatever values are there, those should be filled down, right? So just right click here, go to fill, click on fill down. See, it have automatically filled up those null values. Clear? What if I do, instead of this fill down, okay, I'm deleting this step. If I do fill up, so it will fill up these values upward. See, so this will be incorrectly filled, right? So that's why I was saying, whatever approach we are deciding, we need to confirm that, validate that with the business first. Okay, right click, fill down. Here also I can do the same thing. It doesn't matter, it's only single country. So you can do fill down. Now it seems normal table, right? Perfect. So just to show you how this fill operation works, I wanted to have you this table inside the Power BI. We are not going to use it anywhere. Just let it be there. It seems that we are done with all the initial data transformation on the orders table. We don't want to modify anything now. Let's see here. Just go there, click on the drop down and select close and append. Easy way to fill more columns instead of choosing each. You can choose those columns together in the developer. See, I can do it in this way. So shift right arrow, I can choose both columns, or control and select both columns, right click, go to fill down. So when I started working on Power BI initially, like 7 to 8 years back, I guess. Yeah. So that time, after 3 years, I got to know about this functionality. I didn't even know that this option is there. So I used to fix that data in Excel, because initially when I started with Excel data only. That time I was in Wipro. Yeah, I was in Wipro that time. So that time initially I started with Excel. But later when we moved to cloud, that time it was there was no option. So somehow I was pushed to find out a way to fix it. So I came across this option. Okay. So there are lots of tools. These tools you need to keep handy, what we have seen today. And these are the default steps. Every time when you get any data, you need to perform these steps on that data. And are you guys able to give the feedback on the poll, which I just shared? Is it there? So we cannot see the name who is giving the feedback, but someone really didn't like the way the lectures are going, and someone is filling it very fast and needs more examples. So guys, as I mentioned, if you think that it is being too fast, or you don't understand what examples I am giving, you want some more examples, just do let me know in the chat. Okay, you can use this chat window, and even if you don't want to post it on for everyone, you can just select my name and just message me in private with direct message. Otherwise, how would I know that you feel that it is fast or it is slow, right? So I hope every one of you have done this close and apply. Just do it. So what it will do, it will close the Power Query editor and it will take you back to the report view. And here you can see that this region level, this manager location, what we have created manually, all of those tables are there. We are going to work on the orders table only today, because we need to see some practicals and all, right? And now you can see whatever data types you have been defined, based on those data types, here the columns are specified. Also, the sorting, you have sorted the columns in alphabetical order. So you can see those columns are in alphabetical orders here. So we have done the data transformation. Now looking at the data, I can see this data is about customer name is there. Then customer purchase data, right? Customer is purchasing some orders and those order purchase dates are given. Now the data is in Power BI, and unless we update the data, it won't change. Correct. Jaswinder. Okay. So now after coming into the report view, we do have to do some settings. Okay. So this is your table. You can go into table view. Just click on your table. Fine. I don't want to show this manager location because I don't need that table. So I will just go here and click on hide. Similarly, I will go into region level, click and hide. Okay. I don't want this table to be displayed. You can see those table in table view, also in model view. But if you go to report view, you won't be able to see those tables. Okay. And this is what end user is also going to see. So they won't be able to see those tables. Fine. Let's come back to the table view. Go to your order data. And from there, I will go to this discount column. And you can see that it is already, okay, it is not transformed into percentage. I click. So I can select this discount column. So I am coming into report view, select the discount column under column tools, which is on top here. You can see this percentage sign just like in Excel, right? Just click on that and see this is converted into percentage. I don't want to show the decimal places, so I will reduce this decimal to 0. This is data formatting, what we are doing. Okay. So then I will go to this order date. You can see this order date is in day, year, day, month, date format, right? I want a standard date, right? So just select that column. On top here, you can see the format. Click there and you can see multiple formats over there, right? I will keep a standard format, DDMMYYY. Okay, keep it simple. So it is converted into DDMMYY. Similarly, order month, it is fine, it is whole number. Order year is also whole number. Then profit seems having multiple decimal places. So I will go to this and select the currency, whatever I want to see. Okay. I want to show it as a dollar by default. So just select dollar and then remove the decimal places or keep only one decimal place. Then quantity, it is fine. It's a whole number. Sales, I guess I have to do the same setting. Can you list the things we need to do? I mean, these things. So Jaswinder, just don't what you can say, the by heart the steps. Okay. See, in Power Query Editor, we have done the data transformation, right? Once we load that data in the report view, we just need to format some data. It is not mandatory. For example, this date, it was in full date format, long date. Okay. So specially only date columns and numeric columns that we need to format. It's just a formatting, means it will change the look and feel of that data. It will not have any impact on the data. Okay. So if you're working for the US region, so you can keep the US date format. Shrikant, see, as I mentioned, just check all of your numeric columns, check whether the formatting is right or not, and just change it. Similarly, go for the date columns, ship date and order date, and check whether their date formatting is proper or not. If it is not, then just correct it. So once you are done with this, now we are going to start creating visuals. Okay. So as I mentioned yesterday, this is the default rule that we need to follow. Three seconds view, 30 seconds view, and 300 seconds view. Okay. So this page which you see on the screen, this area, we call it as a canvas. Okay. This area, this entire area is called as a canvas. Here we can design our report. So this canvas, you need to divide into three sections. One is higher level summary. Second is 30 seconds view, where you can show some quick charts or visuals. And at the bottom, you need to show the line level data. Okay, actually what you can see inside the Excel, just similar to that you can show here. So why I'm telling you this? I can directly start creating visuals and show it to you how to create the visuals. But you need to understand the approach also. We need to follow this storytelling approach. Power BI is not about creating visuals. It's about telling story about what happened with by using the data in terms of visuals. Okay. And in order to tell this story, you need to decide the flow. You need to plan it so that user can go with the proper flow. Understood? So let's do that. Let me change it. Yeah. So looking at this, this is, I guess, purchase data for the customer, right? And for US country. But here, US, I have regions. Okay. So I can analyze this data with respect to region, with respect to state, correct? These are my qualitative columns. Then I can do the further analysis based on the order date and ship date. So when based on the order date, what analysis I can do? In every, so at every day or in every month, how many orders I have received, right? Simple logic means I just want to understand how many orders were created in each month, right? Simple thing. It's very simple. I just want to see how many orders were created. That's it. So first, let's create simple visual. For that, we need to go to this visual pan. So inside visual pan, you can see there are lots of these column and bar charts. After that, there is this line chart and this area chart and all that. I don't use this. I use line chart more often. Then this combo chart. Okay. This is also very useful, combo chart. Then there is this waterfall, funnel chart. Funnel chart, of course, we need to identify the use case for that. Let's see. Then these scattered plot, pie chart and donut chart, both are the same. You can choose any one whichever you like. Then heat map. Here they call it as a tree map. Then there are some geographical shapes here. See, maps. So we are going to use all of these things during creating this report. Okay. So let's create a simple chart. I will take this column chart. Okay, here. When I import this visual on the canvas, see on this visual pen itself, there are different options are appearing here. You can see that, right? If I click somewhere else in the white space, those options are gone, correct? If I select the visual, those options are appearing again. So basically, what this is telling me, if I look at this particular chart, this is x-axis, right? And this is y-axis. correct? And that is what it is showing here, x-axis, y-axis, right? We are not going to create any measures, any calculated columns, anything. Simply create simple visual. That's it. Everything that we are going to see when we are seeing those practicals. We will see those in details. But right now, simply create a normal visual. I just want to see how orders are getting created every month. Okay, what was the order creation performance? I will go here. Where is it? Order date. Okay, this is order date, right? I will grab this and put it on x-axis, or shall I put it on y-axis? I have just clicked on this visual, or you can drag also. You just have to click it. It will automatically come. Okay, you can resize it. So just select that visual, click on that visual. These sections will appear. You can drag order ID into x-axis. Okay, see, it have automatically converted those dates into year, quarter, month, and day. Okay, then you can choose sales, right? I want to see my order creation performance. So what I need to choose, sales or profit? See, this is my problem statement. Business ask me that we want to understand the trend of order creation. So I can create this with two different approaches. One with the order count and one with the sales. Correct? Based on the sales, based on the order count. Right now, we will do it based on the sales. Is it fair if someone asks me that I want to understand what the order creation trend? So I can show that trend in two different ways. I can show it in terms of order count or sales count, right? Sales value. So let's grab this sales, put it in y-axis, and see here you can easily see that how many orders, how many order value were created every year, right? And if we want this by date, you just have to cancel all of these things from here, and you can see, sorry, I just deleted the date. Okay, I can keep it by days. Okay, this is with sales value. And here, when you drag the date column, it automatically expands, right? Just click on this drop down arrow here and choose order date. You don't want to show the date hierarchy. Choose order date. It will give you this view. But this is not the optimal way to show this, right? Because it is not showing me any trend. Yeah, of course, it is up, down, something. So instead of column chart, what will be the suitable chart for this to show the trend? Correct. Let's go for a line chart. So select your column chart and click on line chart. It will automatically convert into line chart. Column chart here. I will perform the same step, order date. But now instead of sales, I will just grab order ID. Okay. When I do that, you can see it is automatically getting converted into count of order ID. So Power BI is doing that for you. You don't have to do it. Got it? So this is the visual based on the order ID, number of orders created per day. And this is sales value per day. So this is the tab which I have created, 2024 orders. Now first, understand the scenario. So we have this orders database, right? So here we have orders, all the order created throughout this timeline. So the timeline for this is from 2014 till 2017. Okay. So this is the first data what you have received while creating this Power BI report. Okay. So creating a report is not one-time process, right? So every month or a week or daily basis also, you will receive some kind of data and you are supposed to feed that data to Power BI and update the Power BI report, right? That is the process. First, understand the scenario. Okay, we are discussing about the scenario. Now, scenario is that you are, when you create any Power BI report, you need to create it in a such a way that it should accommodate the new data also automatically. You don't have to upload and select that file every day. Assume that this is my daily data, okay, and every day I am going to go to Power Query editor and select new data, select Excel, and then select whatever my file I am receiving, select that file and click open. That is not the efficient way to work, right? So Power BI gives you an option to automate these things. Okay. So how we can automate that? Let me share this file. Okay. Or you can do the same way. No, I will share this file again. Okay. What I'm trying to tell you is this is my own original file, right? That is what we have already imported. I'm going to create one more file here, 2024 orders superstore. Okay, this is the new file. So we already have data from this file. Just take this file. Okay, just download this file, put it on your desktop, and go to Power Query Editor now. So we know that this data is fine. The data is already there in all the rows. But what if data is in this format? Okay. Usually these pivot tables and all that, those pivot tables create such type of data. Also from ERPs or online portals, when you download the data, that most of the time comes into this form. Okay. So when you import such type of data inside Power BI, so it's the same procedure, right? Just go to this new Excel, select the file, and then select that tab. So this regional level data is nothing but what we have selected, and it is in this format. Correct. So now you can see here headers. All the headers of the columns are not. These first row content should be the header of the column. Correct. So it is not there. So that is what I did. I promoted the headers. How I did that? Using use first row as headers option. Okay. See, let me just remove these steps. I will quickly show you the practical. See, data is in this format. When you click on use first row as header, it will push those headers as a, sorry, it will push the first row as a header of the column. Okay. After doing that, you need to take care of this part, correct? Because if you look at the data, there is a content, but after certain interval of the rows, right? And there are lots of null values in between that. So looking at the data, what do you think? What content should be here? Is it east filling up all these content or central filling up all these bottom rows? So here means actually working in the company. What you should do, you should consult with business analyst or the business people who will guide you about it. Okay. But ideally, means based on our experience, we can easily see and say that Central and United States should fill up all these below rows, right? That is obvious. Looking at the data, we can understand. But whenever you have any confusion, you should consult it with respective business analyst or the business person in the organization. Okay. We are not allowed to tamper any of the content of the data. Clear? So now we need to fill this down. Correct? how we can do that? We just have, now I have to fill this down in both of the columns. That's why I'm selecting both columns, right? And then right click, go to fill option and click on fill down. Okay. Once you do that, it will fill up all the null values. Great. Then this practical was related creating static table inside Power BI, right? Just go here, enter data option. See this one. And you can manually create some tables like I have created this. So when you click here, this window will open. And here you can double click on the column header, rename it, whatever names you want. You want to add column, you can click here. Okay, you can add multiple columns. Rows also you can add. Okay, but rows are automatically getting added as you enter the data. Like if I am writing something here, John is no. Okay. Like that. Okay. And just click on OK. Okay. Now let's come back to the scenario. So this is my data, whole data which I have initially received. I have created my Power BI report and everything. But every day I'm receiving my data, and this data is in different file. So let's go here, Excel, and this is the file. Where is it? This is the file 2024 orders superstore. Let's import that file now. Import that file inside the Power Query. So just go into Excel book, select your new Excel book, open. It will give you this option. These are nothing but the tabs inside Excel file. So this is the data which I have received. Let's select OK. So make this habit. So whenever you import data, you need to make sure the data type of all the column is correct. Like here, row ID, it is numeric. We don't want it numeric, right? Row ID, I don't need that in numeric. So I will make it text. Then this is fine. This is automatically converted into date format. So that is okay. Regarding rest of the columns, it is already in text format. Now you can see the postal code. Okay. This we don't need in numeric. So we can transform that into text, right? Then just go towards extreme right, and this sales and profit, this I want as fixed decimal number, right? So just click on that fixed decimal number, and this is automatically converted into currency. Got it? Then this quantity is whole number, that is fine. Discount, it should be in percentages. So just make it percentage. As you can see in the both type of data, okay, this order data and 2024 orders. Okay, so these two type of data I want to merge into one table. Okay, so when we perform this merge and append operations, so this is called as a data transformation. So you can see here we have this merge option here. Let me just highlight that. Okay, this merge option, and then here is the append option. Okay, so ideally when we should use these options, let's understand that first. So the same case scenario what we have discussed, when there are multiple means the same data structure you are receiving on daily basis. When I'm saying data structure, that means the total number of columns are same with column headers. Everything is same. Only the content is different, right? So you are receiving this data on daily basis. So instead of creating so many tables, so every day, I'm saying every day. So today I've received this, tomorrow again I'm receiving another data with the same structure. Only the content will be different because the orders will be different, right? So just carefully watch what I'm doing. I have my own folder. Okay, I will call it as base data, or you can call it as a raw data also. And both of these files are inside this folder. Okay, right? So first, let's see how we can append. So there is a difference, okay, difference between merge and append. So when we are merging two tables together, that time you don't have to consider all the columns from another table, right? So merge operation ideally works. Do we have Excel here? Yes. I can show you this example here. So this is my all data here, right? Entire data. And there are some other tabs inside this file. So like return and people. Okay. So these two additional tabs I have. And you can see there is one order ID column here. And here we have this region column. And inside my main data, orders data, I already have, where is region column, right? And also I have order ID column. So first we are going to see how to do the append operation. Okay. Then we will see how we can perform the merge operation and when we should perform the merge operation. Okay. So what I'm doing is right now, I'm just walking you through the type of data we have. This is my base raw data. Then this is additional data where whether that order was returned or not. That status is given here. Okay. And here is another table, region wise person. Person means manager. Call it as manager. Okay. So region wise manager names are given here. Fine. So these are different tables. So every time you don't receive this data in a single file. Okay. This is order details is given by sales team or marketing team. Returns is given by customer care team. People details are given by HR team. Okay. So these different businesses or the areas providing you this data. Okay. This is the scenario. Now, first thing what I'm taking care is whatever order details I'm receiving on daily basis, I need to merge that into single file. Okay, here I've already imported this data inside Power BI. Now what I'm doing is go to your main table. Okay, select your new data table, 2024 orders. Let me clear this. Okay. Then when you click on append, so it will give you again two options, append queries or append query as a new. So what I ideally do is, means every time when I work on such type of scenarios, I create new queries so that these two queries will remain intact. Okay. So if I want to do any modifications, I will have the backup of that data basically, right? That's why I usually go with this append query as new option. Okay. So just click on that. Now concatenate rows from two tables into single table. That is what append query does. So ideally what it will do is, it will go into this 2024 file, grab all these column headers, go into the main file, match all those column headers, and wherever it is finding that match, it will just simply copy this and paste at the bottom of the table, just like that. Okay. So wherever it will find the match of that column header, it will append the data below at the end of that column. Okay. Now, if it does not find the match, what will happen? Okay, we will see that practically. First, table is of course my base table, because if I choose second table as a first table, then it will happen in opposite way. The main data will get appended to the new data, and main data is always used data because it is historical data. So you don't want to do that, right? It will put a lot of pressure on the query. Now second table, 2024 orders, correct? So just click on OK. Now what we have selected, append as new query. So it will create new query here. See, append one. And if you go towards the bottom of this, simple way to check is just go into this, load more, or just filter here. Where is here? Yeah, this here. See? So why I did this? I just want to check whether my new data is already here or not, right? So if you look at the table structure, there is no difference. Everything is as it is. The only new data which we have used from this table, that is appended at the end or bottom of the old table. So in this case, all the column headers were matching with the new table also, correct? What if I'm just copying this table, okay? Copy, paste. Just copying this table, Control C, Control V. So Indralata, just apply the filter for the data what you're looking. So I knew that this is 2024 data. So I went into this order date column, date filter, go to this year and this year. That's it. So if it is showing me some data, that means the data is there. Because in older data, we have data till 2017 only. Correct? After that, there was no data. And this is our new data. So you can just check that it is appended. Now this new table is there, and let's modify this header. Okay, I've just modified this header. Fine. So now what will happen? All of the column headers will match except the first one. And now if I do the append operation again, append query as new. First is my orders table. Second is 2024 orders, right? Click on OK. And now go to append to, and inside append to, and now let's check whether we have data for 2024 or not. Okay, data is there. So do you see any difference or any issue? Sorry, I have selected wrong table. My bad. I wanted this one. Yeah. So what we did is here, this column header was different. So there was no match of this column inside my main data, correct? But append query still appended that column at the end of all the columns. Okay. And you can see that there is no data in that column except for this last entries. So if we remove null, you can see that it is showing the values only for the new data, new table, and there is order row ID column. Where is the row ID column? Old. Yeah. So old row ID is blank or null because it was not able to find the match for row ID because there was row ID 2. Correct. So what does append query do is if it finds the match of all the column headers, it will append the data below those columns. Else, if there is any additional column or new column, then it will create a new column inside that append query and put data over there. So shall I delete these old append queries from here? Or let's do in parallel. Okay. You also do it, but don't create this second table here. I hope everyone have imported this table. Go to append queries. Click on that small arrow. Okay, just don't click on append because this will modify your existing data and we don't want that. Okay, so just click on append queries, this small arrow here. Append queries as new. Open. Now, first table should be main table. So let's select orders. The second table, it will be new table, right? So let's select 2024 orders. Done. Just click on OK. And this new append one, this query will be created. Okay. Now, copy this table, 2024 orders. Just do Control C, or you can right click copy. Again, right click and paste. It's up to you. Control C, Control V also work. Done. Just rename any column. Okay. Let's rename this order ID column. Or just rename this order date column. Now again, click on this append queries, append query as new, select orders as base table, first table, and then 2024 orders 2. Okay, perform same operation, click on OK. It will create another append to query. Now let's go to this ship date column or just go to order date column. How we are going to check data? Go to this filter, date filter, years, and this year, because I know it is 2024, that's why this year. Okay, so click here, but I don't see any data here. We did appended it, right? Let's clear that filter. Try to go to ship date column. Where is ship date? Yeah, here is ship date. Apply same filter, date filter, years, this filter, sorry, this year. The data is there, right? That means the queries are appended. But what exactly happened? Where are my order dates? So let's go toward extreme right. Okay. And you can see this order date -2, right? This is the column, right? From 2024 orders to query. So the column is there, but it is additional column. Correct? This is new column created here. And in order date column, there is blank. There is no data there. Where is my order date? Yeah, see, this is blank. Why? Because while appending these queries, Power BI was not able to find match for order -2 or order date column. Okay, that's why it was not able to map it into this column. Clear? So while performing this operation, you need to make sure that all column headers are matching. Okay, now let's move on to the next practical. This is fine. This is also fine. Let me put it inside another group. Okay. Now, I want you guys to create one folder. I have given the name as base data. Copy both of the files inside that folder. Or shall I create the folder and share it with you? How do you want to do it? Please let me know. Okay, I will do that. That's fine. Okay. I'm just preparing some data. Give me a minute. So what I did, I've created one file with 2024 data. Okay. Then let me just save this file, close it. Then I'm going to keep data for next year. Let's save this file. Let's stop this data 2024. No, supermarket. Sorry, superstore 2014. Then this is 2015, 16, and 17. Okay, and this is okay. This is another practical. Okay, this is not related to appending. Okay, this is 2024. Fine. So I've received this data from this sales team or marketing team in this format, in these three files. So they have this 2014 data, then 3 years of data in one file, and 2024 data in another file. Okay. Assume that there is huge list. Okay. There is a huge list of this type of data. So how you are going to import that data inside Power BI? I, and create a single table out of it. See, intention is not to create single table every time. But if the structure, data structure is same, then there is no point in creating multiple tables, right? It is not logical. So just keep it as base data here. I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to show you another practical in Power Query Editor. So how you are going to tackle such type of scenarios where the data structure is same, but there are multiple table of such type of data, or you have multiple files for the such type of data. How you are going to manage that? Okay. So what I will do is, usually this happens in SharePoint folders. So the same way this folder is there, there is this SharePoint folder. Over these files will be uploaded every month, every week, or every quarter or daily basis. So I've considered this as a yearly data, but here they are uploading these files. Okay. And you don't know the name of the file because they are using their own naming structure and everything, right? So the only thing which needs to be maintained is the structure of the table. Okay. So whenever someone comes with such type of request to me, asking me to create some reports for them. So recently I've received one project last week, and so they have 3 different files to manage that data. So everything is not in one single file. So they are extracting some data from some portal. Then there is some HR related data, where all the employee details and all that is there. Then there is another file, which is a mapping file, which they are using to map the role of each and every employee. Role means not designation, the actual job roles. Okay. So there are 3 different files, correct? And out of these 3 files, only one file is going to change every month. And they do want to see the historical data also. So for example, in April, they have given me this first file where all the details are given. The user data, HR data is intact. It is going to remain as it is. Then this mapping file is going to remain as it is. But this main working file, that is going to change every month. Okay. So initially they gave me April file. I've started working on that. But now in this month, May, they have given me another, sorry, in last month, they give me a May file, right? So, but they do want to see the April data also. So what I asked them is to just add the extension like working file April, working file May, like that. If you want, you can add the year also. So they did that, but they have just simply copy pasted or uploaded those files in the folder of SharePoint. So the same way, it is looking like that. So there are multiple files. Okay. And I have to create a single table out of those files. So how we can do that? Just go into this, go to more option. So let's go inside Power Query Editor, go to this new source, more data, and type here folder. See, there is this folder option. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to point to the folder, not the content of the folder, not a specific file. Whatever is going to come inside that folder, I'm going to use those files. Okay. So select folder. What if column name changes in June month? So we will change the column name for April and May. So yes, correct. But ideally, such type of developments, okay, before starting such type of developments, we need to standardize the data. So there is a process, okay. You need to work on the data standardization first, and then you can start with the development part. Yes, sure. First, I will show you this practical. You need to unzip this folder, okay. So let's import the data, then make the changes in some of the data and try to fix it. Okay. Okay. So select the folder, click on connect. It will ask you the folder path. Browse, go to the desktop, this base data, click on OK. Okay. Now there are 3 files inside that folder, correct? Now here the structure of data is same, all these 3 files. Then I can simply click on combine and transform it. Okay, because the structure is same. Means every table is having only whatever 10, 15, whatever columns. The column count is same, column headers are same, everything is same. Then I just click combine and transform. Okay, and the data is in first sheet of all the files. See, it is just showing the preview. Click on OK. Now, once we do that, as you can see, it have added one additional column like source.name. So from which file the data is being imported. If you click here, you can see the name of all the files. Okay. Somehow it is not showing here, but here all the name of the files will be listed. Okay. File I am sharing. This folder I am going to zip and then share it with you. Then you need to unzip that folder to do the practical. First, I am showing you how you can do it. Then you can do it on your. Right? So this folder is added by Power BI to mark the source of the data. So all of this data is coming from 2014. Then there will be another data also. So it is not showing here at the moment. It didn't match any row in the table. That is okay. We can fix that. So if we go here, sorry, click insert. Okay. Until the time I will zip this. Okay, unzip this folder first. Right click and unzip, and then we can connect it to Power BI. Is everyone having this folder? Okay, just download that. Just go to the data. It seems there is issue with one of the file. Let's fix that issue. Okay. Let me just open it. So 2024, yeah, of course, there is a issue in 2024. So, sorry, 2014, not 2024. And the issue is this. Others. Then this file is having same, that is okay. 2014 is also orders. Okay, so the tab headers should be the same, or just keep it sheet one. That will also work. You don't have to rename the tab. And let me just delete this. So just go to new source, more, search for folder option. Okay, select the folder, click on connect, browse, choose the folder. Okay, these files are there. So let's see what errors are there. We can identify those errors in the transform data. Let's go to transform. So here I have all the files. The data is there. That is okay. Click on this. Okay, on this tab. Okay, so it says data is loaded. See, it is showing all the source files. So what was the error? The tab name was different in all these three files, right? So ideally you can keep it as the sheet one, sheet two, whatever is by default appearing, you can keep it as it is. In my cases here, it was orders. So in 2014 file, it was sheet one only. So that we need to correct. Just make it correct in your file, in your folder. Go to this 2014 file, rename the tab or sheet name as orders. Okay, O capital. Just first correct it and then import it. It will show the data from all the files. And you can also choose the source here. So you can identify from which file the data is coming. Okay, by the time you will do this, I will create one more file. Okay, just don't look at the screen. Roger, we need to rename this tab. See this worksheet. So in 2014 file, open that file. It is the sheet name is sheet one, right? That we need to rename to orders, O capital. Okay, just do that, save the file and import the folder again. I'm just creating one more data, 2025. Is it done? Yeah, no problem, Mary. Okay, let me order ID. Okay, then profit amount. Let me know once it is done. I was just creating one additional data with different column names. Okay. So this is how you can merge all the files together. And next time, if someone adds new file inside that folder, like I've added this 2025, okay, you don't have to do all that process again. Okay, just go here, refresh the data. That's it. You don't have to perform that step again. And as you can see, it have data for 2025 also. I didn't went to this new source, Excel file, select that tab again. No. So whatever you are copy pasting into that folder, of course, Excel file, and it will import that into Power BI automatically. Okay, now I will share this 2025 file with you guys. You just copy paste it into your folder and check whether Power BI is automatically importing it or not. Fine. And also observe how it is different, because what I did is where is it? Oh, what I did is I have same table structure, everything is same. The only difference is that I have renamed these two columns. Okay, now it is not going to match with sales and profit. Fine. So how we are going to fix it? Correct. So moving forward, these will be the headers. There is the file. Go to 2014 file. Okay. And here in your file, the sheet name will be sheet 1. Right? That you have to change to orders O capital. And just refresh your data. Everything will be fine. So shall I show you again? So when where is this data? 2014. This was the original problem. And when you import such folder, so it is going to show you everything. When you click on combine and transform or go to transform, either way, okay, if you click here, so it is going to show you this sheet 1, right? Ideally, it should show you orders, right? So when you click OK, so now there will be this transform file, multiple transform files will be created. One for 2014 and one for this rest of the files. Okay. Now here I go here, load, and see the same error I'm getting. So what I ask you guys to do is go here, delete this, and then go and delete this. Where is the step? Okay. Then go inside this folder, open file, and rename it to orders. Sorry, I've opened the wrong file. 2014. save and close. Go inside Power BI. Again, import the folder. I guess everyone have completed this step, importing the folder. Right? Transform. Okay. Now let's go to sales column. Where is my sales and profit? Yeah, I'm going to select from this source name 2025. So in the 2025, we will just go through the data and check what are the differences are there. It seems the sales and profit is blank because my main file, okay, 2025 file, do not have sales and profit header, right? That's why while combining all these files together, Power BI just ignored those two columns, right? Correct? How we can fix this? Moving forward, the name of these columns are going to be sales amount and profit amount, right? So in order to fix that, let's just remove this filter first, okay? And just above this, okay, this base table, there is this transform file from base data. Okay, this is automatically created. So this is what Power BI have performed at its end, this operation. So what does Power BI do? Power BI pick up one file from the folder, perform all of the operations on that file, and use that as a reference to apply it on the rest of the files. Okay, as you can see, transform sample files. Power BI selected some sample file. We don't know which file it is, right? But in this sample, if I rename these headers, okay, if I renamed these headers as AMD, A is small in 2025 file, and also here profit AMD, okay. Now here in base data, of course, it is showing error because it is not able to find the sales column. I've changed it to sales AMD, right? I just did here. I changed it to sales EMT and profit AMT. I'm showing you how you can fix it. If someone gives you the new headers, how you can fix it. So you can go to this sample file, apply those changes, go to your base file, okay? Then you can see this option over here. This is very important option and very critical. Okay, don't try to play with that. If you make any mistake over there, it will mess up all of your data. Okay, it's an advanced query editor, and the query which is there inside that is called as M query. Okay, so it is M query. That is not in our scope because it is very vast topic. So this time is very limited. So if you go here, it is like a coding. Okay, VBA, you guys must be aware, VBA or Python. So it's like that. Open the advanced editor. And here, wherever you see sales, do you see sales anywhere? See here, I have profit. So I will rename it as AMT. And where is my sales? Here, rename it as AMT. Click on done. And it's done. So now I don't have to worry about it. And if I go to this 2025 file, which is not there, of course, because in 2025 file, it is again showing us the error. So let me check whether I'm getting the same headers or not. 2025. Okay. So this sales AMT, profit AMT. Yeah, it is same. So what is the error? Column sales. Okay. So fresh. Let me check what is the error. Sales of the table wasn't found. That's okay. That we can fix. So there must be some sales column here. Source transform. So let's check into sample. Yeah, I got the problem. Folder is imported and data is also merged. So you have this base data. What if everything is same? All the folder and table structure is same. And in that case, you can import everything up to the state to where the column has been written with amount. Okay. So this is the practical where we are checking how we can fix it or backtrack it and change it. Okay. So here, when you go to the transform file, you modified this sales to sales amount, right? Now, what is happening? The same transform data operation is being applied on 2025 file also. And there is no sales column or there is no profit column where it can apply this rename operation. So it won't be able to import 2025 file, even though it will, but it will get stuck at this step. So first it will just go here, promote the headers and everything is done. And after promoting header, it will try to rename, apply this rename operation. Okay. So let's try to skip this. I'm not going to add this operation here. Sorry. And let's see what happens, or just discard it, remove this and go here. Keep it as it is, because the method which we have used, that is not working. So that's fine. So it is not having 2025 data. Oh, it does. Okay. But without sales and profit. That's okay. So if I go here, there is no data inside sales and profit. Okay. Now here, what if I I can do that. Okay. So what you have to do is just go to the base data. Okay. Then just go one step back. So where you can see that at this step, remove other columns. This is the data what we have. And here you can see the old sales and profit along with sales and profit amount, right? Clear? So just click on OK. It will add one more step after this. That's fine. Just click OK. And then expanded table columns. So here it will give error. So just remove that because we have already expanded this. So just delete these steps. Similarly, delete this. And now here you can see along with sales, where is my sales? Okay, along with profit, there is profit amount column also. Fine. One more thing I forgot to do. Sorry. Just uncheck this box. Not here. Okay, just uncheck this box. So what this box is suggesting, keep the original column name as a prefix. So this transform file dot sales, transform file dot order ID. It will come like that. I don't want that. So I just remove this. Click on OK. And then rest of these steps are not required. Okay, now you can see it is in normal state. Okay, so both of these columns are imported along with your original sales and profit. Then let's go to the transform, select Control A, detect data types. We know how to fix the data types. That's why I'm not showing you column by column. You can choose it and do it. Okay. Once you are done with that, you have to create two columns here, additional columns. So we have seen how we can create the column. I guess last practical I've shown the column, right? How to create column. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just go here, add column section. Let me just clear this. And either I can create column from example. Okay. Or I can create a custom column. So most of the time I create custom columns. Okay. And conditional column is something if else like that. So I can go with the if, a conditional column also. Just name it as sales AMT, right? Or sales value. Now, if sales equals to blank, okay? If my sales equal to blank, or let's do it other way, does not equal to blank, then it should consider sales value. Okay. So what I am saying is in my sales column, if there is a value, just keep it as it is. Fine. Then I will add another clause. If, or let's don't do that. Apply this condition on sales amount. If my sales amount is equals to blank, then consider sales amount, sales value, sales column value. Okay. Else, just consider sales amount. So just click here, select column. From this drop down, select column name. Okay. So this is how you can add conditional column. We have seen how we can add column from example. So this is another example where we are seeing how we can add a conditional column. Okay. So what is the condition? If my sales amount column means this column is having blank value, This is blank, right? Then consider sales column value. Else consider sales amount value. Okay, click on OK, and it is not okay. My bad. I forgot to give the blank. So just add a blank over there. Oh, sorry. So before applying this conditional column here, we need to convert this into decimal and again decimal. I forgot to change the data type. And then you can replace all the values, null values, with 0. Okay. Same thing here. Replace null with 0. Done. After that, apply that conditional column. Now you can go into this add column section here. Conditional column. Now select your condition. It will be much easier, equal to 0. Then consider sales. Else consider sales amount. See, and just rename it as sales value. You can do that while creating the column also. Change the data type. Similarly, create one more conditional column. Profit value. If my profit amount is equals to 0, then select profit. Else select profit amount. Click on OK. Done. Now I don't require these two columns. I can remove those columns. Okay. So how we can remove the columns? Go to Home tab, choose columns, and from here I don't require this profit amount, sales, and profit. Correct? So just click on OK and done. So now if you go to this 2025, so here you can see your sales value, profit value. So this is how you can fix it. And this is very important part. Here you are actually doing this data crunching, cleaning, cleansing, and everything. This step, what we have currently performed. Okay, I will show it one more time, step by step. Okay, so what we have done is we have manually created one issue, right? And after creating that issue, we try to fix it. Correct? So there was no defined way to fix it. So we found that way. Initially, we went to this transform file and tried changing over there, but it didn't work. So we found another way. And now once I fixed it, so next time when they comes up with this sales amount column header, it won't affect me. Okay, it will automatically pick up that data. Okay, so how you can do that? So what we did basically, we were here, I guess. Where was I? Yeah. So we went back to this step, right? Where we were actually expanding these files. This symbol, which is here, this allows you to select columns from all the files which are there. So what we did, we have clicked here, then just load more. So it is displaying all the column headers. This sales amount, profit amount was there. And I don't want this transform file dot ct, transform file dot order id. I don't want that as a prefix. That's why I unchecked this box. Okay. After clicking on OK, I got all of the columns here. Now, as you can see, there is a sales column, profit column, sales amount, profit amount, right? So basically, all data is there. But I cannot proceed like that. I cannot have multiple columns for maintaining same value, right? So what I did, I've created one conditional column. So before doing that, I've changed the type of both of these columns. See, I've changed the type. Then I've replaced null with 0, right? How I did that? I've just right clicked over here, replace value. Once you click that, it will open this window. So I want to replace null with 0, right? I applied the same operation on both of the columns, sales amount, profit amount. After doing that, I've added this conditional column. What was my condition? If sales amount is equals to 0, then consider amount from sales column. Else, consider the amount from sales amount column, right? The simple logic and same logic I've repeated for the profit column also. See, I will delete this profit column for your reference. Okay. So before applying this or before creating this conditional column, we change the data type. We replace null with 0. I hope that is clear. Yeah. Okay. Just go to add column section here. There is this conditional column option is there. Click over there. From this drop down, you can rename it as profit value. Okay. Then column name, select profit amount. If profit amount equals to 0, consider the value. I want to consider the value, right? I want to refer the column. That's why I'm selecting this option from this drop down. Select column. Consider the value from profit column. If it is 0, then consider the value from profit column. Else, just take the value from profit amount. Simple. So just click OK. This column is added. Change the type. That's it. Now, if you go to the data under choose column, okay, home tab, choose column. Here you can see there are multiple columns. For profit, there are 3 columns now: profit, profit amount, profit value. Same for sales, sales amount, sales value. I don't want to repeat those columns, right? So I am just removing those columns from here. Okay, just click OK and done. Perfect. This is really useful, and while working in the organization, you will find it very handy. Okay, this type of approach, and you will just do it one time, and now in future, someone just gives you a different file. I'm just copy pasting this 2025 with 2026 name. Okay, now inside this file, the column header is sales AMT and profit AMT, right? See, you can check it here, sales AMT, profit AMT. This is 2026 file. Let's close it and go to Power BI. It must be here, maybe. Yeah, see, I got this file here. So when I go to this file and check it here, the values are automatically fetched, right? So this import folder operation is done. Can I make this? No. So now what we are going to see after this is merge operation, and ideally when you have to do or perform merge operation. Okay. After doing that, that is our last practical of this Power Query Editor. After that, we will start with the data modeling. It is very small. It is means not very small, but it is a bit quicker. So we already have the tables in place. What we are going to use same tables, what we are going to use for the merge operation. And we will see how this data modeling works. So there are a few concepts in the data modeling. So those we will discuss. And after data modeling practical, we will start with DAX queries and measures. Both are the same actually. DAX is the name of the language which is used to write the measures. Okay. Just 1 minute. I'm opening this PowerPoint here. So this is my table 1. Okay. And this is my table 2. Fine. Now, when we are working on the data modeling part, so there is a different level of data cardinality. Okay, just understand these words. Cardinality means the type of joins which we are creating between these two tables. Okay, so we need to connect both of these tables together. I guess I've already given one example of employee data and HR data. So HR data has designation and salary, and employee data has all of its personal details. And I want to map these designation and salary from employee data which I have received from HR into my main data. Okay. So there are two different tables. One I have received from HR. Can I write it here? HR. But I guess we can write the text, right? No. So, so this is my HR data. And this is my employee data. Okay. Now, in both of these data, there will be one common factor. Okay. What is that common factor? Employee ID. So this employee ID will become the key, okay, primary key of this table, right? For this table, this employee ID is nothing but the unique identifier of each and every row, each and every data. For each employee, what is the unique identifier? Employee ID, right? So I can use that employee ID as a primary key. So there is a concept of primary key and foreign key. Means when my same primary key is available in my destination table, then this particular key, okay, this key becomes foreign key for this data because it is coming from outside, right? Understanding? Similarly, employee ID from this data, employee data. So primary key of employee data will become foreign key for HR data, right? But inside their own data, these keys are primary, correct? Understood? So in order to connect both of these tables together, I need to identify what is common between both of these tables, right? So this is what I have common in both the tables. Understood? How we are going to join multiple tables together? Using one common key. So that key needs to be present in both of the tables. So in order to establish connection between more than one table, we need to identify common key and use that common key to connect these tables together. That is clear, right? Let's go one step ahead now. So this is first table, the main data, okay, the employee data. And then there is this another table, that is HR, right? And we have this EMPID as common key. So now when we are connecting both of these tables together, there are again different scenarios. So sometimes I just want to pick up the values which are matching with my left side of data or table. Okay. So there are two sections, left, right, correct? So this is my left side of table, this is my right side of table. Just looking at the diagram, you can easily identify that, correct? Now, when all of the employee IDs, okay, from employee data, I want to pick up the data for all of the employee IDs from employee table, which are matching with the HR table. HR table might be having additional employee data also, correct? Assume that you are working for any particular business, okay, only manufacturing business, and you want only data for manufacturing employees. HR data is for entire organization, correct? So in that case, what is my requirement? I want to keep all the data from left side, correct? I want to keep all the data from left side and only pick up that data from HR, which is matching with my data. This data is going to remain there and it is going to pick up only that HR data which is matching with my left side of table. Okay. So these type of joins are called as left outer join. So what I am doing is I am considering all of the left side. Left join, you can say. So there is left join, there is left outer join, both the cases. Both are doing same thing. They are giving you the data which is matching with the left side of table. Clear? So how our right join will look like? So in right join, what will happen? It will pick up all the HR data and it will give us only that data which is matching with employee data. So these type of joins are called as right joins. Clear? It is pretty simple. Just look at the diagram and you will easily understand it. Okay. So everything is coming from right side of table and you are picking only those values from left side of table which are matching with the right side of data, basically employee data, employee ID. For example, from right side of table, only 10 employee IDs are matching with the employee data. So it will pick up only 10 records. Okay, and copy it into right side of table. So this type of join is called as right join. Same case, vice versa. On left side of table, in case of left join, it will take all of the data from left side of table, entire data from left side of table, and only those data, those employee IDs which are matching, it will pick up that data from HR table. That is right side. Clear? Now there is a third type of join. Let me just undo this. Can I do? Now, yeah. Okay. There is third type of join. I will just remove these colors. So in this type of join, it is called as an inner join. So inner join will pick up only matching records from both of the tables. Okay, that is intersection part. So employee IDs from this table and this table which are matching. For example, only 10 employees IDs are matching. So it will pick up only that data and give you the resultant table. Okay, so that is called as an inner join. Now let's get back to this Excel. I will create one more Excel. Yeah. Now here I have this employee table. and I have this HR table where I have EMP ID and the rest of the columns. Okay, say EMP designation and salary. So this is my left table and this is my right table. Okay, now so we just saw that what type of joins are there. Okay, but after performing these joins, there will be a cardinality which is being established between these two tables. So cardinality means type of relation. Okay, if I check both of these data, there are some duplications. So here employee ID 001 is duplicating 2 times here, right? And rest of the employee IDs are replicating 1 time. So now if I establish connection between these two tables, so let me just apply some duplicates here. Okay, so for single entry of these data, how many matching records are there? More than one, correct? Yeah. So if there is a single entry which is having more than one matching records, okay, even if a single entry which is having more than one matching records, this type of cardinality is called as one too many. So for one record of this table, okay, here what we did, we have established the normal relationship between these two using employee ID key. My bad, it should be employee ID here. Okay, employee ID key. So once we establish relation between these two, so for single one entry from this data, I have many entries inside this table. So the cardinality is 1 to many. If this is my left table, and if I am establishing this relationship from HR to employee, then it will become many to 1. Okay. This is many to 1. Now what if I have multiple entries? Okay, let's copy this. So now if I establish connection between these two tables, what cardinality will that? Many to many, which we try to avoid while doing data modeling. Okay, because every time when you establish many to many relationship, so Power BI will try to find us, it will pick up a single row from one table and try to find out all the matching records from another table. So in case of 10, 50, 100, that is fine. But if there are more than one records or 1,000, 10,000, billions, that will reduce the performance of the report, right? So that's why many to many cardinality we should avoid. But in some cases, we can choose that. Means there are very rare cases for that. Okay. Now there is one more type of relationship pending. That is, so you might get a question that what are the efficient way or which type of cardinalities to be used, or what are the good practice while doing the data modeling. So either we can choose any of this, okay, and this is just optional. Okay, this is the best practice to choose these type of cardinalities. Now let's go back to Power BI. So import that first file, Superstore file, okay, which I have shared in the morning. I'm importing the same file here. And now import these two tables, people and returns. And just don't import the table, okay? Do all the fixing part as well. Now, there is one more thing which I want you guys to see. Just go to this orders table and go under view tab. So under view tab, you can see there are some options related to column, right? So this column quality, when you enable it, it will add some analysis on top of, just below the every column header. So what it is telling you is how much errors you have in that column, or how much empty space you have, or empty data. So if you just ignore this returns, if I don't filter out null value, you can see there are 70% of empty data is there. Okay, that is null. And even in this table, if I remove this null, so 99% is null data and less than 1% is valid data. There is no error. In error section, you can see it is showing 0%. But now if I just filter out these null from here, so now I have valid data, 100% valid data. Same case with this, if I remove these null values, so I have 100% of valid data. So this is the option under view tab, this column quality. It helps you analyze the quality of column. So how this will help you, because here in this window, which is on your screen, you can see only 1000 columns, 1000 rows as a preview, right? But this will help you understand whether there are errors in the column or not, whether there are blank spaces in the column or not, which you can fix, right? So this is one option. Then second is this column distribution. This is just a statistics, just means it is more helpful in case of these profit. Where is this sales profit? Sales. Yeah. So in case of the numeric columns, especially like sales, profit, so currency columns. If I go with column distribution, it is helping me understand how the numbers are there. So it is just a simple statistic. How many unique values, distinct values. So it is just analysis related to your data. Okay, here you can see that everything is evenly distributed because all numbers are unique. Even in this column also, where is this order ID, customer, where is order ID? Yeah, here is order ID. See, so that means there are several records which has distinct values. Okay, and so this way you can just understand the distribution of the data. Then this profile, so it will help you understand if I select order ID, so for which particular order ID have maximum orders, that I can see here, or for which customer I want to go with the customer. And if I select the customer column, it will quickly analyze and show me which customers have maximum orders, like this Tracy have maximum orders. If I go to region column, where is region? Do you see region anywhere? Yeah, here is region. So I can see that East region have maximum orders, after that West, then Central, and lastly the South. So South is the region. So this analysis is only indicative. Yes, of course it is indicative, but you can quickly analyze the data. So when you will require this, when you are done with all the data transformation on that part, and you are yet to develop the visuals, right? But before that, you quickly want to understand where you are standing at the moment. You want to give this quick analysis, okay? So that time you can quickly go to this region, and based on the sales, it will help you understand. Okay. Data integrity, Mary, so you can understand it from this top section. Here you can understand how much bad data is there, how many blank values are there. And based on that, you can communicate back into business so that they can fix it. When I'm saying this business, that doesn't mean the actual business people. You can reach out to the person who have given you that. Okay. Okay. Now let's see what this. I'm just removing these top options. Okay, that is just creating confusion. So I just don't want distractions. Okay. So this return table, what this table is indicating, these order IDs, okay, in front of which there is this returned column is there. So all of these orders with this particular order ID have been returned back. So inside this orders data, we have entry of these particular order IDs, and it is indicating that that particular sale was happened, right? But this return table is showing me that though the order was there, but that order was returned because of any XYZ reason. So I just want to highlight those orders which have been returned. Got it? Because when orders are returned back, then we need to give them refund also. That means that sales is becoming zero. So I should not consider that particular sale while calculating my sales analysis. So how I am going to highlight those particular order IDs inside this table? So here comes merge operation in the picture. So what I have to do is I just have to select my this return table first, then select your orders table, go to home tab, and here merge queries. Don't just click on that. Click on this small arrow, merge queries as new. Okay. Click over there. This window will open. So on top, I have my order table. Here it is asking me to select table. I want to map my return values. Okay. Okay. Let me show it again. So select your return table or just click on your orders table. Go to merge query as new. Fine. Then second table is return table, right? I want to map these return orders. So select your return table. Now, what is common in both of these tables? What is my key here? Order ID, right? So I am selecting order ID here in my returns table. I will go into orders table and select order ID. Correct? Now it is asking me join kind, join type basically. Okay, what type of joining? So I want left outer join, means I want all data from here and only matching record from here. Correct? You can select here. There are lots of joins. Okay. Now what is this anti means? Left anti and right anti. Opposite of left anti means rows only in first, and right anti means rows only in second. So basically it will exclude matching records. Fine. See here what is happening, left outer, it is considering only matching records from return table. Whatever order IDs which are matching with this order ID, it is mapping data from return table to this table. But this left anti-join, what it will do, if these two order IDs are matching, it will just ignore it. Yeah, that is what I'm telling. Not to find the anomalies, to ignore those anomalies. So basically, what we are doing right now, we want to highlight those orders which have been returned. Correct? So in order to highlight, I need some identifier, right? I have this returned column which I can fetch inside my main table, and then it will show yes in front of those orders which are being returned, right? What if I don't want to do that? I don't want to highlight. I just want to remove those orders. Correct? Means why should I highlight those orders? Means if the business is saying don't highlight it, just remove those orders which have been written. Correct? So in that case, you can simply go here and select left anti-join. Okay? It will simply remove those orders. Okay, let me show you it first. Left outer join. So why it is left outer join? Because the first table is on left side. If it is vice versa, for example, it is like this. Then which type of join I would have selected here? Right outer. That is fine, Jaswinder. I will show you practically. First, understand how this left outer works. Okay. More than 99%, you will go with this left outer and right outer only. Okay, but I will show it in practically. Fine. So once you select this, so what will happen here? The selection matches, okay, 800 out of 9994. That means these many orders have been written out of 9,000 orders, 10,000 orders approximately. Correct? Just click OK. And see what happened. Orders table is fetched here. Correct? And then you have to click here and it will give you the column list. I want all of the columns, right? So select all the columns, click on OK. Now in this case, what will happen? There will be two order ID columns. Correct? There will be two order ID columns. One from this return table and second one is from orders table. Correct? What if I don't want to do that? Means this will just increase your number of steps you have to perform. So there is a better way to do it. Just select the table, go to the merge queries as new, select your return table, order ID. This is order ID. Same left outer, keep it left outer join only. Okay. Click on OK. So now here you can see at the end, return table has been fetched here. And from this, I don't want order ID now. Correct. I will just select return column. Because inside return column, there is identifier that is yes, is noted there. So just select return, click on OK, and done. So wherever you can see null, these orders are not written, and these orders, yes, orders have been written. So this way you can import data from other table. So it is basically kind of a VLOOKUP only. Okay. In this case also, right outer join. So I will rename this as right outer, and this as left outer. So inside right outer also you have to select all the columns except this order ID. Click on OK and done. Okay, so here you can replace these null with no. So the return status is no, yes. That way you can easily filter it out. Same case you do it here also. You can easily do it here. Go to return column, replace null with no. Okay. Clear with right outer, left outer. So let's try this left anti-join. Go here, merge as queries. Select returns. sorry, returns, order ID, and now select left integer. Okay, click on OK, and let's go here. From this, select your returns. Okay, so click on OK, and now see there is my yes value here, right? So basically all the order IDs which are matching that have been removed, and non-matching records are kept inside the main table. Is it clear? The type of joins, then how these join affect your main table, and then how you can use merge queries to map the data from other tables. Great. Now, just do this, close and apply. Okay. And now, again, open the Power Query editor. Because as you can see, there are lots of tables are here. See, I don't want all of these tables. Correct? All of these tables were part of our practical, but we are not going to use all of these tables, right? So let's just go here, transform data. Now, select using shift key or using control key, you can select all of these tables. Okay. Right click. Okay. It doesn't have that selection option, but that's okay. Just right click of any of the table, single table. It is not allowing you to apply on multiple tables. That's okay. Just uncheck this option, enable load. Okay. For all of the tables. Go here and check this option. Okay. Right click, uncheck enable load option. Then go to this file operations, regional level, fill operations. I don't want this. I don't want this manual table. So uncheck this option. Okay. This folder, we have done this import data from folder. We don't need that table. Okay, that was just part of practical. So just uncheck that. Then I will need all these three. Okay. I don't need this merge one. I don't need this left anti and right outer. Okay. Now this orders. So now let's go to this data modeling section. Once you come out of Power Query editor, you need to work on the data modeling part. Okay. So let's go to this data modeling section. Here, as you can see, I haven't done anything. Okay. I came here first time after loading these tables. But here you can see that it already have created some connections between all of these tables. See, I can zoom in and zoom out from here. Okay. Just, yeah. So here you can see there is this people table. Then there is this return table. Okay. And these orders with return and orders. So I'm not going to use these orders with return table at the moment. But as you can see, Power BI have already created some relations between them. See, you come here. Yeah. So the relationship between orders and orders with return is one-to-one relationship. See, there is one here. Let me just zoom in a bit. See, 1-to-1, right? And these two-sided arrow, it is indicating that it is bidirectional. So when I'm saying bidirectional means this table can filter this table, or this table can filter this table. Okay. Then the relationship which is created between people table and order table. So now you can see here, this is thick line, solid line, and this is dotted line. Okay, what does this indicate? Dotted line means it is inactive relationship, and solid line means it is active relationship. It is active at the moment. Okay, and with both the tables, orders and orders with the return, the relationship is one to many. Star means many. Okay, star means many, and one record from people table is matching with multiple records in both of these tables. Of course, there are multiple regions, right? So there is only one region inside this table. If you go into table view, click on the people table, there is only one record for each region, correct? But it is matching with multiple records inside both of the table. That's why many is on the side of order table. One record from this table is matching with many records of this table. But now, if you look at these arrows, this is only one directional, right? Unlike this is bidirectional, but this arrow is only one directional. So what does this mean? This table can filter data from these two tables. Okay, we can filter out both of these order tables from people table, but order table cannot filter people table. Clear? At the moment, just understand these statements, how it actually works, that we will check. So when we clean data properly, we do the proper data transformations and load the data, Power BI usually take care of this data modeling part. Okay, usually, I'm not saying every time, but it does. So here Power BI have already established connection between these. I actually don't want these tables. I don't want this relationship also, because I'm going to use only single table, right? Or either this or this, any one of them. So I'm going to disable this relationship. How to do that, I will show you. But before that, first understand. So this relationship already established. But what about this? The return table is not connected. Okay. So how we are going to connect it? Based on the order ID, this and this. Correct? Just click on collapse so that it will just give us some space. Okay. I can click on this order ID, drag it on the order ID of other table. Okay, let me just expand this order ID here. Okay, how we can establish the relationship? Click and order ID. Now, this process of creating relationship between these two tables, it is manual process, right? You are manually establishing relationship between return table and order table. But there is also auto relationship detection mechanism available, based on which Power BI have already created this relationship. You can see here manage relationship option. If you click there, it will open the window and show you this like this. Okay, go to auto detect and it will try to detect relationship between some of the table which it Power BI already did. And based on that, Power BI already created these relationship. So let's click on new relationship, select the table, orders table, select your second table, returns table, order ID, right? I've selected order ID. So it is also showing you what type of cardinality is that, many to one, because it is coming from order ID to returns. If I do it other way, let me just change it some other, returns and orders. So now it is one to many. One record from returns table is matching with many records of order table. And direction, it is single, right? By default, it is single. If you want both way bi-directional, you can change it from here. Okay, so single is good. I don't want to filter return table. There is no point in doing that. Click on, make sure it is click here, make this relationship active. Click on save. Close this window. And now you can see the relationship is established between order table. I will put it here like this, and people table. Okay, clear? I don't want this relationship between order and order return. So just right click here and delete this relationship. Anyways, there is no point in keeping that. Even I don't want relationship between people and order with returns at the moment, but I can create that later. Just right click and delete it. Okay. Keep this table somewhere in the corner, which we will use later. Hide that table. And this is our final data model, what we have created here. So it will look like this. So this order with returns is the table we have where we have already merged these return order ID status inside Power Query Editor, right? That we are not using at the moment. And this orders table is clean table. It does not have any update regarding returns, neither regarding these regional managers, right? But we have established this relationship. So let's see, without merging queries, without doing this merge operation, can we access these values? Okay, that is what we are going to see. So what I've done is I have shared this folder with you. Okay, inside that folder, there will be two more folders. So it is the same content which I have shared yesterday. Okay, so in one folder, there will be this Power BI file, and in another folder, okay, in another folder, there will be all of these Excel files. Okay, out of all these files, we are only using this Superstore file at the moment. Okay, so what you have to do is just copy that Power BI file which I have shared, paste it on the desktop, copy this Superstore file, paste it on the desktop or inside the folder what you are maintaining, and then inside Power BI, click on apply changes, close that sign in notification, and if you want, you can delete all of these visuals. Okay, on apply changes, it will give you some errors, of course. And just go to this transform data, data source setting. Everyone, how to change the data source? Go to this data source setting, select the source of file, Superstore. Where is Superstore? This is Superstores, right? Just select that visual and click on the delete button. That's it. Then change source, browse, and select your file. Click on OK and close the window. So now, so what we have seen yesterday, we have seen how we can merge multiple tables together, right? Also at the same time, we have seen how we can append the data, recurring data, to the existing table, correct? Of course, there are some constraints which we need to follow, like while appending data, the column headers should match, or while merging data, there should be one common column in both of the tables, correct? Where the records are matching, and then we have seen the type of joins, correct? Left join, right join, inner join, left outer, right outer join. Also, we have seen left anti-join and right anti-join. Anti is opposite of what left join is doing, right? And after that, we saw the type of cardinalities, correct? So, as you can see on the screen, these connections are based on the cardinality, okay? So, cardinality is nothing but the flow of communication, how these two tables are going to communicate with each other. Okay, so you can see here there is this one directional arrow which is going from this returns table to orders table. So there is one directional communication, right? Also, apart from that, there are some additional things which you need to observe, that is these symbols. So here it is showing one, here it is showing star. Star means many, right? And one means only one content or only one record from this table, okay, is matching with multiple records from this table. We have seen that employee example, right? Employee ID and HR data, employee data and HR data table example. And this process, okay, this process of establishing connection between two tables is called as data modeling, okay? So while doing this data modeling, we need to take care, or we need to consider the type of cardinality, okay? The type of cardinality being established between two tables. That will define how your data model is going to perform. Okay, the performance of your Power BI report is dependent on the data modeling, the DAX queries, okay, how difficult or how heavy DAX queries you are writing. Based on that, the performance is decided. Okay, so after establishing this connection, I will show you some how you can manage these relationships. Like if I just want to disable, okay, I don't want to delete it. I just want to disable this relationship at the moment. So I just have to click on that relationship. And on properties window, you can see multiple options are appearing there. I want this relationship to be bidirectional. I can do that from here. I can select both, okay, and click on apply. And once I do that, you can see the arrow is now changed. So the tables communication, both of these tables can communicate with each other, right? In simple language, returns table can filter order table. At the same time, order table can filter return table. But that is not required. We have seen the content of return table already. Okay, we don't want to filter this table. There is nothing to be filtered, right? Everything yes is there. So I will keep it single. And also, if I want to disable this, I will click here, mark this relationship as active. You can switch on and off it. So after doing that, just once you switch off or once you disable that relationship, it will get represented using dotted lines. See, and the active relationship is represented using solid lines. So at the moment, I will disable both of these relationships. Relationship are there. We have created those relationships, but just disable those relationships and then we will see why we require it. Okay, fine. So we have total uh, 3 tables here, 1, 2, and 3. I've already hidden this table, orders with return, right? This one. Using this, I've hidden or kept it hidden. But if you want to see that table in this view, so you just have to right click here and you can select this view hidden, right? Now I can see this table. See, right click, view hidden. If you uncheck this option, the all the hidden tables will not be visible here. But if you go to table view, irrespective of it is hidden or not, you can see those tables. Okay, fine. Now, so before starting with today's session, I wanted to have some quiz. Where is it? So we will have small quiz. Okay. So using the import data option, is there a limitation on the number of data refresh per day? There are 2 types of data import methods, right? Import and second one is direct query, right? So if I go with this import option, will there be a limitation on data refresh per day? Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, next. While connecting live, the data model is managed in, so the data is not copied in the Power BI. That's why we cannot manage it at the Power BI level. Okay. Next, which type of connection supports more data sources? Okay, let's check. So data import. Why? Of course, live data is huge, but live data connection only gives you the right access. Okay, you cannot do any modification at the Power BI level. And when you import any other data source, which is on offline system, so if you already have any live connection in the report, it will give you warning while importing that offline data. Okay. Sometimes it will not allow you to import offline data. So when I'm talking about offline data, that means importing data. Correct? Whereas if I use import method, there will be no limitation that how many type of data sources I'm connecting with. Because it has nothing to do with type of data sources, because data is being copied inside the Power BI and it is creating small tables for each of the data sources. And then that data set, it will create one data set using all these data sources, and we can manage all those things at the Power BI. Correct? But that is not the case in live connection. You cannot manage it at Power BI. Got it? Yeah. Let's have next quiz. Okay. So which data combine option is used to club rows coming in from different queries? When they are saying queries, that means table. Each table is called as query. Okay. Let's check. So it is saying it is append query, which allows you to club the rows. So that means I am wrong, right? But see, no one is going to ask you these questions. Sometimes you will get these questions in the interview, but Power BI or any BI related interviews happens in different manner. Okay. Means I personally did the same thing while taking these more than 120 interviews so far. So what we try to look into candidate is that do they have these problem solving attitude or not? So first of all, I will ask you that explain me about if you're already showing that you have Power BI experience, then I will expect you to explain me some project, what you have already worked. Of course, I don't want the detailing of that. I want to understand the scenario and the uh, challenges you have faced and how did you overcome those challenges. So that was my first intent. So during that conversation, what I will understand, how confident you are while talking about Power BI, right? Then second type of scenario where I will give you one business problem and I will expect from you to give me oral solution on that. Same, like I have this daily data which I am receiving on daily basis. So how should I tackle this using Power BI? I don't want to load that file on daily basis, the new files which I am receiving. So which type of solution I should go with? So that time I am expecting these type of answers. Okay. So just don't by heart the answers. Try to understand the scenarios when you exactly have to use which type of options. Clear? Okay, let's go to the next question. Is it possible to selectively undo an applied transformation? Okay, great. Let's see what is the answer. Great. So everyone understood that. I'm glad. Can Power BI auto detect relationship between queries coming in from different data sources? The answer will be yes. Great. Now, which of the following are the environments used to clean and prepare data? Okay. So what is the answer? See, you guys are not wrong. Okay. But you are just ignoring Power BI. See, everything is starting with Power BI. So Power BI will be there. You know, I use Power BI also means I don't use Power BI only for this Power BI data visualizations or creating dashboards. While working in my regular work, uh, I use Power BI to do quick data cleaning. For example, if some business people ask me to download data for some plant from cloud, so data is really huge. I cannot manage that in Excel. Sometimes I download CSV files, but again, the data is very huge, right? I cannot view that entire data in one glance. So I use Power BI in that case. So I download it inside the Power BI and do some data transformations over there, whatever transformations business people ask me. And then I extract that data again into the Excel and share it with the business people. If I want to do some data validation between the data which is given by business and the data which is coming from cloud, so I get those both data inside Power BI and validate it quickly, which we do in Excel also by applying VLOOKUP or some other formulas. But Power BI is very handy for me, so I can easily do that in Power BI. So it's not just data visualization tool for me. So most of the operations I do inside Power BI. Okay. See, Power BI is correct. Power Query is also correct. Right? I hope you understood how this A and B both are correct. So now, as we have done all the data transformation, right? We have the clean data here with proper formats and everything, right? We also created some columns like shift year, shift month, order year, order month, right? These are the columns we created here during our second day of practical, correct? Now, now we are going to start with DAX queries. Okay, DAX is, you can say it's a language or the query language, which is used to create measures inside Power BI and also the calculated columns. Okay, so I'm going to show you the majorly used DAX functions, which are most commonly used in the industry. By default, whenever you get any data, you need to have your the time series analysis is common, right? So everyone wants to see monthly data, quarterly data, right? So time series analysis is common. So you have to have some functions which will help you with your time series analysis, right? At the same time, there are some aggregation functions. So when I'm saying aggregation, so just look at this column, sales and profit. So what these columns are showing me, it is showing me row by row data, correct? Means it is showing me sales for every order, profit for every order, correct? But what is my total sale? That is not displayed here, right? And I am not going to create any column to show my total sale inside that column, correct? Instead of that, usually what we do, we will take the sum of all the numbers from sales column, correct? Then same thing we will do with profit also. So the functions which we are going to use to create aggregated outputs like sum, uh, average, okay? These are my aggregation functions. So there are some other functions also that I will show you during the practical itself. So first we will see how to create calculated columns inside table. Okay. So now what columns we can create here? Let me check. Okay. So I already have this what is it? Ship year, ship month, order year and order month column. Correct? But I want to have it in proper structure. Like for example, I have dates already here. Right? I want to have weeks. I want to have quarters, month, year. So I want to have this hierarchy. Correct? Also, what if I want to understand what is the order aging? Okay. So just focus on the words. I want to understand what is the order aging. What does mean by order aging? See, I'm looking at the data and coming up with this analysis, okay? But in your real-time scenarios, they will give you the questions, not questions, the business problems, and you have to create accordingly. So here, looking at this sales data, being a business person, what is my first concern? Am I delivering all of these orders on time or not? Correct? That should be my first concern, right? So for that, what I need to understand, what is my order aging? Means when my order was created and when my order was delivered. So the difference between these two dates is going to give me the aging days from the order date is called order aging. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Shrikant. So that we need to identify. Correct? Do we have any of such column here? We don't have it. So let's create that. Okay, all of you just do it parallelly with me. First, I will show you and then you do it. Will that work? Perfect. Now, how you can create the columns? If you are inside report view, okay, if you are inside report view, you just have to right click on your table and you will get these options. Create measure, create new column, and other lots of options. Okay, either you can do it from here, but I usually prefer to do it from here so that you can look at the data also. Okay, It is not mandatory to do it from here, but I am saying that I prefer to use it this particular section to create new columns, so that when I create those columns, I can see the content of the column as well. Okay. So same thing, you can right click, create new column, or just click on the table name, and on top here you can see new column option, right? It will take you to the same place. Either you click here or just right click and select new column over there. It is going to give you this particular formula bar where you are going to write the formula. Now the language which I am using to write this formula is called as DAX. Okay. Fine. So let's create column called aging. Let's be more precise. Order aging. Okay. And now you can see this order is turned into blue. Why? Because that is built-in keyword in Power BI. So what I will do, I will use underscore order underscore aging. Okay. Is it A double G or it's normal H G I N G? I just forget it. It's A G E I N G, right? Yeah. Yeah. That was becoming agging. That's fine. Okay. Now, what is the formula? Mathematical formula. Tell me about the mathematical formula. Okay. Now you have two options. Either you can simply say ship date. Where is that ship date? Here it is, right? So you using arrow keys, you can select. Okay. And then use tab button on your keyboard to select that selection. Okay. Don't use these further options. We don't need those options. Press escape key only once. Then minus order. Do I have order date here? Yeah, order date is here. Right. Use tab key to select it. I don't want these further extensions, so I don't want that. So this is giving me order aging, right? But if you look at the content of the column, these are all dates, date time format basically, right? And what I was expecting, it should be some number, but that's okay. It is number, but Power BI is doing the form. Power BI have applied the formatting of date that we can change, because on top here you can, when you create any column, you can see there are some options already available, right? So I just have to select that column, go to this data type and select whole number. Order aging, will it be decimal? Never, right? It will never be in decimal format, so that's why I will select whole number. It is just asking you, do you want to apply these changes here or not? Just say yes, and that's it. It is done, right? So let's validate the data. Just take this first example. Order aging is 5. Let's go back here and see this 27th of June minus 17th of June, 2016, same year. So the difference is 5. So that means the data which is being shown here, that is correct. Correct. I will write here subtraction operation. Okay. What we did, we simply subtracted dates. So there is again another alternate method for that. I will go here on column, table name, click on new column. Again, order aging. and here I will use DAX. Okay. Now Power BI has this built-in function that is called date difference basically. Okay, once you type date diff means D, it will show you the function. You can select it using tab key on your keyboard. And now it is asking you first date, second date, and the interval. So what is the first date? Ship date. So this is my ship date, comma, second date is order date. So this is my order date, comma. Now it is asking you what type of aging you are looking. Are you looking for days? Are you looking for months? Are you looking for years? And so on. See, you have lots of options here. Even it will give you the number of weeks also. So right now I'm just looking at days, and logically you should look at the days one, right? So I will choose days, right? Using tab key, close the bracket, enter. Now see, so the first date which I have provided, that was my ship date. And then second date which I have provided, that was my order date, correct? So what it did is second date minus first date, right? That's why it is showing answer in negative, correct? So let's just switch those dates. That's fine. Maybe its order date will be here and ship date will be here. So I hope you understand, because this is the DAX function, okay? And this is just normal mathematical operation, subtracting two dates. But both of these operations are giving you the same operation, same output. DAX is a query language which is used to write the functions inside Power BI. And functions are mostly related to the Excel functions. They are similar almost. Not everything, but most of the functions. Okay. So do you guys want to create these columns? I will insist you to create two columns using these two methods. Now let's write some other functions. Okay. Now, if you look at the data, you can see here, yeah, this category column. So if you click on this, you can see there are three categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. Fine. So I have to create one column which will categorize this entire data into IT and non-IT orders. Okay. I just want to bifurcate this entire data into two categories: IT orders and non-IT orders. Fine. So how I can do that? Now you can do parallelly with me. Okay, just right click and create new column. I will give this IT slash non-IT orders. Okay, this is the column header. Enter, sorry, equal to. Now, in order to bifurcate these all of the orders, I am referring this category column, correct? So here I am going to use condition if category column contains office supply or furniture, then it should be non-IT, correct? If it is technology, then it should be IT, right? This is the logic which I can apply. Simple. So let's do that. I'm using this if function. If, okay, bracket. See, what I observed is you guys like to use this mouse. Okay. If you want to speed up your process of working on these tools, okay, get familiar with the keyboard. Try to use keyboard more than this mouse. So if I'm writing this if here, using tab key, I can quickly choose that function. It will open the bracket also for me. Okay. You don't have to go to your mouse again. So now if category, where is category? Yeah, category column of orders is equal to technology, technology, comma. So this was my logical test, first one. If this category is equal to technology, comma, if it is true, this logical test is true, then the output will be IT orders. Sorry, ORDR. Correct? And I can write further conditions, but whatever is apart from technology, that is non-IT, right? So I can simply write in else part in this last, if my condition is not true, then I can simply write non-IT orders. Close the bracket. Okay. So now if we go towards the category column, where is my category column? Yes, here. Select your technology. Okay, under category column, I'm selecting technology. And I will go towards right and check whether my column is showing the right output or not. So I can just select drop down. So all of the orders are IT orders. Now I can again go back here, select first two options, remove technology, and I will check whether it is showing me non-IT orders for everyone. So it is working fine. But what if I do some typo here like this, small t, okay? And then you can just click on here, everything is non-IT. You can go back to categories and select your technology. And you can see that, oh, why it is showing IT orders? It was supposed to be case sensitive. Now it is not. That is surprise, but it's okay. So ideally, Power BI, all DAX queries are case sensitive. So you need to make sure that you write if something is caps. So you need to use caps. That is what we used to follow. But somehow now it is not bothering for that. So it's okay. But if you do some typos here, see, this will be gone. So for that, you need to copy these values in the way they are. Okay. And this is good actually. So Power BI comes up with these new updates every month. So they must have fixed this because initially it was very case sensitive, but somehow it is working now. Fine. Understood how we are use the logical functions. So these functions are called as logical functions. These functions are called as time series functions. Okay, we are going to see some more examples of time series functions, but just step by step. Let me explore some of the subcategories. No, that's fine. Let me know once it is done. That's okay. Let's come back to this time series functions. Okay. So now I already have the aging here. Correct. I want to have month column every one of you must be aware of this text function in Excel. So similar to text function, we have format function in Power BI. Okay, just click on this new column and I will write here month YY format. Sorry. So month name hyphen year. Okay, I want to represent date in this format. Okay, so I will write it here order month year format. So just write format, then pass the order date. Okay, then type your format MMM 4 times YY. So if you type M 4 times, it will give you full name of the month. If you type it 3 times, it will give you short name of the month, right? So let's press enter and see. This is how it is displaying the same date in the month year format. Okay, I can have short month also, 3M. Okay, similarly I can create one more column here, order week. No, this is month, right? So I want quarters, quarter and year format. So format, order date, comma, this is Q. No, we cannot use format function for that. We have to use QUARTER, quarter function. Close the bracket. So you can see it is giving us the quarter number, right? I can modify this function a little bit to be it more understandable. So what I'm doing is I'm using double quote to type Q. Okay. Then using ampersand, not ampersand, ampersand symbol. Okay, simple ampersand. So this single ampersand, this one is used to concatenate these two values, Q and this number. Okay. So what I will do is Q hyphen this quarter number, again ampersand symbol, this one, shift 7, that one. Okay, then I already have this order year column here, right? Order year is there. Where is order year? Yeah, here it is. I will use dash, then ampersand, like that. I can display my quarters also. I think we don't need this hyphen here. So see, this is how you can create your quarter function. Sorry, quarter column. Then you will require 1 week year column. So Indranatha, I have used this quarter function, built-in quarter function, to have quarter numbers. Or just let me create a quarter column separately. Okay. Order orders is equal to QUA quarters, order date, close the bracket. So I have quarter numbers. So in this order quarter YYY format, means year format. What I did is I have written one Q keyword. Then using this ampersand, I can concatenate these values together. Whatever values I'm writing here, that I can concatenate. So instead of this function, I will use this order quarters column. Then again ampersand hyphen. Okay. So Q will be connected with this number. Then this number will be connected with hyphen. And then this again ampersand symbol we are using to connect years to quarter. Simple, it is going to give you the same output. So this Q is connected to quarter number, that is 3, then dash, and this order year, which is coming from this column. So do you guys want to create these 3 columns? Or shall we see further columns like week and create all those columns at the same time? Okay. So let's create week number. Order week is week number. So week num function is there. So order date. So this is going to give me order week, right? Now I will create one more column to display this week in week year format. So you must be wondering why every time I'm displaying this in dash year format, right? So when you are dealing with multi-year data, okay, it is best practice to have year appended to each and every presentation what we are using, like month, so month, year, week, year, quarters, quarter, year. So it will help you sort that data in ascending or descending format. Okay. So let me create this order week year. So here again, I am going to use W hyphen is required, hyphen is required. So send week order week, then again hyphen order year. Okay. So now you can see for order, we have order date, order month, week, quarter, and as well as year. So you must be thinking why I am emphasizing on order date. So inside your data, you also need to identify which is your base date column. Okay, the base date on which all of your time series analysis will be built. So that base date need to be identified. Okay, so base date is something from where your data recording is started. For each and every this order, which is the base date among these two? Creation date, right? This is the date when order was created, correct? So that's why I'm creating multiple columns related to orders only, because all of our analysis is going to be based on the order date. Getting? But for practice purpose, you can replicate the same operations for ship date also. Clear? Now let's create all of these columns quickly so that I can show you the further step. Once you create date time series columns, what is the immediate step which you have to follow? First create these columns, then I will show you that step. Okay, so we need to define the sorting of these date columns. Okay, so first select this order month column. Means see, one by one we are going. So start with month. Okay, and on top you can see this sort by column option here. Okay, is that option visible to everyone? This one. Okay, just click there, and here you will get entire list of columns. Okay, but ideally, what is logical? Months should be sorted by month number 1 to 12, right? So it should be sorted by month number. So do we have order month column? See, this is my order month column, which is having month number, right? So I want my this column, order month year format column, to be sorted by order month. So where is order month? Here, right? Just select that. Okay. So likewise, you have to apply the same sorting operation on all of the columns what we have created. So for quarters, order quarters, what will be the sorting column? Order quarters, right? For this column, this should be the sorting column, right? Quarter numbers, correct? So let's select quarters, then go for order week year format I am talking. Okay, go for order week year format, and it should be sorted by order week, correct, by these numbers. So this is very important step. Whenever you create any date related column, define the sorting for those columns. Okay, it is imperative to define the sorting. Clear? So now we are not going to create any column. Just go to this data modeling. We need to do some fixing and standardization. Okay, because we have created lots of columns, right? So I'm going to select all of these columns. Use Control key to select multiple columns together. So order related columns are here. Then where is it? Order month, order date, then ship date. Is there any date related column you are seeing? No, that is all, right? Okay, just expand this properties pane, and under display folder here, give the name that date columns. Okay, date columns. So what I did, I've clubbed all of the date columns inside one folder, so that every time if I require to access any column, I can easily go to that folder. I don't have to scroll down and look for that column manually, right? Then IT, non-IT, order aging. These are my calculated columns. Of course, rest of the date columns are also calculated, but those are belonging to date category. That's why I've added those under date columns. This I'm going to add under calculated columns. Okay. Why I'm using this underscore before the name of every folder? Reason is that if you use that, your folder will go on top of all of the columns. Okay. So that it is easy to manage here. See, my all folders are here. If you don't use this underscore, it will go alphabetically somewhere. Okay. Then I'm doing one more thing. Yeah, ship month. I forgot ship month and ship year. So let's drag this. Okay. Select both of the columns. Okay. Then drag this and put it inside date columns. Done. Just create these folders. If you are not comfortable with the folders, that is fine. But this is the practice which I also follow. Okay. Now, next type of column, what we are going to create is, I just forgot. So we have seen the logical function, we have seen the DAX query, time series function. So all of these are time series functions. Then there was one example. Yeah. See, let's go towards extreme left of the data. And if you look into order ID, so order ID is comprised of some two characters, okay? Any two characters, then dash, I guess year, and again dash, and then order number. Why I'm saying year? Because if I look at this order date, so it is matching with that. So maybe it is considering year over there. And this first two characters, it seems they are representing the state. Okay, California, but no, they are, yeah, they are representing state, California. Let's see, do we have any other options here? No, everything is California, so that's okay. Just don't consider that. We will go for some other thing. Our A is not used. GH. Oh, okay, got it. So see, customer ID. Okay. So first initial two characters are representation of short form of customer name. So Ruben Osman, it's RA. Then Bradley New, what is this? Eugen or UN. Eugen. How we can pronounce this? Whatever. So you can see that it is B and N. And then again O'Carroll, Jazz O'Carroll. So it's J and O, right? Grace Kelly, then Greg good here. Sorry guys, I am bad with the pronunciations, but you can see that these customer IDs first two characters are nothing but the initials of customer name, right? And you want to extract that, okay? You want to extract these first two characters. We could have taken this example also, but everywhere it is CA. So we wouldn't have got that variety. So that's why I didn't took this. We can consider customer ID. Okay. So let's create new column here. So now you do it with me. Okay. Create new column. Okay. And give the name as customer initials. Okay. Equal to, okay, customer initials equal to. Now you already observed that customer ID, inside the customer ID, all those initials were at towards extreme left. So most of you must be aware of this left, right, and mid functions in Excel, right? Similarly, we have those functions in Power BI also. So I want to extract those initials which are present towards the extreme left of that text, right? So I will write left function, which is already there. Use tab key. Then I want to give customer customer ID, right? How many characters I want to extract? Only two characters. So just write two. close the bracket and enter. Okay. You see, you have customer initials here. Ideally, this type of operation would be much more helpful in case of this country codes, okay, or the state codes, which is not here because it is only having one state. Well, it has lots of states, but here they have only one state, C, California. So that's okay. Now let's again go back to the and see what we can utilize later. So we have already categorized these category of orders into IT, non-IT, so that we can do that analysis. Looking at the segment, it seems fine. Consumer, corporate, and home office. That's okay. Um, uh, office subcategories. No, there is nothing to further categorize. Shipping method. Let's see what we have here. First class, same day, second class, standard class. Overnight. Two days. Okay. So, yeah, sure. Do you guys want to have a break now or after creating this column? Because this after this column means we are done with creating columns practical. Then we will start DAX measures. So let's create one more column, okay, for this shift mode. So here you can see there are 4 different type of shift modes. That is first class, same day, second class, and standard class. Okay. So we can categorize these as VIP shipment, then overnight shipment, and standard shipment. Okay. So just one more practical. That's why we are doing this. Otherwise, you don't have to do it. So how we can do that? Using if function, right? But here there is a difference between the if function which we have used and the one which we are going to use. Okay. So just see the first class, same day, and second class and standard class, they are going under standard shipment. Okay. So I will create one more column. Shipment type. Okay. Right. If ship mode is equal to first class, okay, then it is VIP. Else I need to check another condition, right? If, okay, so I'm writing one more if function. If ship mode is equal to what was that second option? First class, same day, right? So if it is same day, then it will be overnight. Overnight or one day shipment, and the rest all will be standard shipment. Okay, close the bracket for second if and then first if and enter. So I guess same day, I don't have same day. Same day, let's check. So we have here three types: one day shipment, standard shipment, and VIP. So I forgot to write VIP shipment. For same day, it is one day shipment. Shall we use second day also? 2 day shipment something. So there will be one more if. Ship mode is equal to second day. No, there is no second day. It's a second class, right? So let it be. I calculate just small. So shipment type. So this type of function is called as nested if, right? And so here in this logical, we have only considered one condition, one logical test. What if there are more than one logical test you have to perform? So in that type of scenario, you can use this. Yeah, but here we don't have if, as, and all. So you need to write function inside function. So in else part, I have written second if function, and that's it. Now, so let's go back here. I will move my calculated column into this folder. So every time you don't have to do that. I can just right click here and create new column inside that folder itself. So now come back to this report view and we will see some visuals. Okay. These type of visuals, we will try to understand what are these type of visuals and which of these we use more often while working in the industry. Okay, those visuals we are going to see, right? And then at the same time, parallelly, we will create some measures also. Okay, so measures are aggregated functions. Okay, because see, we have done with the data modeling, we are done with the Power Query data transformation, and also we have created some calculated columns, right? Now it is time to create some visuals along with measures. Measures is something which you will create while creating visuals only. There are some measures which you can by default create every time. Means whenever you get data, just create these visuals by default, like total sale, total profit, or whatever is numeric numbers are there. Create one aggregated using aggregated function, create measures for those. Okay. So I have these numeric columns here: profit, quantity, sales, right? Yeah, I forgot to do that. So let me just combine these numeric columns and put inside the numeric columns folder. Okay, fine. So now let's explore what type of visuals we have. Expand your visualization pen. This one. Okay, I will make it a little bit bigger for better visualization. You don't have to do that. Okay. So as you can see, there are lots of these bar visuals are there, bar and column charts. Then there is this line chart, this area chart, okay, different variations. Then this combo chart, okay, where stacked bar chart and normal bar chart along with line chart is there. Then this is a ribbon chart. This is very rarely used. This is most of the time kind of we call it as a fancy chart basically because it looks good, but it is difficult to understand the inside from that chart. So we don't prefer that. Then this is waterfall. So waterfall again, it is based on the data. If we have that type of data, we can use waterfall chart. Okay. Then this is, I guess, funnel chart, scattered plot, pie chart, donut chart. This is heat map, but they call it here as a tree map. I'm not sure why. Then these three are related to map. Okay. Then this is Azure map, which is not relevant for us. This is gauge chart. It is kind of a meter chart. Okay. I will show you the example of this. Okay. Then this is single card. It is not chart. Actually, all of these are visuals, but this is only card where you can represent or you can show a single number. Total sale, total profit, monthly sales, monthly profit, like that. Okay. Then this is multi-row card. So it is basically a table where you can show multiple rows related to a single parameter. I will show you that. Then if you see this, this is again KPI card. If you see this slicer, so those who are already working on pivot tables, they might aware of this word slicer, right? But pivot table slicers are different. They look different. These are filters. Okay. There is this slicer and this is something new which Power BI recently added 1 or 2 months back. Okay. So let's explore these visuals one by one. So first, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you first one visual. Okay. How you can add or link that visual with your data. And after doing that, how we can do all the cosmetic changes. So when I'm saying cosmetic changes, that means the header, font size, coloring, okay, look and feel, okay, all those cosmetic changes. So where are those settings available? How we can apply those cosmetic changes? And once we apply those cosmetic changes, can we copy those changes as it is and apply it on other visual? Okay, you don't have to repeat that process again. So you can just use this format painter here and apply those changes on the other visual. Okay, so let's explore. So what I did, I have selected this first stacked bar chart. Okay, so inside this stacked bar chart, if I click on the white space here, you can see there is nothing except this value, right? If I select stacked bar chart, you can see there are multiple fields available, right? So there is y-axis, x-axis, legends, small multiples, and tooltips. Now, what is this visual is made up of? This particular area is nothing but y-axis, right? And this axis is x-axis, right? So if I drag some field in x-axis, that will be represented horizontally. If I drag some fields inside y-axis, those will be presented vertically. Then this legends is nothing but categories, right? Legends are categories. We use those legends in Excel visuals also, right? We will see what are the small multiples. This seems something new, right? Let's see what is that. And tooltip is something. So you can drag multiple values over here, and whenever you hover over any of the bar, small pop-up window will be popped out and it will show some information over there. So whatever you put inside that tooltip area, that will be displayed. Okay, let's see practically. So I have selected this and now I am expanding my data pane. So from data pane, just simply create simple visual. Okay, as this is vertical chart. So I will take region. Okay, I will put regions inside x-axis. No, sorry, not in x-axis. This is vertical chart. So region in y-axis, and then drag. Okay, select and drag your cells and put it in x-axis. So as soon as you drag it here, you can see Power BI automatically summed all the values together and created sum of sales automatically. Okay, you can change that if you want just count. Click here, select average, select mean, max, count, all that. But we want to see how is the sale based on the regions, right? So this is how this visual is created. I dragged my region in a y-axis, then sales in x-axis. Now I want to categorize. I want to also understand the category, right? So we have created that calculated IT non-IT category. So I will drag that inside legends. You see? So in West region, more than 50% is non-IT orders, right? Like that. Okay, this is how the legend works. And if I want to bifurcate this along with, say, is there any small segment? No. What is there in segment? Okay, there are 3 segments. We can try using that. So if I use this segment and put it inside small multiples, so there are 3 segments, right? So now this visual will get divided into 3 sections. See, one is for consumer, one is for corporate, one is for humans. Or if you take this order category, where is category column? Yeah, categories here. So see, furniture, technology, office supplies. Understood how this small multiple works? Okay. We don't use that because it creates a little bit of confusion for end users. But again, it depends on the scenario and depends on the data. Means I never use it so far, but in some cases it is useful. Now, as you can hover here, just hover on that bar, and you can see that it is showing you some information. The region is West, IT, non-IT category. So this is IT order. If I come to the dark blue side, so it is non-IT order. It is also showing me the total sales value, right? See, it is showing me the sales value also. But along with the sales value, I also want to see the profit value. But I don't want to show that inside the chart. Okay. And also at the same time, I want to see how many quantities have been sold. Okay. So what I will do, I will go into this numeric column and here I have profit, correct? I will drag that profit and put it inside tooltip. At the same time, I will drag these quantities and put it over here. Okay. Now, when you hover here again, now you can see that for this amount of sale, there was 44,000 of profit, $44,000 of profit, and the total quantities sold were 2335. So likewise, you can add multiple information over there. So you know that you have created this IT non-IT category, correct? But what lies inside that IT non-IT? So inside this tooltip, we usually add numeric columns only. Let me just hide this data pen. Now, if you look at this visual, you see that the title is automatically created, but it is very long. Scale interval. Which scale? This one. Yeah, there I am going right now. So you see that the title, it is very long, right? I want to have a decent title. So just select your visual. Beside this, there is this brush, right? Format brush. Click over there. And here you have all of your settings. So let's first fix the title. So here there is a visual section and beside that there is general section. So the title is inside general section. There, if you expand this title, go into text, delete this. So total sales by region. Okay. Then I want this at the middle. The background should be like this. And the font, I would like to have this one. Okay. And make it 12. Fine. The title is set. Then there is let's go back to visual part, because this white space, this is visual, and this is your title section, right? So just go to the visual section, go into legends. These are legends, right? I don't want to have this IT/non-IT label. So just disable this title. Then expand and select the position as top center. This is the ideal position where you should keep your legends. And then select the font, make it 9, 8 or 9. Yeah, 8 is fine. And the color is little bit darker. Okay, legends is done. Now let's see what we have in x-axis. So in x-axis, I can see that this west, east, central, south, these are regions, right? Looking at the name itself, I can understand these are regions. So I don't need that header. I don't need this title. So you can switch off that title. That will give you more space. Okay, then just select this semi bold. It will look a bit nice, but keep it small. And then go to x-axis, and here you can define whether you want to start with 0, or if you have any other default scale defined for you, so that you can decide here. And then value, again select semi bold, small. I don't want to show the title here, right? And display units. So as you can see, everything is displayed in millions. If I don't want to show it that in millions, I want thousands. So you can make it thousands. You can also make it billions. It's up to you, or you can just keep it as it is. Okay. And Shrikant, this scale is auto defined. Okay. Means I will show you that also. So if you come here, you can see this zoom slider option. This, when you enable this zoom slider, this scale will appear here. And see, as you decrease it, your x-axis is dynamically changing. See? Yeah. This is very useful when you have multiple legends. And then there is these bars. So you can edit these bars, colors and all that. So here, if I click, I select IT orders and I don't want this color, I want this color. And for non-IT orders, I want, say, gray color or keep some another, yeah, keep this, okay. And then ribbons, I don't want to show the ribbons. So this is how your ribbon chart looks, but I don't want to show that. Now go to data labels. So see, these data labels are visible. Again, you can choose the font of that data label, like semi-bold. If you want to change the color, so make it a little bit darker or keep it white. Okay. Now here, I want to show it in thousands because showing full number is not logical. So show it in thousands. If you don't want to show the decimal places, just make it 0. So see, zeros are gone. And then I will make it white. Yeah, that is better. So along with this, there is one more additional option here, that is background. If I enable it, you see that there is automatically background applied to each and every data label, right? So this is inside data labels section. Okay. Then total labels. So especially in case of stack chart, this total label option is available. So I want to see the total of these two also. So if I enable this, it will start displaying total labels here. We can change the color and font, everything. So this is fine. I will change color to black. So here is my total label also. Now I am already done with the formatting. Okay, let me do little bit more of the formatting. Let's go to visualization panel, formatting section. Okay, inside general section, there is one effect option. If you open that, there is a background. So if you want to apply some background to your visual, you can do that. Okay, I will suggest don't apply background. You can keep this off. In visual borders, I like this approach, which I am showing you. So I usually apply a very light border with rounded corners as 15. Then I apply shade to my visual, outside shade, or you can take it inside also. It's up to you. But I like outside shade at the bottom with dark gray color. Okay. So now if you see, this is looking a little bit more appealing. Okay. It looks better than what it was before. This effect, when we apply this type of effect, it looks much more appealing compared to previous visual, right? Let me show you the difference. So you have this visual here and just remove that effects. I don't want this, I remove that. And see which one looks better, this or this, left or right. So now you have spent so much of time on creating or cleaning this data, right? Creating data models, creating DAX queries, creating measures, or creating calculated columns. You have put already a lot of efforts, right? So those efforts, so this is the front end, right? So end users are going to see only this, correct? Whatever efforts you have applied, those means representation of those efforts is nothing but your dashboard. Always remember that. So just don't create these visuals for the sake of creating it. You need to keep end user engaged on your dashboard, you need to create their enthusiasm on exploring more inside your report. Okay. So see, you are doing it first time. So if you start following this type of mindset from day one, you lots of people learn these things after 3-4 years spending on Power BI. Okay. And I personally saw that where users, we need to request them to come and start using our reports. We can give you this type of analysis, that type of analysis, and all that part. But instead of telling them, they should realize it. Okay. So that's why these things you need to make sure that you are applying in proper way. You must have observed that I've reduced the tone of the color also. Initially it was blue and dark blue. Okay. So that is not appealing for your eyes, right? So that way you need to choose. So there are multiple tones available. See here, if you go to the bars, you can choose these colors, right? So I suggest to use this top row, colors from the top row, and try to avoid using red color, because in business it is considered as bad, so they don't like it. Okay, clear now. So let's put it here in the top corner. I'm just copy pasting this visual. Okay, now all the formatting, everything, it's just copy pasted, right? And now I'm just clicking on some other visuals here. See, vertical stack chart or column chart, vertical column chart, or this 100% stack chart, right? But I want you to show this pie chart. Okay, so I will select pie chart, and now you can see the colors have changed and everything is changed, because we have the fields. You can see for pie chart we have different fields. There is no x-axis, y-axis, right? So we have legends, so region is there inside the legends, and under values we have sales, but details we have added this IT non-IT part. Okay, that is not required in case of pie chart. Okay, so let me just change the color. So when I select the pie chart, if I go to this format visual, here you can see the slices, and I can choose slices for different regions. Okay, like this. And same thing, you can go to the detail labels, and here I want to show the labels inside, but I don't want this all of these details. I just want to show percentage of total, and the value will be in black color and without decimal places. So I don't want decimal places. So 0, and not in thousands, it is none, because these are percentage, right? Background, you can keep it on, off, it's up to you. I will keep it off. Fine. So total sales by region, you can either present it using this chart or this chart. Which one seems more easy to understand? Both. But here we have one additional part, right? Category of orders. This is just total sales by region, purely total sales by region, correct? So whenever if someone is coming on your dashboard, okay, first thing at higher level, how is my region sale? How is my regional performance? correct? So this chart is giving you that brief idea how region is doing. So I can easily see that 30 with 32%, West region is doing good, correct? Whereas in second chart, here I can use some different approach. Now I know that for West region, I already have region level performance, right? So I don't want regions over here, correct? I will remove those regions from y-axis and move these legends into y-axis, okay? And I personally don't like this horizontal chart. Sorry, yeah, this type of visual. But it's again, it's your choice. And so I would like to go with this, okay? And here again, I will add regions inside legends, okay? Sorry, not this. Where is that? Here, not regions. So we need to go one level next, okay? So I know how my regions are doing. Then I got higher level idea how many IT orders are there, how many non-IT orders are there, correct? So let's change this y-axis values, none from auto. Okay, that was consuming too much of space, so I've just removed that. So guys, you must be wondering that when you are going to perform this practical. So to perform this practical, first you can see this, okay, how we are doing it, and then you can go through this last portion of the video, okay, next week, throughout the next week, and do these practicals. And then during next lecture, the start of the next lecture, we will go through the questions or the doubts, whatever you have, okay. I will show you how we can build these visuals, basically the dashboard, okay? But I don't want to rush in building this dashboard. That's why I'm taking my time to explain also the approach. So you are starting developing this dashboard, right? So first thing what you have to do is give them higher level overview that you already gave here, correct? Then second, the type of orders. So this is my total sale which is divided, but how my order level sales is doing. So this is my order level sale. I will also remove this zoom slider because I don't need that. And for this label background 90% transparency, so I will reduce it. So this is looking better, right? Okay. So I'm getting some more information here, but along with this, I can add one more layer. So what layer I can add here? So I have product category region. Um, Shrikant, profit is already there in this tooltip, right? So what I will suggest is first we will create sales dashboard. Okay. Then I will ask all of you to replicate that sales dashboard and create it with profit. Okay. So this is homework. This is not I am going to show you here. Ideally, you should create everything in one page, but let's go step by step. And we don't have that much of time. So I will show you how to create sales dashboard. You replicate and create profit dashboard. And then we will see how we can combinedly create only one dashboard where you can have both type of analysis. Okay. So at higher level, I can see this, but I'm just struggling to find out not country actually. Yeah, city. So I can use here this this visualization with city as legends. No, that is too much. Country is not there. Product code. Yeah, ship mode. We can go with ship mode. Okay. And change these colors. The first class is fine. Same day is okay. Second class is fine. And standard is here. And here in my total labels, I can change the background to, or I can change the font color to white. And background to something like this. Yeah. So here we know how the sale was. But if I click on any of the region here, so if I click here, South region, okay, you can see some things are fading out in the adjacent chart. And it is not easily understandable, right? So because this particular visual is trying to interact with this visual, correct? But it is just fading out. It is not giving me a proper information. So for that, what you have to do is, when you click any visual, see here, look into this particular area, there is one option appearing, format, right? When you click on the visual, the format option is appearing here. So go there, and inside that format option, there is this edit interaction option. If you click on that edit interaction, you can see that if you select this visual, there are some additional settings appearing on the other visual. See, I want this particular visual to filter, okay, not highlight. Right now, what is happening when I'm selecting, it is highlighting. I don't want it to highlight. I want it to filter. So if I click here, so now it is filtering. See, okay. How we can edit the interaction between two visuals? Same thing. If I go on to this visual, if I click something, it is highlighting. See, I don't want it to highlight. I want it to filter. So I can choose this option. Okay. Clear? So let's rename the header of this visual. Go to general, title. So total sales by, what is that? Ship mode and order category. Fine. And I don't like pie chart. I like to use this donut chart. This looks a bit more appealing. Okay. Let's go back to data pen and let's create some measures. Okay. I want to show how to create measures. So right click on the table, click on new measure. Same process. Like we create column, we are creating measure. And now I am creating total sales is equal to sum. There is built-in function sum of sales. Okay. So once I create this total sales, you can see there is difference in the symbol. Here for calculated column, we have different symbol. For measures, we have this calculator symbol, right? Because it is calculated measures. And if you go to the table view, you won't be able to see that. Let me just show you quickly. See, I am inside table view, right? If I click on total sale, there is no column called as total sales here. See? Okay. So this is aggregated measure. Understood? This is going to be added into your table, but it is not a column. It is aggregated value. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm just getting these visuals one level down. I just want to like off this edit interaction. Now I will go into visual pan and add some cards. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, only one card is there. I will add one more card for profit and one more card for order. Okay. Okay. So I have created total sales. Similarly, I will create one more measure called as total profit is equal to sum of profit. Okay. Then one more measure, how many orders I had, right? So I need to have one aggregated function for that. Total order count. So now I want count. So I'm not going to use sum function here. I'm going to use count function. Okay. Count of order ID. Do I have order ID anywhere? Yeah, order ID. It is just similar to count function in Excel. Okay. Even we have these count functions also. Got it? Now let's apply this data formatting. Okay, no, don't apply. First add values. So here, when I select on this card, as you can see, there is only one field. Okay, so I will add total sales. Here I will add total profit. Here I will add total order count. Okay, let's see whether we can apply this formatting on the card. Okay, the color is changed, but that's fine. Okay, let's apply on this, apply on this. Let me minimize this data pan. I will take it on top here. Put it like this. Now, if the object, each of these are objects, right? If these objects are of same type, like these cards, these two are not of same type. This is pie chart and this is stack chart. Okay, they are not of same type, but these all are cards, right? So I can select all of those cards. Okay, and go to the settings and change their settings like height and width. So inside general properties, height I will keep it as 50. No, 50 is too small. Make it 100. Yeah, that is good. Width is 200 is fine. Okay. Then effect is already there. So let's go to visual section. Call out to value. So value is white, so I need to change color. So I like to keep it blue. And then font size is say 20. Okay, that is better. Then category label, these labels, total order count, total sale, total profit. Okay, these are labels. Go there, change it to black and change it to semi bold and make it 8. 8 will be too small, make it 10. Right? So at the same time, you upload all the settings on all 3 of objects. So you don't have to do it one by one. Okay. So if the objects are of same type, you just select them together and then apply the setting. That will save a lot of time. Okay, just drag it here. It is giving you also reference with these red lines, right? How you want to put it. So you can keep it this side like this. Okay, not like that. Just keep it here, here, and here. So as you can see, I am keeping some space from top as well as from left and right of the page. So always make sure you are doing the same thing. And there should be a good alignment between them. Yeah. Okay. And let's get some logo. Let me see if we have any logo here. Okay. So if you want to import image or logos inside Power BI, so there is this insert option. You want to insert, right? Insert inside the Power BI. So go here, and there is this image, right? Click there. Go to the desktop. Here I have downloaded this Simplilearn logo. Just select, open. So the logo is here. As soon as this image comes in, some settings are available in this pan. So if you go to the style, I want this to fit, not the normal. So click on fit. And then just shrink it a little bit like this. Put it here. Okay. And now I will select these cards together, right click and make them one group so that you can move them at the same time. Okay. So this is my first here analysis. Second analysis is this. Now next thing, you might be aware that we have created this aging column, right? So let's see aging based on, say, okay, what do you think on which column we should analyze the aging? Oh, you might have seen that. Yeah, there is one more thing I forgot to show you. So I'm just selecting this, copy, paste. Go to the settings. Okay, no background. So I can go here and just keep it like that. Small. Reduce the size a little bit, make it 15. Column category labels, make it 8. Yeah, you can put it here. And just remove this other formatting. No background, no shadow. Okay. So this is my total sale, 2.3 million, which is categorized based on the region, as shown in the donut chart. And then this is my sales by order category and shipping method. After having this analysis, I want to also understand how was my shipping performance. So whether my orders were on time or not. Okay. So before doing that, so this on time and late, that is something which we have to create. We don't have that data inside our existing data. But before that, let's analyze based on the aging. So to analyze aging, I am taking this chart, okay, normal clustered column chart. Open your data pen. And what do you think with respect to what we need to analyze the aging? Sales value or order count. See, where is my aging column? It must be in calculated, right? Order aging, right? So I will use this order aging, put it in on y-axis, and on x-axis, sorry, my bad, put it in on x-axis, and on y-axis, I will put my sales, and you can see that. So this, there are, okay, let me just enable some format center, this done. Let's enable some data labels. Go to this format brush here, data labels. It is done. Oh, yeah, it is done, right? So how I can read this? So there are 0.07 million of orders which were delivered in 1 day. There are 0.63 million of orders which were delivered in 4 days, right? So this is how you can read this. Also, you can have the same chart with respect to order count. Okay, you want to change it, right? You don't want it to be with respect to sales. Okay, just select that visual, go into this section here, remove this total sales and add order count over there. So now it is more understandable. I can say that there are 1000 orders which were delivered in 3 days. There are 0.6k orders. So if I hover over there, it will be more precise. There are 622 orders which were delivered in 7 days, right? So this way you can use that aging. Okay. Now I want to show one more thing. So this page is almost ended. There is no space now, right? I want to increase the length. So just click on the white space here. Okay. And go into settings, page information, canvas setting. And in canvas setting, go to the custom, and in height, increase it by 820 or something. No, I want it 1. Okay, so now the page size is also increased. I want to also increase the width. So let's go back into canvas setting, increase the width to 1480. Yeah, that is better, right? Now, so we have order aging by order count. Okay, so just rename it. Go to title and remove this DAX. So total order count by order aging. Fine. Now what if I want to create aging buckets? See, 0 to 2 days. Okay, then 3 to 6 days and 6+ days. These 3 buckets, my manager is asking, like, we follow these buckets. I want to show in terms of buckets. Okay, how we can do that? So if you go here in data pane and click on your aging column, okay, just click on your aging column, right click, and you can see there is a new group option available. Okay, or if you go into where is this data groups, see here, when you click on the column, you see there is this data group option available where you can group data based on the condition. So when you click on that, this window will open. Okay, you can give it a proper name. So I will name it as order aging buckets. Okay, that is more understandable. The field which is I am going to use is order aging. Now group type is bin. Bin is nothing but a basket. Okay, so I want to create basket. Don't go with the list. Size of the bin. Okay, so now mean and max value, you can see it is automatically identified by Power BI. We just have to select the bin. How many number of bins do you want? I only want 3 bins, right? So I will say 3. Okay, or based on this, I'm only saying 3, or size of bin, let's define 0, 1, 2. So size of bin is 2. Okay, size of bin is 2, and then click OK. Let's see how it creates the bucket. Now, if you go into table view and click on this bucket option, so here you can see that 0 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 6. Only these buckets have been here, and this is not logical. Means this is not what I am looking for. Correct? What we wanted to see, 0 to 1, sorry, 0 to 2 days, then 3 to 6 days, and then 6 plus days. So this grouping option is helpful in the scenarios where we have used these logical custom logical, sorry, nested logical functions. So like here, okay. So it is more useful in those scenarios where you have text data. Okay. So like here, if I want to create the shipment buckets, the same shipment buckets, like VIP shipment, 1-day shipment, standard shipment. So I can just go to the ship mode, right click, new group, and here I will use this first class. I will give this a proper name. I will use this first class, click on group, and rename it as VIP shipment. Then select same day. It is as 1-day delivery. So first we have seen how we can do the same process using if functions. Now we are seeing what are the better options we have. Okay. Then select both of these together using control key. Click on group and standard shipment. Okay. If you click on OK, you can see that it have automatically created the same bucket. See, it is having exact same values. We don't even have to write this function. Okay, understood how this grouping option works? It is more useful in case of text data. For numeric data, it is not that reliable. Okay, so how I can create these buckets? So let me just delete. Let me just copy this name. I will delete this column. I don't need it. And I will create one calculated column inside this. Okay, with same name. If order aging, where is aging DAX is greater than equal to 0, and sorry, not and like this, there is this and function, and order aging is less than 3. Okay, then the bucket is 0 to 1, 0 to 2 days. Okay, then next, if order aging is, okay, again I have to use and So these are also logical functions and function. If it is greater than equal to 3, comma, order AG is less than 7, then it is 3 to 6 days, else it will be 6 plus days. Right? I'm just closing all the brackets, enter. And if I go here and change this visuals x-axis with the buckets which I have created, sorry, I'm using the same column. Where is the bucket? Yeah, here. See, now it is giving me a bit clear picture that these are my late orders and these seems to be fitting in my buckets. Out of that, 3 to 6 days, I have more orders. Okay, more orders were delivered between this. So this is how you can create buckets. Okay. So here I can even edit this title, aging buckets. Okay. And column to simple view. Fine. So this is my just overall analysis. I want to add one more angle to it. So here I can see that for any particular region, okay, we need to fix this edit interaction. Let's fix it. Filter this. So for any particular region, how my order delivery performance was. Correct? At the same time, it is showing me what was delivery methods being used. So for this South region, maximum orders were delivered in 3 to 6 days, out of which there were maximum non-IT orders, which were delivered using standard class. So this might be the reason because of which my order were delivered in 3 to 6 days. Clear? Because that was standard delivery. That is why the what is this first class delivery? You can see that let's just edit interaction between this also. So you can see that the first class deliveries, maximum orders were delivered between 0 to 2 days. That is a fast delivery method, right? But still there are some orders which are late, though they have used first class delivery. So this is something which I need to check. This is my action point. Why orders were delayed, though they were delivered using first class shipping method. Understood? So this is how you have to read this. Is this clear, guys? See, you have to go to the video again and do these practicals, okay, hands-on, so that during next practical, during next session, you will have some confidence on creating the visuals. Okay, without hands-on, you might be feeling very overwhelmed at the moment, but don't worry about it. Okay, once you try creating it, it is much more easier. Okay, then I will try to use one more visual here to add additional angle of analysis. Okay, I will convert that into this chart. I don't want to show this. I want to show, of course, total sales, but with respect to my customers. Okay. Yeah, customers. So let's change this. Okay. And at the bottom, now this is the structure of the report or page, any page which you are creating. On top, this is giving me higher level summary. Then I'm driving them through this like region wise sales, then your shipping methods, and then here you can see the order delivery performance. And then here you also see that for these orders, how many customers were there. So again, we need to edit that interaction between these two. That will give you better understanding. Let me just quickly do that with respect to all. Okay, so here you can easily understand which are those orders. Do this. Yeah. See? Clear? So there is one last thing I want to show you. Here you can see these square boxes. So these are tables. So this matrix table is nothing but pivot table, what we have in Excel. And this is normal table. So ideally what you can do is you can simply just apply this setting to this, and then you can simply add columns. So basically you can add summary over here with respect to date, order creation date, then shipment date, very shipment date. Okay. Then you can add order ID, customer ID, customer name, category, country, then product ID, product name, region, rules, segments, shipping method, state, not state, subcategory, and city. So if you scroll here, you can see all the columns are available. And if you open this visualization pane, so here all the columns are listed. But if you look at the date columns, those columns are added as a hierarchy. We don't want that. See, it is looking like this. We don't want that. So just click on this down arrow and select order date. Same case with this ship date. See? Okay, it is looking very simple, precise. And one more thing which is remaining, that is header. So let's go into general, title, open, and order details. We haven't done time series analysis yet. That we are going to perform in next session. We have created lots of date columns and all that, so that we will do. This is my general sales analysis, right? And the same page you can create for profit, and then there will be a time series analysis page. So in time series analysis, we are going to create lots of measures. Okay, please do practice. I know most of you are working professionals and it is very, very difficult to take out time. But if you practice it hands on, it will be really, really helpful for you. That's why I took it after break. So you don't have to go through entire video. Just start from after break and then you can just do this practical. And just do it by looking into the video and at the same time just do this page. So I will name this page, just double click here and name it as sales analysis. Okay. Now we will create profit analysis and then time series analysis. And then I will show you how actually you should create executive summary. So executive summary is something where all of these leaders and managers, they will have a quick and an overview of the scenario. They don't have to waste their time coming here. We haven't seen the filters yet because see, slicers is still pending. Where is slicers? Yeah, slicers is pending. Then your gauge is pending. These are important ones. That is what I am going to cover. So the gauge, slicer, and map. So please do remind me during next session because this is something we need to cover. Even this tree map I will show you, but these maps, gauge, and slicers and metrics. Okay. And during next session, we are going to see how we can implement drill through options and drill down options inside the Power BI report. Okay. Okay. Great. So thank you so much, guys.
Right? That we haven't seen, that we are going to see today. So that's why I've kept these tables here. Okay. So, okay. But one important thing which we haven't seen, that is adding filters on this page. So this is our sales analysis page, right? So everything we are analyzing with respect to sales numbers, correct? Here I have added these two objects. So let me just start with the practical itself. So now, as I have everything here, means I can see my sales by regions. Also, I can see that by order category. And then here, I'm showing number of customers, means sorry, my sales, total sales with respect to customers. So different customers are there. So depend which region I'm selecting, this will automatically get filtered out, right? Now, again, we also saw that how we can edit interaction between these different visuals, correct? How they interact with each other. For example, if I select this region, so should it get filter out or just highlight? So the best practice is to filter because highlight doesn't give you that clear visibility. It does look good, but it does not give you the better understanding. Okay, so based on the region selection, you can see the customers are changing here. So now you have two options. One, you can show this entire list of customers, or you can show top 10 customers. It's up to you. Okay, again, it's based on the business requirement also. Okay, so how we can do that? In order to show top 10 customers, okay, so I want to show these top 10 customers inside this particular visual, right? So all you have to do is just select that visual, open the filter pane. Okay. Now inside filter pane, there is this customer name, correct? So I want to show top 10 customer names, right? With respect to what? With respect to what? Exactly. So If you expand this particular customer name, you can see there is a basic filtering option, right? Just click on that. Here we have top N option. Okay. So it's not always top 10, top 5, top 3. It's up to you. So I usually go with top 10. Okay. So all you have to do is click on this, select top N, and now here you can either go with bottom or top. So of course we want to show the top 10 customers. So that's why I'm selecting top, select 10. Okay. Now by value. So by which value you want to show top 10 customers, correct? So we want to use this sales. So just drag this field here and click on apply. That's it. See, the list is now reduced. And now whenever you select any region, it is going to show you top 10 customers from those respective regions. Clear? Is this clear to everyone? Top N filters. This is very handy, useful, because while creating this type of analysis, what you say means when you have a huge list, so there is no point in showing that entire list, right? Because who is going to scroll that down? So this is the best way to do it. Either show it top 5 or top 10. Sometimes we go with top 20 also. But again, it depends on the business. Okay. Now I have almost everything here. Means looking at this page, I'm getting a general idea that total sales is 2.3 million. And I had 286K of profit. And my total order count is approximately 10,000, right? And also here, every region is contributing almost equally, except this South region. And then which type of order count is more? So non-IT orders, I'm having lots of non-IT orders. And so I need to look into this, that how I can increase IT orders. After that, what I have created here is total order count, means total number of orders by order aging bucket, correct? So aging, everyone is aware of that. Order created and order shipped. So how much gap is that? So that is called order aging. So for how many days order was sitting, or how many days we have taken to ship that order from the date of creation. Okay. So we already calculated that column here, aging column. This one. Sorry, where is that aging column? See, this one, right? Using date diff function, right? But instead of showing by days, it is better to have buckets. So we saw how we can create different buckets using nested if function. Clear? Great. Now what additional we can give here is, let's look at the columns. So let's look at the categorical column first. So I have here categories, city, um, state. Let's look at the fields. That would be much easier. Okay, so it has order categories, then region, I already have it. Segment, do we have anything by segment? I think not, right? Then there is this state. How many states we have? Yeah, there are lots of states. So we can use this as a filter. Uh, segment, we can try. We can use segment. I don't think segment is required because we have already created this IT non-IT categories. Product name, that will be too much, right? Means who is going to remember product name? We can try product code. Customer is, we already have it. Okay. So let's take state. subcategories and product ID. Okay. So here you can see this slicer option is there. So those who are already working on pivot tables in Excel, they might be aware of the word slicers, right? But Power BI is having a much better version of the slicer. So slicer is also kind of a filter which you can add on the page. So let me just rearrange these cards. So we will have little space to add slicers. Okay. And in order to have equal distribution or equal space between all the visuals, we can use, just you have to select all those objects, go into format, align, and distribute horizontally. I want to distribute it horizontally, so I can choose that. Okay. So that way you can make sure that there is an equal space between all the objects, and that is ideally best practice. So just click on this slicer. It will add one object here, and you just have to add a value into the field section. So let me add sub product category. Okay. Then I already added two slicers here. See, this is slicer. This is also slicer. So where is state? Yeah, here is state. So let's add that. And then there is another one that is product ID. Okay. Now you might have seen that when I've added these objects, it is directly showing me vertical list, right? You can keep that, but that will occupy too much of space. So you can change the appearance of this. Just go to this format, slicer settings. From vertical list, I will choose drop down. Now you can reduce the slicer size, and I want the same formatting, right? So select and apply. Sorry. And this is how it will set up the formatting for this. So you can put it here. Put it here. Just reduce size a little bit. Now again, select all together in order to apply setting on all of them at one go. So just go here, width is 145 and position is 18. Okay, and let's distribute them horizontally. Okay, so this is how you can add the slicers. Yes, we can. See here, go into settings. There are again two options you can choose. Either you can use slicer header. If I off this heading is gone. If I want to give separate title, I can write something here like this. Okay. If you don't like the title, you can go with the category. Okay. Means either way you can choose. If you want to go with titles, you can go with titles or just go with the category name. Okay. Now, if I apply filters here, now you can see these are having very bigger fonts, so it is difficult to see. So just select that slicer. Of course, I want to apply it for all of the slicers. Go into Format Painter. In value section, I can reduce the font size Let's keep it 10. That is better. Font is Calibri. And now it is looking better, right? But as you can see, the list is bit longer, and it will be much easier if I have any search option, right? So these three dots, whenever you click or select any slicer, you get these three dots, right? Just click on these three dots and enable search. See this, enable this option. And now every slicer is having search option here. Clear? Now, if you choose any particular art related section, so you can see for that particular category, or if you want to see it for any particular state, so it is going to show you sales for that respective state, right? But whenever you're selecting state, there is one thing which is happening. This region wise sales donut chart, that is just getting filtered out, right? And I want to keep it constant. I don't want it to change with, especially with state filter. Product ID and category, that is okay. But for state filter, I don't want this chart to get affected. Okay. So what I am going to do is I'm going to select this particular slicer. Clear this here. Yeah. Select this slicer, go into format, edit interaction, and you can switch off the interaction between these two objects. So once I do that, and also for this card, okay, now it will remain constant. Okay, so let me just show it to you. So see, it doesn't, okay, let me first switch off the interaction. Yeah, now it doesn't matter what state I am selecting, all the visuals are changing the values except region wise sales. But if I select any product, then it is affecting all the charts. Understood? So this is your sales analysis dashboard. This one pager can be called as a dashboard. Okay. Now there is another important part. Slicers is done. So there is table and matrix view. I guess matrix view we have seen or not? We haven't seen the matrix view, right? Okay. It's just a pivot table, but here. So we have this matrix view and we have this table view. Table view is normal table. And matrix view, you can club multiple columns, just like pivot table, one below another. Okay, so I will use this different page to show the practical. Okay, just keep this table aside. That is for another practical. So table is something where you can add as much column you want. Okay, you just have to select, and as you can see, the columns are getting added one by one, right? You can add all of the columns here. And so this will be ongoing list of all the columns. So basically table we give for the users to have to see the details basically. Like here, if it is showing that for this particular region, it's 32% of sales. But when I select that, what details I have? If I want to see those details like customer name, product name, order ID, the date of order, the date of shipment, and all those details. So those details we can add into the column and put that column either at the bottom of the page or as a drill through of the page. Okay. Now, there are two concepts. One is drill down and one is drill through. Okay. Just remember these words. Drill down is happening inside that visual itself. So you are shifting different levels. That time you will do drill down. When you are switching from one page to another page, okay, you want to see the details, that time you can use drill through option. Clear? Drill down and drill through. Is concept clear? Okay, let's see it practically. Let me increase the size of the page. Okay. Just make it 950. No, 10. Yeah, this is fine. So I will copy this chart because we haven't done any time series analysis yet, right? So let's do that. Okay. I'm removing these aging buckets. Now we are going to do time series analysis of sales. So let's take total sales, right? On an x-axis, I will take my date columns, which I have created, right? So let's take order date. Okay, as soon as I grab the date column, you can see it is showing you date hierarchy. Okay, either you can go with this option or just click on this arrow and select order date. So it will not show you the hierarchy. Now you can use your own created columns. See, order month, order quarters, order week that we have created, right? We can use those columns. So after date, I can use week, and then I can use month. Then comes, where is quarter year? Yeah, then comes year, and this is order year. Okay, we need to increase size little bit more. Okay, now as you can see, I have added so many levels on x-axis, right? Currently we are at the date level. Okay, it is showing dates. But whenever you select this visual, do you see any arrows over here for this visual, for this visual, or for this visual? No, right? Because there are no further levels. There is only one level. But in this particular visual, we have multiple levels and it is showing you different arrows here, right? Let me just change this visual settings so it will look better. Yeah. So when I select this visual, you can see there are multiple arrows are being displayed. At the moment, there is no downward arrow here. This one is okay, but that is for different purpose. So when we click on this drill up, it will take me one level up from date to week. See, now it is showing weeks. There are no dates being displayed. Then I can go one step up to month level. Then again, I can go one step up to quarter level. And then I can go one step up to year level, right? So now we are at the highest level. See, this is the highest level, right? Years. And now if you want, if you click on this button, okay, if you enable turn on drill down option, so if you just click on any particular column, it will automatically drill down into that column. This is basically switch to turn on drill down, but no one uses that. Means people either want to go with this or this options. I will show you what is the difference. But if you turn on this and if you click say 2017, so it will go inside 2017. Okay, it will go inside 2017. Now if I click Q1 of 2017, then it is inside Q1, just showing me 3 months, right? First quarter. If I want to see what is the weekly analysis of Feb, how was the weekly performance. So I can see that on 6th and 7th, I had good sale and rest of was declining, right? So, but it is inside. Yeah, it is great. But again, it depends on the users. Some people like to go with this approach, what we are seeing. If you want to come out of this, just click and come on top. And now, if I use this option, okay, it will just take me to the next level, not inside any particular bucket. Initially, what were happening when I enable or this option, drill down option, when I switched on drill down button, it is taking me inside those specific buckets. Okay, I will call it as a bucket. If I click on 2014, so it will just show me data related to 2014, right? But if I choose this option, okay, just beside here, if I choose this option, so it will take me one level down. See, one level down means from year, now I am at quarter level. Okay. Similarly, if I click here, it will take me one more level down at month level. So, but for all data from 2014 till 2017. See all of the data, and you can see it is not sorted properly in ascending order. See here, week 1 for all years are being shown, then week 2 for all years are being displayed. So it is not properly sorted. That we will see how to sort it, but first understand the drill down options. Okay, then go to the date level, and that is all, right? So which options among all of these are being used in the industry? Okay, so business people prefer to go with this option, the last one. Okay, so what does this do is it gives you precise drill down. When I click on this, see, it is showing me year wise. So there is no issue of sorting, correct? Everything is already sorted. If I go one level down, you can see the months are also sorted. If I go to the week level, now I can see the weeks for 2014 first. Then I am seeing the weeks for 2015 and so on. That wasn't the case with this option, right? That's why business like to go with this last option. Clear? Understood the concept of drill down? Does anyone have any questions? So most of the times it is being used with time series analysis. Okay, but it is not only limited to time series analysis. Okay, let me show you the different example. So you don't have to enable or disable drill down. It is already there. If you add multiple levels, it will automatically get enabled. Here, order count by order aging buckets. So it is saying 3 to 6 days, 0 to 2 days, right? But what if I want to see how many order counts were there for 0 days or for 1 day delivery, right? So I can show that using, all I have to do is I just have to add my order aging column, right? This normal order aging column, not the buckets. If I add that below bucket, and now by default it will show like this, and see it is sorted also, right? And now if I go one level down, so it is showing me that in 0 to 2 days there were 0.4k orders which were delivered in 1 day, 1.3k orders were delivered in 2 days, like that. So this will give you better insight. If you enable this button, so they can go into that specific bucket and check it, and at the same time entire data is also getting filtered out. See, so if I go inside this bucket, everything is, so it is only showing for 0 to 2 buckets now, this entire page. Clear? So it is not limited to time series. You can use it with other type of data also. It's up to you. Okay. So this is how you can create a dashboard. This single page can be called as a dashboard, but combination of multiple pages is called as a report. That is what we are going to do. So we have created a sales analysis, but we haven't given any header or anything, right? So in order to do that, let me increase the page size a little bit more, like by 100. Yeah, that is enough. I will drag all this data, right click group. So it is easier to drag them in one go. Now, most important thing, okay, whenever you create any report page, never forget to name it. And also, if you are creating a report, never forget to add the navigation pane. Okay, report navigation. So assume we have two pages. Okay, I will just replicate this same page, duplicate the same page. Okay, I will name it as profit analysis, which you are going to do. Okay, this is assignment for you. So the same view with respect to profit. Okay, then there will be one more, that is sales versus profit, that we will do sales versus profit. Okay, keep it here. Okay, just keep it there for now. So we are at this page at the moment, right? If you go into insert buttons, buttons. Okay, so here you can see lots of buttons are available: back button, reset button, left right arrows. Okay, out of these only back button and reset button are works properly. This left right, that we need to define where exactly you want to go. And then there are some clear all slicers option is also available. So this button will clear. For example, if I apply this slicer here, if I apply this slicer here, okay, and if there are more than one slicers on your, means more than three, five, six slicers on your report. So sometimes user get confused, like how to remove them in one go. They have to sit and go and clear all the slicers one by one, right? So instead of doing that, you can just simply add this button here. Okay, clear all slicers. And now when I click on this button, okay, see, all the slicers are clear automatically. So you can use that if it is required. Otherwise, Power BI services has its own reset button that also do the same operation. So unnecessary, don't add multiple objects on the page unless and until it is required. Okay, so just go here, go to the navigator, and here there is a page navigator option. Okay, just click on that and see all the pages inside your report are now being displayed here. Let me just do a little bit formatting. Ungroup. And I don't want to show these page 1 and page 2. So all you have to do is just select, go into Format Navigator, under Pages section, Show section, is of these two pages. Okay. Then let me do a little bit of formatting for this. And color, that is okay. Text I will increase to 12, and with this, yeah, that is okay. And I will add one more object, shape, So it is kind of a top banner. Just change the color. Simple. Okay. And under view pan, if you go into view options, so there is this selection pan. Okay. Here you can select all of these objects, right? One by one, and also change the sequence. So as you can see, my page navigator is not visible because it is below this shape, right? I want it on top. So I'm just moving it ahead, and now it is visible properly. See? And I will move this label here. Again, where is that image? Yeah, this one. Just pick it up and then move this towards left. Just do a little bit formatting. 100 position is 127. Okay. Okay. And now we can increase the size of the slicers also, sorry, width. So let's do that. Um, 200. 127. Okay, just align them properly. Let's take it here. You can add even more slicers, depends on the requirement. So this is how the page is looking like, and after selection it is showing black color. I don't want that, so I will again go into style section. From this drop down, the state, selected state, right? I will select selected state, and I want to fill it with, say, gray color and text as black or different color. Let's choose different color. Um, like this. Yeah. Okay. So this is how it will look like. So now if I want to switch to different page, all I have to do is just click on that button. It will take me to the different page. See, we are on the profit analysis now. Same case, sales versus profit. So we are in sales versus profit. Clear? How you can use navigation pan? It is very useful for the users, especially to switch between different pages. Okay. So never forget to add this top banner in your report. I will just run this. And switch off this. Clear? How to use navigation pen, drill down option. Now we discussed about drill through, right? So let's see how to set up the drill through page. So ideally what I do is I just duplicate the same page because this navigation pan and everything will be there. I remove all of these visuals. Okay, I am on the duplicated page now. Okay, see here, I'm on the duplicated page. Just delete. So inside drill through, ideally means more than 80% time, people used to keep these tables only. Okay, but it's up to you. If you want to show another visuals over there, you can show visuals also. it's up to you. But that is again duplication of the work because you are already taking effort to create this page, right? And again in drill through you are creating some additional visuals. So that is again duplication of the work. But as I am saying, it is up to you. If you want, you can show that. So we already have this table, right? It's the table object. See, this is the table object. So just copy it here. Okay. Reduce the width, sorry, height of the page because this much is enough, right? So let's say 8. No. Okay. Okay. Just make it 750. That is enough. And for me, all of these are not in proper sync, so I will distribute everyone equally. Yeah. So this is my drill through page, and I don't want to show here this. So just select this, pages, hide. Same case you have to do here. Select pages and hide. Now you have created the page, right? But drill through will not be automatically enabled. So in order to drill through on this page, so basically from this particular visual, any particular visual, I want to go to the details page, that is drill through page. So you need to establish a link between these two pages. The link is nothing but the column reference. So whatever columns I am using in these particular visuals, I just have to add those columns into drill through section of that page. Okay. So here, if you see on this entire page, here we have this drill through section, right? So all I have to do is I just have to drag all of my columns like order aging buckets, then category, subcategories, regions, then customer name, country. We had state filter over there, so let's add state. No need to add numeric columns. Okay, all your these qualitative columns that you can add, categorical columns basically. Okay, shipment type, IT, non-IT categories. And that's, I guess that is enough. That is all we have used, right? So let's see whether we are able to drill through or not. Okay, we have just added the columns into drill through sections. That's it. And now here, I will go here. If I just hover over on any of the section, see, there is this drill through option is enabled now, which was not there initially. So let me remove this region from drill through. Where is my region? Yeah. So if I remove this region and if I go to this chart, see, there is no drill through option because Power BI is not able to identify relation between those two pages. Okay, it's very simple. Just add that column into drill through sections and that's all. It will enable that drill through option. So see, I've added this region now. Okay, and now let's see So when it is saying 17%, let me add some filter. Okay, I will add, say, let's take chairs. Okay, so for chairs, it is saying South region is having, yes, sure, I will show you one more time. So South region is having 14%, but I want to see the further details. So you just hover on the 14%, go to drill through, sorry, okay, go to drill through, and then it will show you that page name. Ideally, you should give proper name over here. Give the name as order details. Hide that page because people are not expected to directly go in on this page. Okay, they are expected to spend time on this page, and if they want to see details, they can go there. So see order details. Sorry. When I click on order details, it is going to show me the 14% section of South region. So if you just see here, this entire region column is filtered for South. See, it is only showing me South region data. Let's go into more specific. And also you can see this, when we added columns on this page into drill through section, this back button is automatically added. So let me just highlight that back button. It is in black color. Just make it white. Icon color white. Okay. Now how I can go back? Either I can choose these navigation buttons, or I can choose this back button. It will take me back to my previous page. Now let's be more specific. Take only one order. Okay. So here I can see that yeah, just drill down here. So at date level, if I want to see details of these dates here, okay, means this data. And if I hover over any particular column, I'm not getting any drill through option. So the reason we are not able to drill through is that that column is not part of drill through section. Exactly. We saw that, right? When we removed this region column, it was not doing drill through. So Meeta, in order to enable the drill through, we have to add into visualization pane, we have this drill through section of the page. Okay, just click in white space, and in drill through section, you have to add the columns based on which you want to drill through. So here we have added lots of columns except date column. We haven't added a single date column, right? So that's why we were not able to drill through. So let's add that. We have this date column folder here, and let's add all the columns. Sorry, my bad. You have to drag it. You cannot just do it like that. Ship date. Then also add order month, order quarters, weeks, and years, and everything. So you don't have to add all of the columns also. Okay. You can be more specific. But here we have used almost all of the columns. So that's why I'm adding those columns there. So whatever columns you are using in your visuals, that you can add over there. Okay. So here, see, for this particular product ID, it is showing 2 orders, right? Order count is 2. So if I hover here and go into drill through, so it should show me only 2 orders, right? It is giving me details of those 2 orders, all of the details, order date, order ID, what type of segment was, when it was ordered, and everything. Everything is given here. Clear? I can go back. And now if we have added these date columns also. So let's select any particular date, hover over there, and see now drill through option is enabled. So only for that day, it is showing you order details. It has means, see, there are again multiple formatting options available. Like I've added the columns here simply. And now if I want to do this conditional formatting, what we used to do in Excel. So under the sales element, you can select on what basis I can do the conditional formatting. Okay, there are no options to do that. But let's see this option in matrix visual. In both tables and matrix, you have the same option. I will show you how to do this conditional formatting also. Okay, so I'm going on to this page. Just delete this. So either you can convert the same table into matrix, or you can create your own matrix visual. Okay, let's create it from scratch. So click on matrix. And now here you can see there are only rows and column and value, 3 sections. Whereas in table view, there is only column section. So in table, we can add only columns, right? Matrix is a replica of pivot table in Excel. So here I can show some data by rows, like let's plot it by month. Okay. See, the rows will be displayed here. In column section, I want to show or make it other way around. Okay. Uh, yeah. Put these order month year in columns and regions in rows. Okay. And then I want to show, say, sales or profit. Let's take profit. We have seen sales a lot. So this is profit, right? And here you can see it is showing you pivot view, right? The data is pivoted at region level, and here are the month. And then I can add some slicers, say years, order year. So this is also one of the type of slicer. Whenever you have numeric data, it will be automatically get converted into between type of slicer. You can choose different type. Okay, I will use vertical list because we are seeing practical. So based on the years I'm selecting, it is showing me year-wise data. See? So this is matrix visual. Now here I can do one more thing. So see, there is this total column also that you can use. So here, instead of showing, okay, how we can do this is, yeah, just do the conditional formatting on this itself. So just select that particular visual, go into sales element, okay, sales element option. So when you select it, go into format, go into sales element here, and you can apply the conditions on value column. So here we have profit. So I can either enable background, right? See, the color coding is automatically happening. But if you want, you can decide which color you want. I can go with this, and also I can go with like this. See, it's up to you. If you want 3 levels, so you can add mid level. So the bottom is red, mid is amber, and this one is blue. Okay. So either you can do this, or you can apply it on the font color, or you can enable data bars and these icons. Yeah, this is the favorite one. These business people like this a lot. So this icon, you can choose different icon set. Well, I usually go with this one. Where is it? Yeah, this. Okay. So this is how it works. Conditional formatting. So there are two things we have seen. One is matrix visual and second one is conditional formatting. Are both of these concepts clear? See, you can do further formatting like changing value, font and color. Okay, it's up to you. You can have different colors. You can change the font, see, reduce the size, go to the column headers. You can change the background and choose the proper column headers. But there are some predefined formattings also. So layout and style preset. So if you go here, you can choose different layouts, tabular and all that. Then minimal is there, contrast thing. So the one which I use is this one, the sparse one, but not with black color, of course. But this gives you a better focus on the data, right? So this one I use, and then from here, column header, I make it a little bit lighter. And same case with row headers, I will make it a little bit lighter. And also on total, where is it? Yeah, where is row total? Yeah, here. Okay, you can make it a little bit lighter. And row grand total, this one, just change it to lighter shade. So that way you can keep this. And this, you see, this total is too much bold out. So let's remove that. Same with this. I can go with this option. You can also use this as a part of your dashboard, the metrics visual, for any specific type of visualization. So now here what we did is, let me switch back to simplistic view, so that it will be easier for you to understand. Where is minimal? Yeah, like this. So here, what we have done is we have added region, right? And now I want to see by regions, what I can add further. Yeah, states. States I can add below region. So here you can see the plus sign appeared. So under West region, how many states I have that I can see here. Or instead of state, just select any small section, customers. Let's see customers. So for South region, I can see all of my customers and month-wise orders and profit. Under customers, if you want to see what orders they have ordered, so you can add either order ID or product name. So if I expand Mitch, so I can see Mitch have this one order ID under which these two products were ordered. And now I don't want these totals. Okay, I don't want to show these totals. So just go here, switch off these subtotals. Okay. Is this clear? Matrix visual. This is very useful. Business likes it a lot. So you can either keep it at the bottom of the page here at the bottom. Is this clear to everyone, guys? Let me just rename this. Top 10 customers by sales value. Okay. Yeah, of course, business like to do lots of slice and dice things. They like to see multiple variations, right? So here you can add these levels. Of course, you will get those inputs from the business, what levels you want to see, and based on that, you can add it. Initial stages, at your initial stages, you need to ask it to business, but once you gain the domain knowledge, you will realize on your own that if I am the person, I am the business person, what I would like to see. So that's why this domain knowledge is helpful. Okay. They might not want to see with respect to months. They might want to see with respect to regions. This is simple. Customers overall. Then if you expand these many orders from this region, like that. Just right click here, go to collapse and collapse all. Done. If you want to expand all, right click, expand, expand all. You need to do like this. Okay. But ideally just keep it collapse, because so that is all heavy lifting is done by Power BI. Right? That is the advantage of these BI tools. And the biggest advantage is that whatever settings you're doing one time, it is just replicating it. Next time you don't have to do it, though you add new data or you do something, new addition, right? Okay. So this is my sales analysis. Then the profit analysis, you guys are going to do it, right? Data is having reason for low profit. I mean, I must have missed out that column. So which column is giving us those reasons? So you are saying they will update the reason why it is low, and you want them to update in Power BI. So Power BI is only read only thing. You cannot write anything inside Power BI. So you can do one thing. So how we did it is like this is what these people are using during their meetings, monthly meetings or something. So they will highlight this particular why South region sales is low. So the reason of this report is to give them descriptive analysis that the sales happened in South region was low. Now, why it was low and all that root cause analysis, that is supposed to be done after extracting this data. Okay. You can export this data into Excel, save it on the desktop or wherever you want. You can share this with them and give us the reasons for these particular orders. Okay. That is how you can ask them. Now, once you receive those reasons back, okay, you can upload that file and connect it based on the order ID, and then you can display those particular reasons. See, first you are going to display this, then only they will realize their sales is low. Correct? They might be under impression, South regional manager might be under impression that he's already doing good, unless he sees that this particular analysis. And once they see that, then while presenting, we need to provide some bullet points like why less sales, reasons, way forward plan. That is PPT, Manoj, right? We are creating Power BI report. So you will get raw data first, okay? And then from that raw data, you will prepare this report. Once you prepare this report, you will share it with business, right? For example, manager, okay? And all of these regional managers are reporting to that manager. Now, their senior manager, when that senior manager is looking at this data, now he or she will decide what questions they have to ask them. Now, for those particular regional managers, of course, they will ask the reasons. They will come up with the reasons. And once you get that data, you can again feed it back to Power BI and put it over here somewhere if you want. And if you want to show it, right? Means after displaying this, you got the feedback and everything is clear. You want to display those reasons here somewhere, right? So for that, you can use this option, go into insert, use this text box. And okay, let me just make some space. Now this is something which is not coming from data. You are generating it by looking at the page. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So here you can simply type like bullets also. So here I will create bullet points. So South region is having lowest sales. Then second point, we have more orders from non-IT categories. Okay, but this you have to update every time, right? So now I'm saying South region is having lowest sales, but if you have valid reason for that, then you have to remove that point. So what usually we suggest that means even these business people also don't come in Power BI and update it here because they don't have access to do that. Only we can do it because we have this desktop version, right? So what they do is they take the screenshots of these visuals, put into their PowerPoint presentations, and then inside that presentation, they highlight these points. So that is what they do. Means we never did it, but like this you can do it. Okay. But yeah, but this seems a good idea because I can also suggest other developers to use this. Means whatever analysis you are coming across, whatever conclusion you are coming across, that you can highlight here. Even you can make use of this. What is that? Yeah, this option, summarize option. Yeah, this is also giving us some information, right? Waste accounted for 35.58% of sum of sales. We just need to correct those words, sum of sales and order quarter, YYY sections and all that. But we can make use of these as highlight points also. How to generate this? I hope everyone is clear, right? Just right click, sorry, select any visual, right click and summarize. So this, it will summarize the entire page. Okay, we need to add some more visuals on this page. So let's go down. Let me just take it out of the group. Yeah, and I will push it a little bit this side. Now, okay, or we can push this instead of that. Yeah, we can make use of this. So there are some other visuals, important one, that is heat map, what we call it in Excel, but here they call it as a tree map. Okay, so this tree map is also helpful when you want to analyze the contribution. Okay, so here you can see it has the fields like category, details, and value. Details is nothing but further details you want to add. But instead of that, I just want to see highest selling products or something. So I can use product name as my category and sales as my values. So this is too much actually because there are lots of products. So instead of product, what we can check? Segment. Yeah, segment seems better. So we can easily see that who is contributing much in case of segments. So consumer is contributing more in total sales compared to these two. After consumer, there is corporate and then home office. So let's change these colors. Okay, just keep it light. This is, yeah. Okay. This is called as a tree map. I will name this as total sales by segments. Okay. Then there is these maps. Okay. So maps are mostly used when you have geographical data. So in our data, we do have geographical data like states. We have lots of states here, and also countries and postal codes. There is a postal code, right? Okay, we do have post. Yeah, here is the postal code, right? So there you can see these two are American maps. Okay, let me show you. If I add this, and if I add states, where is states here? If I add states here, okay. So it is giving me error because map and field maps aren't enabled for your organization and all that stuff. So that is okay. You need to enable that setting. How you can enable that? In your options, okay. File options, okay. When you open this, you can go into regional settings. Sorry, not in regional settings, security, I guess, or data load. No, I'm not under data. Regional setting. Where is that map option? Yeah, here. So yeah, this one, map. Under security, map and field map. Okay, you need to check this box. So how you can open this? Go to files, options and settings, options, under security. So the global security, okay, not report level security, the global security, and enable this map and field map section. Okay, click on OK. And I guess I need to again add it. Maybe it will work now. So again, it is not working. So there is another reason for that. So when I select this column, you can see here on top, the category of this data is uncategorized. So I can categorize that as state or province. And when I do that, ideally it should work, but it is not working. That's fine. Let's try this one. Yeah, all of these are US maps, so they are restricted for US related data. And okay, I've added states. Now I can add sales. So here, whatever is dark color, that is my highest sale compared to the other colors. So that color coding you can change. Okay, this map is field map is not working in my file, and I'm using shape map. So it is just highlighting those states where I'm having good sales. So I've added this sales under color saturation. If you want to add legends, legends means sheep mode or something. So that way it will show you which states are having are using these particular sheep modes. But just don't make it too much confusing. People don't like to go with that. So here you can change it. If you want to go with this and say this color. Okay, this is how it will look. So this is geographical maps. You can also use this one, but again, this will require specific longitude, latitudes, and all that part. So Let me check whether it will work on. Okay. So once you are done with this, you can go into files. Okay. There is this export option. Okay. When you click on that, you can export it into PDF. So it is generating PDF of all the pages. I don't want all the pages actually. I should have selected single page option. So this is how the PDF will be generated. Okay. And in order to get it into PPT, so for that you have to publish this report, and from there you can extract the PPT. But what these business people do, they just go into this view and take the screenshot, or go into this view. SharePoint you can embed, Mary. You can embed these Power BI reports into SharePoint. Let's see two things. First is mobile view, and second is this filter pen. Not the second, the first is filter pen. Okay, so the filter pane is again the filter section what we have seen. So it has different level of filters, right? So if I don't want to, if I want to apply filter on any particular visual, okay, so I can select that visual, and you can see the filter level visuals are enabled, right? And I want to filter, say, any particular state from this pie chart. So I will select all and remove that one state, or whatever filter I want to apply, I can remove that from here. Okay. So this is filter level. It is not affecting other visuals. Clear? Same thing. If I want to apply filter only on this page, I don't want it to be applied or affected on other pages. So you are going to create this profit analysis, right? Let me just delete this. I will. Yeah. And now just duplicate, because this is the final draft of the page, right? So let's duplicate and duplicate. So this is profit sales versus profit. Okay. So I don't want other pages to get affected, right? So I can use filters on this page section. So whatever filters I am dragging into this, say region, so, and only show these three regions. So whatever filters we are using inside filter pane have more priority or higher precedence compared to the filters on your page. So the slicers, right? Slicers will get affected by filter pane filters, but it is not other way around. If you apply some filter on slicer, it will not affect your filter on filter pane. Always remember that. So if filter pane has higher precedence on all of the visuals. Clear? Because slicer is also kind of a visual. So that's why. Now, if I apply any filter on page level, okay, filters on all pages, then let's see what happens. What filter I should apply? Let's see what we have in, yeah, under category. I'm only selecting technology. Okay. So I've applied technology filter, category filter. So you can see this page is already filtered out. But if I go on to this page, here also it is only showing me technology. Also for profit analysis, everything is technology. Do we have any? Yeah, see, subcategories are limited. Same thing happened here also. So the numbers are same on all the pages because that single filter is applicable on entire report. So when you want to apply report level filter, you can go into all pages. If you want to apply for a single page, then use this page level filters. Okay. Now let's see how to create mobile view. So before creating mobile view, we have to have one single page developed. Okay. You can have multiple pages developed, but mobile view is defined for each page differently. Okay. So whatever visuals you are having on this page, those same visuals will be available for mobile. Only those visuals. You cannot create new visual. You can use existing visuals on mobile view. Okay. So here you can see under view section, there is this mobile layout option. Also at the bottom, it is showing you desktop layout, and beside that there is mobile layout, right? So let me just duplicate this page. I will call it as mobile view sales analysis. See, if you open this in desktop, it will look like this only unless and until you transform this page into mobile layout. And someone who is opening this report from mobile, they only can see it in the mobile view. Clear? If they are opening it on laptop, so they won't be able to see mobile view. Clear? Okay, let's see how we can do that. So just click on this icon, mobile layout view, or go to view and mobile layout. Any option you can choose. So see, it is giving us this small screen, and also this new option is added now, which was not there. If you click on this, it will just use these visuals randomly based on its own thought and idea. Let's see what it does. So see, when I clicked on auto mobile layout, so this is on top, then this is navigation pane. So in mobile layout, it is not required. Why? Because there is you can touch your screen, right, in mobile. So there is option to just jump to different pages in mobile layout, so that you don't have to do it. So you can remove this section. I can choose this highlight section here, but you can see the font size is too high, so I will reduce the font, so 10, and just keep it as it is. They can scroll, or if you want, you can increase the size a bit, or just keep it as it is. That's fine. They can scroll. So you have very limited real means what you can call it, limited space on the mobile. So you should not keep everything what you have in desktop version, but this is how your mobile layout will look. So you can just scroll down. And if you have multiple pages, so if I create some other page like profit analysis and also convert that into mobile layout, so when I open this report in mobile, it will show me two pages over there. And now if I open this report in mobile layout, it will only show me one page in mobile view, because I have converted only one page, right? That's why. Rest of the pages are not formatted for mobile. We have formatted only this single page, correct? So there is not much you have to do. You can use existing options, and now this new option is already available. So you just have to click here and it will drag all the visuals. Set means format them to fit into mobile layout. Okay. Previously, we used to manually select and do the formatting, like reducing font size and all that stuff. But I don't think that is now required. Clear? Mobile layout. I guess this is part of your project also. So you have to create one dashboard. Um yeah, one dashboard and also the mobile layout of that dashboard. Then extract the PDF and upload in your LMS portal. We are yet convincing people to use Power BI itself. So there is a huge number of uh, people who are bit resistant to change from Excel to Power BI. So we are still pushing them. But there are some leaders for whom I have developed these mobile layouts. Means 2%, you can say, and they are also using it. So that's feels good, but see, it is not your responsibility to convince people. The business will take care of that. Your job is to what they are asking you. You just have to do it, right? But you should know how to create it, right? And it is not that difficult. See, in my organization specifically, the Power BI reports are accessible through laptops, okay, company laptops and iPads and Apple phones, iPhones only, not Android phones. So you cannot access company reports through Android phones. So that's why, again, the another reason we have limited number of users, because though 60 to 70% people prefer to go with iPhone, but still there is 40% people who are using Androids and they won't be able to use this. It is not means in Excel you can grab single cell and do whatever changes you want over there, right? Here you cannot make any changes. You just have to see and you just have to give the answers. You cannot modify, you cannot do manual adjustments. And in business, the lots of manual adjustments are being done to show the correct numbers. So see, this is change management basically, and that is inevitable. We cannot do anything to that. Now you might be everyone is hearing about this AI and all that stuff. So this is another change which is coming. That is not going to replace anyone's job, but there is huge amount of people who are not aware of this new technology also. So that is another change management which is in process. Of course, that is going to simplify our life. Now, this option, what you're seeing here, this is the example of that only. So Microsoft have taken over this Chat GPT. So Chat GPT is open source, it's open AI, and companies cannot publish their data in open source. So that's why Microsoft taken over the Chat GPT. Now everyone is using Microsoft Office and Microsoft account, Microsoft 365 accounts. So the data is secured in their domain. Now Microsoft is asking everyone to use this Chat GPT, which is there inside. And here also you can see this Copilot. Where is it, Copilot? It must be here somewhere. Oh, sorry, in this. So here you can see this Copilot option, this one. My company doesn't allow that. My organization, it doesn't allow to use Copilot, of course, because of their own regulations. But there are lots of companies who are making use of the Copilot. It's that simple. Actually, we used to create a replica of ChatGPT like 2 3 years back. So using Python, we used to create these chatbots, or what we call it as So there was one project which we have developed. We called it as a EVA. So where you can ask question, then normal language question, natural language processing using NLP. We developed that. So you can ask questions in natural language, and it will convert that natural language into SQL query, file that, fire that SQL query over the cloud, fetch the data, and after fetching that data, it will convert it into table or visual, whatever I'm asking. Like, show me uh, last 3 months sales in bar chart. Okay. So for that question, we used to code 2 3 years back using Python. Now that is not required. I can do that using Copilot or ChatGPT. So things are getting easier, but at the same time, the complexity is also increasing. I don't know my screen is visible or not. See, so there is this app, Power BI app. You can open it. Do I have any mobile view here? So I don't have any mobile views at the moment, but when you open that app, it will show you the same interface what you have for Power BI services. See, it is not that difficult. It's just little bit of formatting. See, when I converted that page back to desktop view, it is looking like this. When I go back to mobile view, it is looking like this. So the only thing is the formatting part you need to take care. So for example, this one, so I will remove some of the filters from here. I will not use this product. So just take this here. I don't want to show order count, so it will be much better. No, I can do like this. So mobile view, you can choose to remove some of the visuals because see, it has a limited space. So it should have only those higher level information. It is too easy, Mary. Auto format is like a lifesaver thing. Otherwise, I have to select every visual and do the formatting on my own. But still, you have to do this little bit of formatting. Just you don't need this y-axis here, so I can just switch it off. So it will give me better visual. Similarly, here also, I don't require y-axis. Let's switch it off. And yeah, switch off the y-axis. Pull it a little bit down and increase the size. Yes. So these small settings you have to do, but rest is fine. Okay. So I guess we are clear with most of the topics. Okay, fine. Let me just transform this and then I will move it here. So this profit analysis you will prepare, right? What just happened here? So sales versus profit, that we will see after the break. Let me just launch this poll. Okay, then there are some important DAX formulas that we need to go through because these are the daily basis use formulas. Okay, if you uh, practice these formulas, DAX queries basically, so it will cover you can say more than 80% of your Power BI work. Means whenever you are working on Power BI, more than 80% of time you have to spend your time with these formulas. Okay, so I've listed those down. We will see one by one. Some of them we have already seen, the sum, and count. We haven't seen and others. If and cascaded if, I guess all everyone is if and cascaded if. We have created that bucket column using cascaded if. And then I will show you how we can publish this report and how we and what are the settings to set up the auto refresh. Of course, we won't be able to see all of the features of Power BI services because this is not the premium capacity workspace. But in organizations, they have the premium capacity workspace, so that has more options over there. But I will try to explain you those options. Yeah. So see, we already saw that. Okay. So in data modeling, there is this concept of star schema. That is actually ideal data model what we should follow. So there are two categories of tables. One table which is having all information. Okay. So the one table which has all of the information. Okay. That table is called as dimension table. Okay. Sorry. I guess it is fact table. So all the facts related to the data will be available inside that table. So basically your detail table is your fact table. Okay. So this is in this case, which is on the screen. Okay, just put this here. Okay, so here in this data, I have information related to order, correct? And also information related to regions, also information related to other order IDs, everything. This is my master data, right? So this is my fact table. But you can see in returns table here, we have only order ID and return status, correct? So this table is having data related to return orders only. It does not have other data. It does not have sales value, profit value, nothing, correct? And also you can see all of these order IDs are unique. There is no repetition of the order IDs, correct? Same case with people table also. Do we have any repetition of regions here? No, we have unique records of regions and their respective salespersons. So such type of tables are called as dimension table. Okay. So they have information related to a specific area. Yes. So dimension table, return table is dimension table, people table is dimension table, but order table is fact table. It has all the data, correct? And when we establish connection between dimension table to fact table, it should be always one to many. And if it is not establishing one to many, that means there is problem with your fact or dimension table. Not most of the time it is not problem with fact, it is problem with dimension table. There might be duplication of data or something like that. So these things you need to take care. And so what is star schema? So basically if I can take out multiple dimension tables out of this. Sorry, I'm getting confused with this fact and dimension. Okay. So I can take out multiple dimension table from this fact table. Like I have this return order. I have this regional managers. Similarly, I can take out another data as let's go to full data. Here we can see. I can take out the order categories, right? So order ID, segment, and where is another one? Yeah, segment and category. This can be my fact table. Then yeah, this shipment type and IT non-IT. This can be my another fact table, sorry, dimension table. So we can create multiple dimension tables, and it is the best practice to do that when you're dealing with huge amount of data. And why we have to do it basically. So as you can see, here we have only single table at the moment, correct? I'm dealing with only single fact table. What if I have more than one fact tables? And I want these filters to be synced with all of the table. Means if I am applying filter on this page, that should get applied on all of the tables also. I'm just giving one example. There are other scenarios also. Okay. So in that case, instead of using those columns from my fact table, I will use those columns from dimension table because that is my common table. Getting? And it is best practice to create or to divide your data into fact and dimension tables. And star schema is nothing but this connection. Like I will add one more table here, one more table here. So that is eventually going to create star-like structure. So, like this. Can I do that here? No, I cannot copy this. But okay, let me. Okay, we have disabled the load for the other tables. So you can have those multiple tables here and you can create that star-like structure. Okay. But every fact table should connect with dimension table with one-to-many relationship. Okay, one towards dimension and many towards fact. The same way we have here. And that's why I've added these two tables here because we are yet to work on that part. I wanted to show you this practical. So that is what we are going to do. Okay. And the scenario is that we haven't, we already using merge query. We have added those return orders in one of our this table, right? Orders with return. But in this table, we don't have those return orders mapped, correct? And then using this relationship itself without mapping data, how we can use it, how we can highlight return orders, that we are going to see. Okay. Because there are during these DAX queries, there are those formulas using which you can map it in here also. Profit analysis is there. Okay, let me just duplicate this page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete some of these visuals because the practical what we are going to see, for that we don't need all of these visuals. Okay. So I will keep this here, time series one. I don't need this at the moment. So let's just move it here. Okay, so we have already seen because we have created these DAX measures already. I will revise those one more time. So we have created total sales measure. Okay, so these are basically aggregated calculations. These are not columns. Okay, so there is a difference between column and measures. Okay, calculated column, to create calculated column you can use DAX. Also to create measures you can use DAX. Okay, So here under calculated column section, all of these columns we have created using DAX queries only. Okay, so this query what we are using, that is called as DAX basically. So same case, to create total sales, we have seen the sum function. It is just similar to the sum function in Excel. Similarly for profit, we have seen sum function. And also to get the count of orders, we have seen count function, right? So now if you look at this data, there is a repetition of orders. See, let me just sort it. So see, there is some repetition of orders, correct? And when I take a count of order ID, so whatever count I'm showing here, that is the total count. So it does include duplicate order IDs also. So this is incorrect, basically, right? When what I want to show is how many orders were placed or how many orders are there which are giving me 2.3 million of sales. Unique orders I want, correct? I don't want this product. So if you see why I'm having two entries of this order ID here, because of the product, right? I have two different products, table and binders. Because of that, it is repeating over there. But I want to get a distinct count. I want to get a unique count. How I can do that? So there is a function, just right click, create a new measure. And here I can say unique order count is equal to. So there is a function distinct count. Just similar to count, there is a distinct count of order ID. Sorry, I will select order. Where is order? Yeah, here is order ID. Okay, just enter. I'm just copying this. Okay, I will put it here. And now I will add this unique order ID in here. So see, just remove these. So what is actual order count? It is 5,000. And we are showing total number of products. So this was incorrect, correct? Because when I'm saying, so analysis, while doing analysis, what we need to check exactly? Out of how many orders I'm getting this much of sales or this much of profit. So this is not the right answer for that, correct? So you can make use of distinct count function to get the unique count. Similarly, if I create one additional measure here for total customer count. So what should I use? Should I use count of customer name or distinct count of customer name? Okay. So let's see. No problem. Okay, and if I show it here, so that will also give me additional analysis, how many customers we are serving, basically, right? So this is your actual customer count. So this is not, okay. Then there is another function, which is the average function. So average function is not useful in this case, basically, but in some cases where you have to calculate the average. So how I can use that? Okay, tell me the formula for percentage of profit. So we have the sales number, we have the profit number. Can I calculate the percentage of profit? Total profit divided by total sales. Okay, let's have that also. Profit percentage is equal to total profit divided by total sales. So while doing such type of calculations, make use of measures only. So we have already created this total profit, total sales. We can make use of these existing measures. And then you need to change the formatting of this, because if you show this here, it will show as a number only. So we need to change the formatting like this. Okay. Then there is this average function. So we can, it's just similar to sum function. So average profit is equal to average of profit column okay. This is in terms of currency actually. In this scenario, it is not making any sense to take the average, but just to show this formula, I've created this average. Now, we have already seen this if cascaded if, right? Here, while creating these buckets, these are cascaded if statements. Now, there are some built-in functions. Let me see if we. Hmm, okay, let's check the data. So what is the highest value here? 15.1. Okay, so let's create one column. Um, Sales above margin. Okay, and so I will create one variable using var. I will give name as margin, and my margin is $20. Then I will write a function. I will create another variable as result is equal to if sales. Here we are not going to use measure, okay, because we are creating calculated column. Measure is summation of all that column content, right? So never do that. It will hang up your Power BI. Okay, so is greater than equal to margin. Margin is the variable, okay, this variable which we have created. Then target met, else behind target. Okay, simple, and return. So what I want to return, I want to return result. Enter. Got this? Simple if condition, and based on the results of wherever we have the sales, sorry, where is sales? Yeah, which is above 20. So let me just try to filter it out, greater than or equal to 20. Okay, it should have result as target met. Yes, we have it. And if I select target behind target, So it should be, the sales should be below 20. So see, all the values are below 20, right? Simple calculation. But what if now this particular calculated column we have created at line level, each order line level, correct? So it is checking data for each and every order line for every product. And what if I want to show this data? Let's take this matrix. We have created it somewhere here, right? Yeah. Just copy this. Shift enter, Manoj. Shift plus enter, that will take you to the next line. Okay, I'm deleting these slicers for now. If required, we will copy it from other page. Okay. So this is the matrix visual I have. I'm going to convert that into table. Okay. And here, instead of profit, I will take sales. Okay. Now looking at the value. Let's remove this customer. We don't need customers. Order ID and product name. So this is what I have here. Normal simple table. Let me increase font size. So make it 12. Header, make it 12. Yeah. This is simple table, region wise sales. And I want to check whether it's above target or not. It is meeting target or not for that as per company standards. So whatever standards have been defined, based on that, it is meeting or not, right? So can we make use of that column what we have created at just few minutes back? Can we use that column here? So if I drag this column inside this, it is simply giving me this target made, not made, and all that, right? But what is this? My margin was $20, right? So this doesn't make any sense. So the point which I'm trying to make here is that you can make use of the same functions, same logic to create columns. But if those columns are having text values, they cannot be used into aggregations. Because here you can see the criteria, the margin was 20. But in this case, as you're looking at regional sale, the target would be different, right? Because for this, let me just format it in better way. Here is this value, sorry, specific column, top sales. I want to show it is in millions and no decimal, sorry. Okay, let's show them in thousands. That is better. So here, looking at these numbers, say my target means for region, for every region, the target is 550K. That is the target we have defined for the business. So for every region, you should achieve that target. That is what and based on that, I want to highlight whether it is target is achieved or it is behind target. So can I make use of same logic and create, instead of column, I will create a measure here. Okay, and call it as target tracker. And here now the criteria is 550K, right? And just enter. So now the error what you are getting is you are passing here sales column, but this is the aggregated function. This is the measure. So here what we need to pass? Total sales. Getting? So this is how the calculated columns are different from measures, though the logic is same, though the formulas are same. And now if I drag it into this, so now this is giving me the better understanding. See, and what is my, I will create one more measure with target value as 550,000. Simple. And put it here. So I can check whether it is behind target or not by comparing this. I don't have to put it into table actually, but I can go one level up and make use of this particular target value and create a measure called variance or deviation from the target. Okay. Then total sales minus target. And if I put it here I can see by how much value they are lagging behind. Understood? And now in these scenarios, your color coding will be much more effective. If I go here, if I go to the background, I select deviation, enable background, and go here, select blue. No, the lowest value will be red, and the highest value will be blue. And now, see, so it is giving me better understanding. Got it? So these things you make use into advanced analytics like what we are doing at the moment. Okay, so this is your basic analysis based on the data. But after first review, second review, they want some additional details. They want to understand what is the cause and how much variation they have. So you can make use of these built-in DAX functions for that. So there are some functions we discussed about. Here we have seen AND function. Similarly, we have OR function also. But there is this NOT function. So NOT function will just reverse the result. Let me quickly show it to you. So if I create any measure, say the business wanted to understand the root cause of a variation, do you ever include text or an explanation as to the root causes? My business often asks for them. Why should we do that? Because those reasons won't be part of your data, right? So here in this table itself, if you see the central region is behind target, they have these numbers, right? And so based on the data, we derived these numbers. Now the root cause is they have some weather condition issues, logistics problem, the strike issues, or some other issues are there. So in those scenarios, those inputs, they will give after showing these numbers, correct? And you won't be going back and changing the data because we are not allowed to change the data. Of course, you can add that as the highlight, like here, when you are showing that the sales is low, you can add RCA or something into the bracket, but that is not supposed to be part of your Power BI. Power BI will tell you why you are, how you arrived here, then why, that is different story. Okay, so for that you might have to use or create different template where region based column will be there, the regions, sales, and in front of that you can add this comments column or the reasons column where the business people will update their reasons, And then you can add that Power Excel file back into Power BI and create different visual based on the regions. So for this particular reason, we have, so how I can put it together. Okay, so I have one Excel file. I can show it to you. No, that won't be here. Okay, so let me put it in this way. So for these four regions, you have explanations from the business. So you can put separate Excel file together with all of those inputs, then add that Excel file back into Power BI, and then create its own visual based on that Excel file. So whenever someone looks at these numbers, they can also see it on top of that page that it has these reasons for that. And you can connect that Excel file with this data based on the region column. Okay, you can connect these two together like we connected this. Okay, here. In fact, you can make use of this same table also. Yeah, that's in this table, add region column or input column and map these inputs in front of those respective regions. Got it? Because see, the questions which you're asking, these are very, very common questions which you will get from the business. How I can input here, but Power BI is read-only application. When you publish it to the end users, they are expected to see, okay? And then whatever they want to react, they can react afterwards into the conference room to their managers. Okay, not on our Power BI report. Okay. Yeah, but for your information, there are other ways by which you can take inputs from the users and display it on the Power BI. And that is not part of course, this training. But I will quickly show it to you. Here on this insert option, you can see this Power App and Power Automate. Yeah. So you can create one Power App. It will create a form. Okay. And you can link that Power App to this Power BI dataset. This is just FYI for you guys. Those because there are separate Power App developers, separate Power Platform developers. Everyone who develops Power BI are not supposed to be Power Platform developers, and Power Platform developers can not be Power BI developers. But you can. So I personally developed this, and that's why when you guys ask these questions, I'm little bit resistant on that because this is way ahead of this. Means what we are learning at the moment. Okay, so you have to create one Power App where you can create fields like region or for example this data is there, right? And they want to add comment on this line. So when they select this line will be displayed based on the order ID in that Power App form. Okay, and then there will be this comment section where they can input their comment. Now, what I did is I have stored all of those comments linked to order ID on one SharePoint in SharePoint list. Okay, and from that SharePoint list, that data is again stored back on the cloud using Python code, which we were executing in Spark. Okay, so that data is going into cloud, right? So I have one dimension table now made up of order ID and comments. And that dimension table, then we are downloading back into Power BI and connecting based on the order ID and adding that comment column into this table. And how this data, when I'm selecting this, okay, so this Power Automate will link Power BI dataset to Power App And whenever the refresh is happening, whenever user is clicking on the submit button to submit the comment, it will trigger power automated flow, this power automated flow, to write this data into SharePoint. And once SharePoint is updated, Power Python code is automatically updating it on Clouded. So this is how you can do it. And this is not in our scope. Okay. See, you can do anything. But the only thing is that you should not get distracted with that. Okay, let me show you this not function, what it does. Not example. So if I say true, so it is going to return me true value. If I get this here, sorry, here, see, it is showing me true value. But if I use not before that, okay, so it will give you opposite result of what you are looking for if you use not. Okay, and not is mostly used while creating calculated columns. It is most commonly used. Let me check if we have any blank anywhere. I doubt we don't have any blanks in here. Okay, let's create blank in this. So now you can see there are lots of blanks into this table. It contains the blank values and this is not a column. Okay, that is fine. Let me just disable this relationship. Okay, so there are lots of blanks in this table. See. Fine. Just to show the example, I am creating this scenario. You should not use such data. So if you go to this order table, here you have huge data, right? You won't be able to identify whether any particular means in any column there is blank or not. Or if you want to say if you want to apply any condition based on that blank. So how to capture that blank value? So in order to do that, there is this built-in function. It's in Excel also. Okay, blank example. So if I write if, okay, sorry, is blank. This function I personally use when I'm using lookup function in Power BI. Okay, so is blank, say region column. So here it is saying false, but for all blank values, it is saying true. So basically the output of is blank function is true or false, right? And this we can use while applying lookup in Power BI. Okay, that is what we are going to see next. Okay, now sometimes there are these null values and you cannot remove those null values and you want to replace those null values with blank. Okay, so how you can do that? So you can create one more column. Means, of course, you cannot replace here, but you can create same replicated column like revised region column, where is blank region, no, not is blank, sorry. If region is equal to say west, then apply blank value, else whatever region value is there, keep it as it is. So now here you can see I have blank value here. So you don't want to go into Power Query editor and make these changes. So as a quick fix, you can make use of this blank function. Okay. Okay. Let me just remove those blanks from that table. People, take it out. Okay. Now, so inside this order table, we have this postal code and city. Okay. And I want to create one concatenated column of these two, like city hyphen postal code, something like that. Just an example. But if you want to join any two columns together or any two values together inside Power BI, so you can make use of concat function, concat, yeah, concat function. Okay. And just pass the values like where is that, city, comma, postal code. So only drawback of concat function is that it accepts only two inputs at once. Okay. And now if I want to add third value, I need to write another concat function here, cascaded concat function here, and say I want to add state also. So such type of concatenated functions you might have to use. So there is alternative for this. Means I will use this as a, okay, return a. So this is how it will show, right? But instead of that, there is another way by using these symbols. Okay. So this is what this symbol is called. So this symbol is called ampersand. So when we use single ampersand, so let me write city ampersand. I will add one more separators and postal code and press enter. So it is going to perform same concatenation operation. However, it is much more flexible. You don't have to write concat function every time, and you can add additional separators or delimiters. Okay, STA state. Sorry. See, it is that simple. So single ampersand is for concatenation, whereas if you use double ampersands, that means it is AND function. It is just similar to AND function. Okay. Instead of AND function, you can use double ampersand, and for OR, you can make use of these two vertical lines. I don't know what we call it. So we can asterisk or something, but two vertical lines means AND. Sorry, OR. Okay. Okay. Now let's see one more example. do I have here? Just take any one postal code. Yeah, here 10024. Okay. So I'm writing one simple function. Postal code is equal to 10024. Okay. Enter. So it is giving error saying that this postal code column is not numeric. So I cannot straight away write this. So I need to write it inside double quotes. So see, it is saying true for first line. Rest of the lines it is saying false because okay, there are so many orders for that postal code here. Now I want to use postal code not equal to. Okay. So in Excel, we use that greater than, less than symbol. So this is the symbol for not equal to, right? Same symbol we can use here also. So see, now it is saying false because I've used not symbol. So single ampersand is for concatenation. Double ampersand is and. Then asterisk, two asterisks is for or. Then this is equal to, this is greater than, this is less than, and this is not equal. Okay. Shall I put this in chat window? But of course you have to copy that at your end. I will remove that equal to, less than, greater than, because that is not relevant. Yeah. Can I edit this? I forgot to write concatenation for single ampersand, so you can write that. Let me just delete this column. Okay. Now let's come back to DAX queries measures. So we have seen date diff function to calculate order aging. So there are some functions where you can, especially related to date. Okay. So let's create one column which will give me start of the month. Okay. What if I want to capture the start of the month? Okay. So let's see start of the month. So we have this start of month built-in function. You just have to give date column and it will return you the start of every month date. Of course, you need to change this date time into date and do the proper date formatting. So see, everywhere you can see it is a first of every month, right? So start of the month function will give you start date of each month. Okay. Then there is date functions. I will write it. Okay. Then end of the month. So there is this built-in formula EOM, sorry, EOM, and same order date. Okay, is there any problem here? I'm using same formula name as a variable name, so that's why it is giving me error. And yeah, so end of the month have additional parameter, that is month. So basically it is asking you the start date and end of the month. Here you are supposed to give them 0 or -1. So basically, do you want end of current month, previous month, or 2 months back, or like that, or in future? So for current month, you can provide 0. So it will give you value for current month. Okay, again change the formatting to better understanding. So see, it is 30, 31st. You can see everywhere. So this way you can get the end of the month. If I write it for previous month, like -1, so it will give me end of month value for previous month. Okay, so let's go to order ID. Order ID is 7th of September 2014, and it is giving me end of the month of 31st August 2014. So likewise, you can reduce the number of months, like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months back, or in future. So for future, it will be positive value. So we have September over there. So it will give us end of the month of current month. So one is current. So this is October, 31st October. So from September, it is giving me October value, like that. Clear? Start of the month, end of the month. I hope date diff is already clear, right? Here, order aging we calculated using date diff. See, so there are lots of date functions, but we are only looking at which you will require while working actually. But you can explore those. Means I will advise you to explore a lot of functions. Okay, now let's come back to our next part. Here, I will add one date. Sorry, year filter. That is years. Order years. Yes. Make it as drop down, and I just want 1 year. Okay, just for the practical purpose. So on the screen, when you see that the total sales was divided based on different months, right? So here for December 2017, it was 84K. And previous to that, it is 118K, correct? Now, what if I want to see MTD sales? Okay, so this is fine. Here we are showing month on month comparison, that is fine. But what if there is a table or there is a visual where I'm only showing month to date values? Okay, let me just make a replica of this so it will stay as it is. Okay, we will use this one. I don't need this, I don't need this. So here I have total sales. And what if alongside total sales, I have to show what is my MTD sale and what is my YTD sale based on the year which I am selecting here. So for this 2017, of course, this is the sale, but what if I want to show the monthly sale for current month? Okay, we are, as per this data, we are here, December 2017 is the current month for this, correct? So there is this built-in function which we can use. So just create new measure and write mtd sales is equal to. Now we already have total sales, right? So we just need to calculate total sales. So there is this calculate function. Okay, it is very important function. Okay, you can pass another measure to calculate function. Okay, total sales, comma, you can apply the filtering condition. Now I want total sales calculated for the month, right? So there is this built-in formula, dates MTD. So dates MTD, QTD, YTD, all are there. We will see dates MTD and just simply pass order date. Okay, the date column that you have to pass. Change the formatting. Okay, and when you drag this value inside this table, so here you can see the sales value is different. Why? Because it is showing sales for the current month. Now, if I add a region here as a legend, okay, let me just transform this into this. The color is too bad. Central, East, South, and West. Okay. Now here I can see for Central it is saying 18,000. So where is Central? Central is here. So let's go. Let's see. So it is showing me that the sale is 18.83. You can check it here. So only for current month. What if I want to show the numbers for current month, right? Now, along with that, your manager is saying also show the previous month data. Okay. Also show the previous month data. So now what we did to calculate MTD, we made use of total sales number. So we referred total sales. Out of that, we extracted current month sales using calculate function. Now I have to calculate previous month. So what reference I should take? Should I take total sales as a previous month or MTD sales to calculate previous month? So we want to show previous month with reference to current month, right? And MTD sales is giving me current month sales number. So I can calculate MTD sales and means I will give reference of MTD sales. So calculate MTD sales, but not for current month, for previous month. And then again, pass your order date. No, this is wrong date column. Order date here. Okay, close the brackets and drag this into this. So you can see everything is blank because currently month is not selected. So let me select December. Still nothing. Yeah. So we have used this previous month formula and everything, but still it is not showing anything. Because in order to get previous month sales, this was the default formula which we used to use before. But somehow it is not giving us the desired results. Okay, this is go-to formula for lots of developers. But now it is, as you can see on the screen, it is not giving us the proper result, right? So there is this built-in formula which you can use. Okay, I'm just splitting this calculate function for better understanding. So instead of previous day, there is this date add function where I need to pass my date, order date, comma, number of interval. So I want previous 1 month, right? So I will just write -1 month. I want month, right? So I will select month. If you want day, you can choose day also. And then simply close the bracket. So what I'm doing, I want to calculate MTD sales, but calculate it for previous month and then enter. Okay. And it is giving us some error. Let me just remove this. Hmm, that's fine. So the error what it is giving is the problem of that function is that it is not having unique data records in here. And that is fine, means our data is having row level data and everything. So this date add function, so here are two scenarios I wanted to explain. First is we can calculate it for year over year, month, quarter, whatever date range you want. So this MTD, you can even have it for YTD as well. Okay. And the reason our previous month and this date add functions are not working because we don't have date column, sorry, date table. So always remember date add function works when you have dedicated date table. I'm saying table. Okay. So how to create that table? Just click on new table. Sorry, I clicked on the column. Let me just create. Okay, new table and say date table. And there is this calendar function, calendar auto. I will say no, I will use simple calendar because I don't want it for a current year. So I want to create my own. So start date will be 01 min of order date. There we go. Yes, order date and max of order date. Okay, and then just simply change the type to date, change the format. So this is your dedicated date table, and then all of these columns, these date columns, what you have created here, this month, quarter, year, that all of those columns you can also add into this. Okay, so how you can connect this date table? So we are created based on the date, right? So just connect it to order date, save, see, one to many relationship. And now here inside this measure, if I use here, I need to pass this date from date table, and same here, I will pass date from date table. Now it is working fine, correct? So I had to create this scenario just to make you understand in which cases which function will work. Okay. So date add function is really, really useful. The only thing is that you need to have dedicated date table. It is very simple. You can create using calendar, minimum date of order ID means start date and maximum date of order ID as an end date. If you do this, then in future, if you add some more orders, it will automatically pick up the maximum date. If you hard code that, then again, that will create problems. Okay. So let me just format this. It should have. See, cool. Now, what if I want to see what was my total sale, MTD sale for previous year? I have selected 2017, but I want to see it for previous year, 2016, in the same table. I don't want to change that filter. Okay. So there is this another function, MTD last year. So calculate MTD same period last year. Okay. And the date of this date column. Okay. Sorry. I am supposed to select this. It's done. And now if you put it here, see. So this is my current month, that is December sale, right? What it is, 83K. So here the total value for December is 83K, correct? See, 83.83, fine. But last year, 2016, if I want to see for 2016, do I have 2016 December? Yeah, it is 97K, right? Now here, see, it is giving me the same numbers, 97K. Understood? This is current year MTD. This is last year MTD. This is previous month. And this is my total sales. And here also, now I haven't selected any year and I want to see for current year YTD sales. So I can create one more measure as YTD sales. And okay. So if this is clear, then which website to practice? Okay, let me just put that in chat. Means for machine learning, we use data sets from this website. It's a Kaggle. Is it visible here? See, it has lots of data sets. You can even choose the category of data you want. Ideally, go with the population-based data. And it has lots of other data also. But see, it's COVID data you can choose, or you can try for credit card eligibility. Okay, lots of data are there. See, it's from education or from sales. I don't see. Okay, don't go into pre-trained model and all that, because that is related to machine learning. Here, I don't know if you have sales. You can type also here. Supermarket sales, video game, superstore, simple sales data. Even this superstore is also, I guess, I've taken from this site. Let me share this link. So this publish option, when you click on that, of course, it will ask you to save your report, and then it will give you the list of workspaces. So right now I have my own workspace. So that is here. If I select, it will publish this report to that workspace. And now when we publish report to the workspace, what happens that I want to show. So let's go to that workspace here. Like 2-3 years back, you don't even require these Microsoft accounts. But nowadays it is required everywhere. So this is my workspace, right? And all the reports which I am going to publish, those will be listed here. So the report which we just published, this is that report, Power BI Practical. But along with that report, you can see there is this semantic model. This is nothing but data set. They are giving this fancy name, semantic model. But this is the data set and this is the visual. You can see these icons. Okay. And when you click on this, it will take you to the report. And if you click on this, it will take you to this page where it will show you the database, the data set. Okay. The tables inside that data set. And if you want to schedule the refresh, or if you want to refresh that data, that you can do it from here. So basically this is the dataset management. So if your data is already linked, you can click on refresh. If that data is refreshed previously, that will be listed here. The start time, end time, how much time it took, whether it was failed or not. If it is failed, then it will give you the message over here. Okay. And if you go to the schedule refresh section, so here you will get some additional options like gateway and cloud connection. So this is useful only in case of gateways, sorry, cloud, because we need to connect to cloud. As I showed you in this architecture, Power BI architecture, we have to use these gateways. Gateways are nothing but secure tunnels between secure connection between cloud data and Power BI, right? So those gateways you can define here. So right now I don't have any gateways. So if I'm working in the organization, they will assign you the gateways if you have premium license. So those gateways you can get here. Then from refresh, I can schedule the refresh time. So as I don't have any gateways at the moment, I cannot schedule any refresh. So here you can select the time zone, frequency, daily, weekly, monthly, and also you can add the time, 11 a.m., 10 a.m., whatever time you want to start the refresh. So that is how you can schedule the refresh of the data. And there are some additional things like parameters. So we have set this 1000 limit parameter, right? We have created this data limit parameter. So that you can modify from here if you want. Okay. So these are the basic settings. And inside the report, you can see it is showing all the pages here. Ideally, you need to hide all these pages and they can navigate using this top navigation pen. Okay. So I can go to this sales analysis. It is visible here, but now you can see, though it was a text box, I was able to write everything inside that, but now I am not. See, it is not letting me to edit anything. So that's why I was saying for end user, everything is read only. They cannot write anything except you implement that another approach which I have showed you, discuss about it with you. Okay. So it will work in the same way. You can select and it will change things here, right? Also, you can choose something and that will affect all of the reports here also. or you can choose any specific region and so state, and you want to see data for that. So that way you can check here. See? And also you can do the drill through. And extract. If you want to extract this data, just click here and export data. That's it. So there are again two options actually. So if data is exceeding 150K lines, okay, 150,000 lines, then you should go with this option, where you will get flexibility to connect data with 50,000 rows. But only caveat is that your Excel will be connected with Power BI dataset with live connection. So every time you open that Excel, it will load data and it will take some time. And if the data rows are below 150K, then this is the default option, what we use. Click and it will download that same into Excel. Just open that Excel. See, this is all data related to order bucket of what we have considered. What was the bucket? We should have that bucket column here for better understanding. I guess I've selected this bucket. Yeah, 6+ days. So that way you can use your Power BI services. Now, if you go to file section, you will have export embed report option. So someone was asking, can we embed this into website? So publish to web option is there. Okay. So when you click here, it will give you one embed code. Okay. So right now I don't have premium workspace, but here from this, that code you can copy into SharePoint to embed these reports into SharePoint. And if you want to download this Power BI file, you can choose this download this file option. Now from export, you have three options. Either you can export in PDF like we did. We can do it from desktop version also and from here also. And if you want to export this in PowerPoint, again with live data and with images. So with live data, the file will be too much heavy. You won't be able to operate it properly. Of course, with small data, that's not a problem. So embed with image, include hidden pages tab. Okay, it's up to you. Do you want current values? Current values means if I am applying some filters here and I just want to export that as my PPT. Okay, so I can choose current value option. See, current value. Or if I just want to export current page, go to default values. I don't want to download with filters. Then it is exporting now. So if you choose all the pages, it take the screenshot of all the pages and create PPT. So it takes ample amount of time. See, the PPT is downloaded. Now, if you open that, it looks like this. Okay. Clear? And okay, this is not part of your syllabus, but anyways, we are in PowerPoint presentation, so I want to show you this also. So if you are in PowerPoint presentation, you can go to Insert and go to Power BI. Okay. By default, it won't be there in your file. You need to add this add-in from Get Add-in. And if you do that, you just have to give the URL of the report. So this report. Now, I will show you how to embed that report in PowerPoint. But before that, the Power BI services, the reason using Power BI services, premium capacity is You can share this report with non-tech users, with the users who do not have Power BI licenses, pro licenses. Okay, how you can do that? Just go here, click. Of course, it is telling me that I need to take the premium license, because right now I don't have premium license. So only premium users can share it with multiple people. So try free, and okay, that will ask me to pay or something, but that's okay. I can show you here. So this window will appear. Okay. So this copy link, either you can copy this link and share it with people, or you can add people here, their email IDs, and then click on send. So they will receive an email invitation from Microsoft Power BI that you have shared this report with them, and there will be link which they can use to open this report. Clear? It's simple. There is just this share option that you have to use, and using that, even that is here also, is the same option. Try free. I don't want to try it. Yeah, see? So people with existing access, apply, and then I can add their names, and that's it.
So there are some points which I want to highlight, like what we have seen, because when I was going through this project requirements today, so I realized that we are covering specifically those topics, and that is good for us. And that is exactly what you also have to do when you are actually working in the industry, right? Theoretically, there are lots of topics, and practically, it is not possible that everyone will know everything, correct? Even I am working from last 8 years on Power BI, but today also I feel that there are lots of things related to Power BI that I need to learn. Of course, Microsoft is also helping me in that by releasing new upgrades every month. So that is also there. But still, you cannot stop at any point if you want to continue your journey in this field. Okay. I would suggest, along with Power BI, try to learn SQL. Also, I hope your previous batch was for SQL, right? So please don't lose touch with SQL. Means no one going to expect you to be full-time SQL developer. So you won't be expected to work on SQL full-time, but being a Power BI developer, when you say that you are a Power BI developer or you have some experience with Power BI, then it is expected that you should also understand SQL. Understand, I'm saying. Because sometimes you have to write some queries to extract data from cloud. Basic queries, normal, select this from this table with this type of filters. Or sometimes you might have to apply some joins also. So it is good to have, means if you want to increase your chances of getting hired, it is suggested, means I personally suggest that along with Power BI also keep touch with SQL. And if you are interested in that, it's very simple, right? You have learned SQL. It is not that difficult. Yeah, it's just like talking simple English, right? So there are also some new functions which are being introduced into SQL. So try to search for that, try to understand those functions, because that will save you a lot of time. Like instead of writing 5 to 10 line of SQL query, that single function will solve your problem. Okay, so try to do that. And so SQL is important, Power BI is important. If you are interested in development, like software part, so Python knowledge is also fine, but it is not mandatory. But these things are good to have. So for this data analytics field, ideally the tech stack which is required, okay, that includes it depends on your role also. So if you are in machine learning or AI. So, of course, Python is the primary one, then statistics and mathematics. These concepts are primary requirements. Along with that, if you have SQL knowledge and other things, so those are add-ons. Same case with data analytics. So it is the primary things are Power BI, SQL, Excel, Microsoft Excel. These three things are mandatory. Means they they need to you need to have this knowledge. And after that, if you have Azure Cloud or AWS, any cloud platform related knowledge, so that is also add-on thing. That will increase your chances of getting hired. So when I'm saying cloud platform related knowledge, that doesn't mean you need to be data engineer, because the people who work on the cloud, they are data engineers and they have deep knowledge regarding cloud infrastructure, how it works, how the data warehouse being built and everything. So basically, it is good to have knowledge of these concepts. So you can learn about it. Google, Google is there. It can help you. The best is YouTube. Okay. And there are some uh, good YouTube channels, uh, which I cannot suggest here. But if you go to YouTube and search for Power BI, you will get those channels anyways. Okay, so just follow those channels. And as this is our last session, that's why I'm discussing these things, because learning Power BI is one thing, but just learning won't help you get the job, right? So there is this process or what? Yeah, the process. Okay, this defined process in today's market, which we need to follow, which includes creating your own portfolio. Okay, without that, it is kind of difficult to get the job. So in creating portfolio, the primary thing is to have CV, not resume. Okay, resume is like of our life story. Like I was working in this company, working on these many things and that and blah blah blah, lots of things. Means I personally had 6 to 7 pages of resume. Okay, that I shrinked into single page now. So you need to have your 1 page max to max 2 page of CV, which is giving brief idea about your role in the organization. It should not be an essay. It should not have lots of explanations about your job role. So it is good to have, for example, if I'm working as a data engineer, so I will explain any one project which I worked on, not specifying the details of the project. Of course, these are confidential things which you cannot use, but at least you can talk about the concept. Like this type of concept I worked on, and these were the challenges, and this is how I solved. So that type of scenario, one liner, 1 to 3 lines is enough. So that way you can explain about your role. Because anyways, during interview, so first create your CV, which will highlight your key areas like the primary specialties, skills, key skills. Then, of course, online lots of sites are there. Nowadays, this chat GPT is also giving us some information, but don't use that. Okay, never use that. So there are some resume sites online. Just search for that, CV creation and all that. And once you go there, you can type the position what you are applying for and just refer those content. Don't copy paste. Okay, never do copy pasting, because the people who are there to hire you, they are much smarter than you. They know all these things already. Okay, so don't copy paste it. Refer the type of statements they have created, or the type of experience, the way they are constructing those statements. Okay, so refer those things, build your resume, say CV, not resume, and don't ever put your photo on your CV. Okay, so that is one. Second, you should have active LinkedIn profile. Active means today also. When recruiter goes to your profile, they should see that from last you were active for at last 2 3 days back. Okay, not like 2 months or year back. So you should have active LinkedIn profile, and your profile experiences of what you experience you're writing in that profile. So there you can write in details like you write in resume. Add these certifications, what you're doing. Also ask for recommendations for your previous organization managers and all those people who you worked with. Okay, they can share their experiences. Then try to subscribe or follow the channels which are related to Power BI, SQL, data analytics, AI. So they are talking about this field, right? So just follow those channels. So you will eventually what happens when you follow any channel, LinkedIn will publish you as a new ad to that channel to other members of that channel and vice versa. You will start getting suggestions for other people who are part of that channel, right? So that way you can build your network into the same field. Okay. And then most of the time, these people reach out to you if they have any openings, right? So do that. LinkedIn is must. And the last part is having hands-on experience on Power BI. Okay. It's not just theoretical experience. Having hands-on experience is very important. So yesterday I suggested this site, Kaggle. From there you can download data sets and just randomly create reports, whatever you are understanding based on that. Okay, just create it. That is important. So let's start with the remaining topics. So yesterday, yeah. So far, what we have seen is how we can do this drill down. So this is what we have built. And this is good idea which we got from Shrikant and Manoj because they were persistent. And this is also one good thing which you can add on your report as an additional insights, right? I never did that actually. It was never asked for, but I can suggest that in my organization also. So this is good thing. And apart from that, we see how we can create measures, some average count and all that. Then we have seen that how this count is incorrect because this is the entire count of data. Instead of that, we require distinct count. Also, how slicers will affect on these visuals that we have seen. Then we saw that how the interaction between different visuals will be taken care, right? Then how this top 10 or bottom 10, uh, in this case, the customers, but you can use this top n approach individuals with respect to any numeric column, right? Then we saw the tree map, then bucket analysis is there, this geographical map. Then this one is nothing but related to time series, where we have seen different approaches of drill down. Okay, so there was this normal drill down, then this is level down. What is this? Yeah, it is hierarchy level down. And there was this option, two arrows, that is normal level down, which is of no use actually, because the sorting doesn't work in that approach. Okay. Now, I hope everyone remembers we try to map all of these order IDs from return table, right, into order table. Correct? Sorry. Yeah, order table. So we just want to know which orders are being returned so that we can remove those orders from our total sales numbers, right? I guess Jaswinder did ask about it. So that time we discussed about this anti-left joint, right? So, but what if the data is very huge and it is difficult to do merge operation in Power Query Editor? Okay, so can I do that on the front end using tags? Okay, how we can do that? Let's see. Let's see. So this is the relation what we have established, which is based on the order ID. You can see when you hover your arrow on that relation link, so you can see that order ID is being highlighted. That means both of these tables, returns and orders, is connected based on order ID, right? I just need to enable this relation because it is currently disabled. So let me just switch on that relationship, apply, and now this relationship is active. It's here. And the date table relationship is there already. Let's establish a relationship between people based on the region column. We have region column here. Yeah, region is there. Expand it. Go to the region. Let me just expand this one. The region is connected with this region. Save and done. Okay. So basically, we are building this star schema. So these are my dimension tables, and this is my fact table. Actually, in your project, you have very good example of fact and dimension table. So when discussing about that project, I will explain about that. Okay. So what we did, we just established normal relationship between these tables. Correct. Now you have three different approaches to map these values or use these values in your report. Okay. So here, just go on this page and I will add this particular return column as a filter in filter pane. You can add as a slicer also, it's up to you, because but right now we don't have any real estate available over there. There is no space. So that's why I will add it here. Okay. So I'm just dragging this column here. It has yes and blank. So just ignore blanks. So why it is showing blank here? If I go to the table, return table, do I have any blanks here? No, right? In this column, there are no blanks. But when I drag that as a filter, it is showing me blanks here. You need to go back to previous sessions where we did this merge operation and think about it. And that's one of the reason I kept this table here. Okay, in which we added that column. See this return column. So if I select yes, so it is, and that means all the blanks we got when we did this merge operation, all we also got the null over there that we have replaced with no, right? So that is exactly what is happening when you are doing this relationship between these two tables. So when you are using one of column as a filter, it is saying that there are 296 matches, unique order ID match in order table, and rest are not matching. That's why it is showing blank here. Okay. Despite the fact this column is not having single blank value, it is still showing us blank, right? So if I want to see how much sale was there for these return orders, so when I select that, see, it is only affecting this table. Okay, the bottom table. So let me just expand it. And there is a reason why it is not affecting all of these charts, because it is based on the relationship, right? And date table is also connected to this, and that's why, and all these values in this chart, they are coming from date table, right? And that's why it is not working, or it is only filtering out those values. So this is one approach where you can just establish connection and try to use it as a filter. But there is a limitation for that. If you have a huge data, then whenever you create the data model, so all the calculations what you are doing, those calculations will happen on both of the tables. And that might slow down your report, that might affect the performance of your report. So that's why what we usually do is you can go to the order table and try to add return column like we did in merge operations, right? So I can add a new column here, same return status is equal to. Now there is this built-in formula, okay, just like we lookup formula. So you can see it is asking you the result column. So what you're looking for basically. So I'm looking for return value, right? I'm looking for return column. Then it is asking you what do you want to search in that table. On what basis you want to search basically. So I want to search on the basis of order ID from return table. And last is search value from this table, means orders table. So from orders table, I want to search order ID also, right? So order ID from orders table should match with order ID from return table and return me the return column value, right? So just close the bracket, enter, and see the same thing is happening. So there are blanks. So I can add one more thing here. I can make use of this is blank function, what we have seen yesterday, and then I will add it as no. Sorry, it should not be used like this. Okay, let's just make it better. Yeah. So I will create return this is equal to this one variable. Then I will create a result is equal to if is blank return status, then sorry, close your is blank, then it should be no, else it should give us return status, and close the bracket. Now final return result. See, it is just similar to the column what we have mapped in merge operation, right? And here also now we have this return column. Where is it? Yeah, return status. Okay, simple function is blank. We are just checking if we lookup value or lookup value is returning blank, then just put no over there. Else, whatever it is returning, just show that value. Correct? Now, if we use that filter, okay, return status. So this is my return filter from returns table, And now here, if I select this, so here you can see how many order counts or line counts are there and why it is not working on auto filters. Okay, let's try to use in slicers. So here, if I see, yeah, it is working here fine. Okay, so I will name this as, where is it? Yeah, turn filters, lookup. Okay. Then I will add that return column from return table. Okay, let's name this as one. Okay, so now this is the column which we have calculated using lookup function. And as you can see, the total sales is 2.3. If I apply yes, so out of that 180.5K were returned. So let's see, it is giving us the same one. If I use column based on join, means that if I don't create this column, if I just use the existing column from other table. Okay, see, it is giving us the same numbers. Right? So there was some issue with my Power BI. That's why these were not working on this particular filter plan. Ideally, it should work, but from yesterday, it was giving me some issues. I don't know why. Okay, so this is how you can make use of this. Either you can map that column in your primary table. Okay, this table. And in order to map that, if you're mapping it using lookup, so you don't need to establish relationship between these two tables. If I just delete this relationship and go here, and now if I apply filter from lookup column, it will work fine. There is no relationship between these two tables, right? And this, of course, it won't work because we just broke the relationship, right? Now there is another way. Sometimes lookup formula does not give us the appropriate results. Like yesterday, we saw that previous month formula was not working properly. So we use date add formula instead of that, right? So similarly here also, if my lookup formula is not working properly, I can use another formula. I'm just creating that variable here, related. Okay, so there is function called as related, and you just have to provide the column. So now if I try to type the return name, it is not appearing here because at the moment there is nothing which is related with this table, right? See, there is no relation at the moment. If I just restore that relation back, where is the order ID? Restore that relation back. And now if I try to write in related here, see, it is showing me that column name. I just have to grab this. That's it. Okay, and it will give you the same result what this lookup value was giving. Let's see whether it is having the same results or not. I'm just creating one version here. You don't have to move this, just for checking the values. See, So it is showing us the same. This on the other side of this vertical bar, this is with respect to related, and the first one is with respect to yes, so lookup. Right? So it is giving us the same values. I can use same logic. What I have used for is blank, so it will show no over there. But you can see that wherever I am selecting this, everywhere it is giving us the same result. The only condition is that in order to use the related function, you need to have a relationship between two tables. And if you don't have relationship between two tables, then you can use lookup value. If you have relationship, then just simply use related. That will solve a lot of trouble for you because you have to do three different parameters here, right? Instead of that, just go with related and it is just giving you the same result. Clear? These are very useful and important functions. Always remember the scenario and the functions. In which scenario, which type of function to be used. When you are dealing with multiple tables, that time it will be really handy. Okay, so how do you feel about Power BI now? Will you able to build these pages? So whenever you get tasked to build any Power BI report, first thing what you have to do is spend time with the data. Okay, try to understand the structure of the data. What are the qualitative columns? What are the quantitative columns? Okay, bifurcate those columns. Then also try to understand the pattern. Okay, what type of data is that? Because even in your interview, you will be given with the scenario, and nowadays these people just send you some file over the Google Drive, ask you to create some sample Power BI report and share it back with them. So that also some companies are doing. My cousin, he got such type of interview. Okay, I hope everyone is clear with this. Okay, let's build this sales versus profit now. So I will just replicate this page because I don't want to rebuild this top thing. What is this? This is advanced analysis and this, yeah. So I will rename this as sales. Just a minute. I must be having that. Okay. Okay. Also, I will remove this part at the moment. I don't need that. We can add it later. So that group it, put it on top here. Then, so we are building this sales versus profit. Okay. I don't have this. We can make use of this visual. This will be useful for sales versus profit comparison. Then this is of no use. We can use this. We can make use of this. So as you can see, I'm not doing it from scratch, right? And you should also follow that. So build your own theme or design standards, and then just use that existing template to build your new reports or pages. That will save a lot of time for you. Of course, we need to delete some things from here or add new things. That is okay. But at least whatever you can use, just use that. Okay. So let me put it here. I will just group these two things together. Copy paste. So this is the structure of the page what I have created. Now we will convert this into sales versus profit. So let's go back to normal view. So here, this is order account bucket. Of course, it is not order count. We forgot to change the header. So let me just put it here as sales versus profit. This is by sales, this will be by profit. And here, top 10 customers by profit percentage. Okay. Now, yesterday we already calculated all those measures, right? We calculated total profit, we calculated profit percentage, right? So I already am showing here what is my total sales and what is my total profit. That is also fine. So these three cards are okay. Instead of unique order count, now I can show it here as a profit percentage, because this is showing me the relation between these two values, right? And then filters, again, whatever filters you want, you can add. It doesn't matter. It's all depend on the requirement, right? Now this is the time series analysis where I want to see, based on different months, quarters and everything, how was my profit, right? So the only thing you have to do is just drag this total profit here, and of course you need to change the colors. Total sales is like this, and the profit will be like this. Okay, so as you can see, compared to my sales, the profit margins are very, very low. That is what it is telling me. If I go at year level, if I go to week level, it's the same scenario. See? Either you can use this column approach, or you can use this approach where you can, means I'm selecting this combo chart where the column and lines are there, and I can add my profit to this second line. Okay, this line chart, which is creating a secondary axis here. Okay, and that is not right actually, because you can see the sales value is 0.7 million and the secondary axis is in thousands. So you need to be very conscious while creating such type of features. Okay, because when we shifted profit at line, it have created two different axes. But you can see my sales axis is starting from 0, whereas my profit axis is starting with some random value, right? So you need to match those two things. Okay, just go to the format painter, go to secondary y-axis, and minimum value is 0. And also in my main y-axis, minimum value is 0. Okay. So looking at the trend, what it is telling me, my profit is increasing. But was that the scenario when I mapped it using normal bar chart? Was I able to understand how my profit is going? Or was it able to communicate in proper way that your profit is growing? Though you can see that your profit margins are very low, but it is difficult to understand whether it is growing or not. Right? So based on the visual or based on the message, what you are trying to convey, you need to choose the visual. Yeah. Yeah. Let me go back to previous visual. Okay. This one. Now it is better that if I go to the next level, see, there is fluctuations, but see, we can see there are good profits in Q4. Here also Q4 was giving me good profit. So every year Q4 is the time when I can have a good profit. Why Q4? Because it is holiday period, November, December, Black Friday, all that. Okay. Then again you can go at month level. So you can see that the December was the highest here. That is what we discussed, right? So this is how it should be. And now this line, you can do these cosmetic changes. If you don't like solid lines, so just go to the line section, formats, and instead of solid, you can use dotted lines or dash lines. Okay, you can increase the thickness. Don't increase too much. That doesn't look good. And also, you can enable the markers. Markers are nothing but these dots, right? And yeah, that's it. And if you want, you can change the color also from here in the lines itself. You can have different color. Any you want. Okay. So this is the better comparison of sales versus profit, right? And I like this combination. So then here I will show the profit instead of sales. So there are the sales here. Okay. So though I had 32% of sales from West region, the profit margin profit was 38%. And similarly here, my central region sale was 22%, but the profit contribution is only 14%. So I was like pointing out South region here initially because it did less sell compared to rest of the regions. But this is the fact, right? Though you have good sale, you had less profit. Okay. So you need to change this also from sales to profit. And now in customer, top 10 customers, right? So top 10 customers by profit percentage. All you have to do is just select that chart, and in here, top 10, instead of sales value, I will use profit percentage. That's it. And if you want to show the percentage amount also, so you can add that. Just go for here in tooltips, just add the percentage. So if they hover over, they can see how much percentage contribution they are doing with the profit. Got it? And this is another advantage when you just use the existing page. You can see that drill through is automatically enabled. I don't have to turn on the settings for that. And now here, again, you have two choices. If you want to stick with your bar chart option, you can do that. Or instead of profit value, just add profit percentage. Okay. And with respect to this chart, shift this to 9. And now this is giving you clear picture, right? See, So orders which have been shipped in 0 to 2 days are contributing 13.5% of profit, right? The profit margin is 13.5%. Whereas 3 to 6 days, it is very low, and same case with 6+ days. And this is the section my maximum orders are shipped. If I reduce this and increase this, I can increase my profit, right? So if you do the drill down here, so this will give you a detailed day-wise scenario. So 2 days, highest profit potential is there. So 0 to 2 days is something I need to look for. So these are my RCAs or action items. And that is all. This is your sales also profit report. You can put it on the first page here, and then your sales analysis. Then comes your profit analysis. Then comes your mobile view. Ideally, it should not be visible to end users because they are supposed to access it from mobile, right? So when they will open this page from mobile, they will be able to see it. And this advanced analysis is nothing but the page which I created to show you MTD, YTD formulas. That's it. Great. So storytelling is default agenda behind building any Power BI. Okay. So always remember that. And how you can make sure that you're telling story. So whenever any person, it's the what do you call it? Psychology, human psychology. So when we open any page, we start looking from left corner of the page. Okay. So that's why these cards are there. So if I go to this page, I can see that these are my numbers, right? You don't have to keep these filters here. You can add them here also. You can add the complete array of filters. And on this top, you can add multiple cards. Okay, depends on the requirement. And then time series analysis should be on top. Okay, because that will give them how we are performing for over the period of time. And then you can show the bifurcations at higher level, and then you step by step you go into details. Okay, so ideally this approach which I already discussed, 330 and 300 seconds. So this is what we have to follow. So here within 3 seconds I would be able to understand what is my sales. Okay, and then what is my profit and for profit percentage. I don't even require 3 seconds for that. Then here it should be 30 seconds, so they can spend some time to analyze it. And after that, at the bottom, so we haven't developed that part in the art report. So what we do is at the bottom we keep these type of tables. So this is 300 seconds. So we have created that using drill through. They can come here, they can apply filters and check the numbers and check the details. Actually, what happened and why. Okay, I can show you quickly how we can what approach we should follow. And where is the data? Yeah, here I have the data. So what I will do is I will first go into this Power Query Editor, new source, more data, folders, right? Provide the path of the folder. Now it will display all the files which I want to combine and transform. So once I do that, you can see it is creating a single table out of everything. And now it is just showing me preview of first file. So that's okay. Scroll down. Okay. There will be one problem that I think we might need to take care. Let's see. So do I have all the files here? No. Yeah. So I know what problem it is. We also faced that problem, if you guys remember. So in all of these files, this is the tab name. Okay. For Africa file, it's Zomato Africa. Then for Asia, it will be Zomato Asia, I guess. Yeah, that is the problem, right? So we need to fix this first before importing the folder. I can just give Zomato for everything. I will remove these steps, further steps. See, it is showing error here because if I go to this transform sample file section, I can see that it was referring this sheet with this specific name. So I will remove that from here. Now all will be Zomato files. See, now here you can see if I load this, sorry, if I load more, all of my files are here now, right? And you can check that it has exact same structure because all the files are having same structure. So it is much easier. Instead of dealing multiple files, I can just import everything and just apply on all the files in one go. So I will go into transform, select all the data, detect data type, related data type, because I don't see any date column here, so I should not be worried about that. And it seems it have allocated data types correctly. Then just right click on this column, go to split column by delimiter, because we want to split wherever the leftmost comma is appearing, right? This comma you see here, the leftmost. I am not worried about the further occurrences of the comma. I am only concerned about the first occurrence of the comma, right? So just select this leftmost delimiter, and comma is my delimiter here. Click on OK and done. So this is restaurant name. So this will save a lot of time. Then I will import this file, country code. Just go here, new source, Excel. Country master, check, okay. So you can see there are lots of nulls. So first remove those nulls. I don't need data with null values. Then just select any column, then Control A, okay. Right click, remove duplicates. See, this is the only data. And if you want, you can sort it by country. Next, second, okay. So this is done. Here I have country code, right? And they asked me to create what was the requirement? Create new column in country code table, name it continent, and create value using below mentioned format. So Africa hyphen South Africa. Okay. So how I can do that? So basically, I have all of these names here. Do I have Africa here? No. Okay, so what they mean is India-Asia, then Australia-Oceania, something like that. Okay. So how can we get those? So we have in the data where we can have dimension table of continents and country code. Let's create that table. How you can do that? Just copy paste this existing table. Okay, just don't worry about it. Don't copy paste it. This will duplicate these things and you might get confused. So, okay, insert blank query. Okay, then go to your continent table. Okay, and here advanced editor option is there. Right? Just open that. Copy this entire thing. Okay, this is the shortcut I'm telling you. Otherwise, you have to redo all the steps. Okay, go to this blank query, advanced editor. Okay, delete this and paste whatever you have copied. Click on done. See, everything is there, right? Now I need only continent name so that I can extract from my source file name, right? I don't need these rest of the columns. So what I can do, I can go to choose column operation, and from here I will keep only these two columns. Do I have anything here? No, I will keep these two columns. That's it, right? Then I need to remove duplicates. Okay. And also we don't want this XLSX thing, right? So you can either replace value or you can split that. But what you're going to do by splitting that column, right? So just replace value dot XLSX with nothing, right? So now you have a container. Okay. All you have to do is you need to perform merge operation on these two tables. Correct? So just go to merge queries. So first is continent. Now I don't want continent first. I want country master. So let's do no. So new query. So first is country master. Second one is continent. I can connect them based on these two country codes. Just click OK. So now I will disable these tables because I don't need them, right? And I will rename this table as master country table. Okay. So as you can see, I have here tables out of which I can choose. I don't need this. I need source name. So I will use source name. And now I will just merge both of these columns as, okay, do I need to merge? Yeah. Okay, country code table, name it as continent. So we need to add new column, right? So let's duplicate this column. If you straight away merge it, so this column will get replaced. Whatever. Okay, sorry, duplicate column. Yeah. Now I want to merge these two columns together. So select the sequence. Okay, that matters. So first select country, then continent, right click. Do you see merge? Yeah, merge columns. I want to give custom separator, so I will give underscore. Now we can use hyphen. Name that column as continent. Click on OK, and done. So these are your two tables. Okay, and these are a reference table. So I will move them into a separate group called as red tables. Let me just do that. Now is the time to import your fact table. Okay. Correct. Okay. Just move that fact table here. So let's do basic ETL process for the data formatting you require. Nothing is required. Yeah, everything seems fine. So that is all. Now continent table you can uh, connect to KPI table based on the restaurant ID. Then master country table you can connect based on the country code, and you can give both of these columns inside this table. So either you can map it or you can use it as a part of data modeling. So that is all you have to do. Then close and apply. Then go to data modeling, and as you can see, Power BI have already done it for you. This is your fact table. This is continent table. Now fact table is connected to continent with one-to-one relationship. See, and master country table is connected to continent table with one-to-many. But see, we don't need master country table to connect to continent table, right? Here inside continent table, I already have all these details with city, restaurant name. Okay, so I can do one more thing. Yeah, I could have done that in Power Query itself. Let's go back to Power Query Editor. Right click and edit queries. This, yeah. So now in continent table, I could map these two columns, right? And then I just have to deal with these two tables. Correct? So let's see, inside continent table we have country code. So let's merge it. Merge. Now I don't want to create new queries. I will merge into same table. So this is my continent. I will connect it with master country table based on my country code. Click on OK. And then from here, I will just get my country and continent. That's it. That's done. And I don't load this table either. So just disable and put it inside ref tables. And now if I close and apply, I will have only two tables to deal with. Yeah, see. So this is my fact table. This is my dimension table, not exactly dimension table. It has lots of other things also. But if you want, you can create separate dimension tables for each country. That is also one-to-one relationship. That means your data model is very strong. And all you have to do is now create the visuals. I hope you have taken the screenshot of the requirements, what they have asked you for. So before creating visuals, just create the measures, calculated columns based on the requirements, and then start creating visuals. Okay, directly don't jump on the visuals. And that grid, what they have asked, that is nothing but the tree chart. This tree chart based on what was the question? Yeah, based on what they ask you, the grid showing selected restaurant list of cuisines. So one grade for cuisines. So just take your cuisines here and value with this grid showing list of restaurants. Based on what? Average cost. Let's take the average cost. Where is the average cost? It's here. So just take average cost and put in value. So this is the cuisines list. And if I add any slicer here for restaurant name, if I choose any restaurant, so it will show me how many cuisines they are supporting. So let's see if there is any restaurant who supports more than one cuisines or not. No. Okay. There should be some restaurants who have more than one cuisines. No, they don't have it. That's okay. Yeah. So they have combined it in one line basically. So that's okay. So that is how they want. Second is grid showing list of restaurants, okay, and list of restaurants. So same chart with respect to restaurants. So instead of cuisines, you can either take a restaurant name here, and if you choose any country or city, well, and I like to create these type of filters like on top of each other. So if I expand this, I can see the city and then country inside those cities. So like that. You can go for a specific city also. It's up to you. But here you can choose country as well as continent. Same thing. Okay. So this is grid chart. See, now they're calling it as a grid chart. Some people call it as tree chart. It's also heat map. It depends on the color coding. And then slicers. So we have already added slicer for cities, countries, and slicer showing list of rating colors. What is that? Oh, right. Yeah, rating colors. So do we have rating color column here? No, we don't, right? So do you guys know what you have to do? Using this scale, you have to create one column. So nested if, you can make use of nested if and apply this on average rating and then create one column called as rating color. Clear? Okay. What was another thing which asking? Average cost. Yeah. So do I have average cost column separately? Cost, yeah. The average cost is already average. Whereas aggregate rating, yeah, this rating is something we need to check. Yeah, it's a normal rating column. So you need to take the average, not sum of the rating. Okay. So you need to create average rating measure and you can use that measure to show it in all visuals. Yeah, let's try this map vision, whether it will work or not. Uh, why is this isn't for me? I don't understand. Hmm. So let me go like this. It's not another problem. But you can try it. It looks very beautiful when you use this longitude and latitude here. Latitude. And actually, it is not supposed to be average. You can select latitude, go here, and convert that to latitude. Same case with this. Go here and select longitude. Then don't summarize, don't summarize. Just draws here. I don't want just draws. I will take rating and I will choose average. See, you don't even have to create measures sometimes. You can choose it from here, sum or average, what you want to choose. But I prefer to use measures. And you can also add city over here. Of course, it will not work for me. But, let me try if I can do it on Power BI services. Okay, just give me. Okay. Let's click report. Report to start. Okay. So each data we have is longitude continent. I will just take only one file because it's Power BI services, so I need to redo all that operation again. So just here, from SharePoint. Okay, so it is not allowing me to do that. Let's try it in different way. I will save this file. One. Let's publish it. Okay. Now, if you go here, you can see that I have this file here. Okay. Now, if you go to the data set and you want to create a report out of it, just go here, I guess. No, there is option to create the report. Pick publish semantic model. So I will pick my data, project one. I don't want to, let's see what auto create will do. It will create lots of visuals. I'm also having this trial account. Create on its own. We will just create our own report. Select the data. I don't want to go there. We'll go into the workspace and create new report. Semantic model project. I don't want auto create blank report. And now it will give the same interface like what we have in Power BI Desktop. Excellent. So this is it has created the report for you. Okay, okay. Let's edit it. I don't want to use the existing one. I will go here and I will use the geographical map and go to longitude, latitude, okay, then summarize. And with respect to, okay, since I don't have access again, then I need to add which is not important. So here we have this taking longitude, latitude with no summarization. Okay. So it is actual, it will map longitude, latitudes based on what value we are providing. And then see, so whatever latitude and longitude we have provided, based on that it is highlighting over the map. But I want to change these circle size based on the average rating, right? So let's take average rating, put it in bubble size, and here I want to show it as average. So you can see almost everything is similar. That's okay. Then legends, not required. Let's take city. If we have a city, we not change. Country, yeah, country. So what it is saying, remove location to display latitude and longitude pairs. Alternatively, you can also keep the location and set the aggregated one. So here we need aggregated. So this is how it is showing based on the values. So why it was given us error? Because initially we selected don't summarize, so it was giving us specific location. But country is not a specific location. It's a combination of multiple latitude and longitudes, right? So that's why it asks you to aggregate that. So I aggregated that at average level, and this is how it is looking. So let's change average cost because that might give us the yes. See, so India and what is this country? Yeah, Indonesia. So they have average cost for two is higher compared to these countries. Okay, this is how it will look. If you want to change colors, so that option is also there. And this bubbles, the scaling is fine. There was this colors option and app setting. Okay, you want to show something like this, so grayscale, aerial view. Okay, so this looks very beautiful actually. If you add this in your code, even it shows you Antarctica here. See, you can put it like this, simple or dark view. It's up to you. What you have. And controls, so zoom button and lasso button. Okay, so this what this button is. Okay, zoom button is nothing but like zooming in. I can even use my scroll button to zoom in. So I don't have to use these buttons. I can just scroll it. See? So this is how you can do it. Then these are country codes, so that's okay. Looking for this color, yeah, heat map. Just enable it and zero gradient stop 50 grams. No, this is not. That was different chart where this you can change the colors of the bubbles. Means you get that option inside here itself. So like size, bubble size, you get option for color also. I guess in this chart you have that option. No, no. So that must be different chart. But this is how you can create your geographical chart. Okay. Country code. What else I can? You can add that filter here. Yes. So has table booking that is only in India. Outside India, it is not having. So it seems Zomato works in these two countries more compared to in other countries in the world. Okay.
Thanks for joining the course. Keep practicing and don't forget, the more you work with data, the better you will get. Make sure to subscribe to Simplilearn's YouTube channel for more awesome content and hit the like button if you found this course helpful. Keep learning and good luck with your Power BI journey.